Look at this shit. Number one, handheld dog treat launcher. Okay. This is so I can shoot her when I'm done shocking her and I'm shocking the world. Okay. When I'm done shocking her and electrocuting her, I can shoot her directly in the face with treats. That's number one. Numbers 2 and 3. A little beef stick. Well, not even a stick. Ziwi venison shank bone. I wonder if she has any idea what this is. And also a Peaks and Paws premium dog chew for dogs under 80 pounds, X large Echo Pack. It's one of those chew things. But last but not least, the craziest one is the Holiday Doggy Donuts from the Dog Bakery. And this shit looks appetizing as fuck. So much so that I want to taste it first, you know, just to make sure it's not poison. You feel me? Kaya, come here. Look at this.
Well, well, well.
Bro, this is delicious. What the fuck? Oh my god. Yeah, Phantom Tax. That's actually good. That's pretty crazy. Laura Loomer impression? Dude, what the fuck is this made with? Ingredients you'll love: wheat flour, baking soda, baking powder, applesauce, honey, shortening, peanut butter, carob chips, yogurt chips, and sprinkles. It's actually like high Kirk. That shit was bomb. Okay? Not even a joke. That shit was actually bomb. Don't eat it? I did. Look at her fat ass enjoying it. It just tastes like appley. Her fat ass is not less than 80 pounds. Yeah, she's 120 pounds. What of it? Anyway, let's get to Zelensky.
Testing.
Closer.
Testing.
Ukrainian official telling ABC this morning that the presidents will meet on Sunday in Florida. The White House yet to confirm the meeting,
Voice
but it
is
comes
good.
just
Voice is
days
good. Yep.
after Zelensky said he is ready to pull troops
Yep,
back
yep.
from the areas of Ukraine's eastern Donbass region that it still controls
Turn this
and
down a
turn
little
them into
bit.
demilitarized zones. And that is significant. The furthest he has gone in compromising on Vladimir Putin's most difficult demand, that Ukraine surrender all of the Donbass. Now, President Trump's top negotiators, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, spoke by phone with Zelensky on Christmas Day yesterday, discussing security guarantees for Ukraine. But the problem is there is still no sign that Vladimir Putin is actually ready to accept this new peace proposal. The Kremlin is almost certain to reject Zelensky's condition that Russia also pull back from the demilitarized zones. And the reality is that it's still very hard to see a deal being reached yet. Will?
Still a long way to go. Patrick Reevell in London for us. Thank you.
Give us a good one.
Oh, this was fucking crazy. Okay. Joe Rogan and Shane Gillis did a pod, and in the podcast, Shane Gillis, I think, jokingly refers to Nick Fuentes as the next president. And
Ugh.
Joe Rogan, not so jokingly, jumps on the statement as a great idea. Okay. Where is it? Hold on. Let me see if I. Yeah, Gillis gives a shocking example as a joke. Rogan takes it completely sincerely and goes on a diatribe about groiperism. And the internet comes away thinking that Shane is a Christian nationalist. This is a perfect distillation of Joe Rogan. He fundamentally misunderstands
MX
comedians
Matty
think
B.
soapboxes
I don't
about
know
how
who
he's a
you
victim
are,
and
but
somehow
thanks.
still shapes the
You never
narrative
chat.
via pure art. Oh, that scared me. I thought she was throwing up. Via pure R-wordation, he controls reality. Now, I don't know if it's a joke or not, so we'll see. But I did see this clip.
War.
You'd think we'd have more presidents. The Catholics.
Yeah, they only had one.
Biden,
Right?
too.
Oh, Biden's Catholic.
We got Biden.
Allegedly.
True. We only got one. They got
Allegedly. Yeah, Biden's not a real Catholic. dude.
shot. And then Biden was doing auto
Did
sign.
Biden really exist?
It was a good one.
Yeah. You got anybody in mind?
Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes? He could probably win in a few years.
Hold on, let's talk.
Listen, he couldn't have existed before, right? 10, 20 years ago, couldn't have existed.
It was 4 freaking years ago that I saw Joe Rogan turning to the right, and now he's flirting with white supremacists. Give it another 3 or 4 years, and he'll be 100% on board with it.
Actually, yeah. Like, what do you mean? Like, Shane Gillis brings it up as like, how funny would that be? And then Joe's like, no, actually, that's good. That's actually a good idea. We should do that.
I gotta pee so bad. We gotta wrap this up anyway.
I'm
sorry,
down.
4:18.
We got that one at the buzzer.
Yeah. Well, listen, I will say this about it. It's fascinating
I
to
like that instead of wrapping it up, he's like, let me talk about it a little bit further, just so people do not mistake my fascination with Nick Fuentes as me going along with what Shane presented as like a possible threat to American democracy. Let me explain to you how I mean it.
watch that there's like a whole group of people that feel very unrepresented in the world, and especially like young men. And here you got this young guy with a very high verbal IQ, and he also does a lot of shit posting, a lot of talking shit, a lot of trolling, says women shouldn't be allowed to vote, says wild shit. And that Piers Morgan thing is like, bro, that was like an expert sparring with someone who thought they were an expert.
Sure.
Like they're playing two totally
I
different
agree.
games.
And it's also the thing that people try to get Fuentes on is that he's still funny as fuck.
it's funny.
So that's where you're in a lot of trouble.
When he hits him, do you think you made jokes about the Holocaust? He goes, too soon? Like, dude. And you could see
He's wild.
You could see Piers going, oh fuck.
Bro, when he was like, me mom died. I was
Oh.
like, holy shit.
Bro, he got hit. He got hit with a missile on that one.
Before people go, oh my God, how are they saying this? For the record, Nick Fuentes is not trolling when he says that shit. But you have to understand, most people don't have the same social investment that you do towards like being tolerant to marginalized groups, okay? You need to understand this. You need to snap out of your bubble. It's the same with like people who make fucking George Floyd jokes over and over again. I don't think that shit's funny at all. Okay? I don't think that shit's funny at fucking all. And yet, according to some of the dumbest fucking right-wingers on the planet, it's all the laughs, okay? It's the most funny thing that they've ever encountered. And the bro, stop defending Shane already. Come on. There's no defense of Shane Gillis here at all. I'm simply explaining to you what is going on in the fucking world, okay? What is going on in America? A big part of the reason why this is now considered another thing to laugh about is partially because the right wing totally fucking dominated. The right wing totally dominated the whole like, oh, the left is being annoying woke scolds over and over and over again. They nonstop hammered that point over and over and over again, while they were also being annoying woke scolds themselves. But they were able to successfully make this like the left's, self-identified movement. And ironically enough, a lot of people on the left did contribute to this because they were like, yeah, no, we are woke scolds actually. And a lot of people on the left also do present this as like their number one issue. Right wingers don't do that. They complain all the fucking time, but then when called into question whether or not they're being woke scolds, they go, oh, how dare you? No, of course not. We're not woke scolds at all. We would never do that. Okay? Liberals don't do that. Rad libs, liberals, leftists, we love adopting that framing and adopting that identity. We don't even want to lie about it. At least the right wingers lie about it. They don't give a shit about hypocrisy. They lie about it all the fucking time. And ultimately, yeah, but you think Charlie Kirk jokes are hilarious, law, which so do I, law, but that kind of ruins the point. Brother, I have never, ever made it seem as though I was in any way, shape, or form playing civility politics. My most famous moment that has been posterized in the last New York mayoral race was saying America deserved 9/11. The fuck are you talking about? The fuck? For me, what matters a lot more is your worldview, your policies, what you think responsible governance looks like, how we improve people's lives. Okay? There's never been a moment where I've been like, oh, wow, we just gotta, gotta really reconsider this shit. But you need to understand, it is a more consistent position on the right, partially for this reason. And a lot of right-wingers don't understand. The ones that like still want to go back to the old days of like, at least like leaning into anti-Semitic memes, but not having that affect America's unshakable relationship with Israel, want to basically put the toothpaste back in the tube. They want to do a version of like woke where you can only be woke about Jewish people, but you can be the least woke about everybody else. It's not going to fucking work. It's just not going to work at all. Wikipedia defines your version of leftism as scumbag left. No, dirtbag left. That's what it is. And yes, dirtbag leftism, which is so stupid. Again, it's identified on like what you think is funny versus like what your actual fucking worldview is. It's so stupid. Or how invested you are in terms of changing policy around like how to command language or compel language. I don't give a shit about that much. I care about it as long as it actually reveals your ideology, your actual worldview, or how much you are invested in dehumanizing entire groups of the population. That's it. Shane's fans have been ferocious as Bowen Yang left SNL.
Too soon? Too soon was like, oh my God.
But in any case, the reason why, like, the thing is, here, I'll give you context, right? If Adam Friedland said that because as an anti-Zionist Jew, he went on Piers Morgan, and Adam Friedland was the one who said too soon to someone talking about the Holocaust, everyone would fucking laugh. Everyone in this community would laugh. But because we know Nick Fuentes' background, and because when he says it, he actually fucking means it, right? And he actually is doing this as a point of propaganda to expand the permission structure on what can and can't be said, especially with a more nefarious agenda to tie everything back to like some kind of Jewish control conspiracy, right? come for Hassan. Please stop dying on the joke hill. You have to learn not to get upset with jokes. You are just making the left less probable to win next election. Wait, what? No, I'm not. I'm saying that same thing. I'm saying that context is what matters. People's personal background is what matters. People's ideology is what matters. That's the point I'm making. The reason why when Nick Fuentes says that, even though he has good comedic timing, which is what they're simply talking about here, the reason why it's dangerous when he does that, the reason why it's dangerous to platform Nick Fuentes in general, and now it's a complete fucking lost cause, is because contextually he's doing that for a specific reason, and that reason is to expand the permission structure on you know, cutting out Jews as non-white from the broader American understanding. Ugly onion smells. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. But that's the point. And for Joe Rogan to go on and be like, yeah, this is actually pretty brave, pretty bold, pretty beautiful. I hate that shit. The reason why I don't appreciate Joe Rogan's analysis here is because he's taking it sincerely. Like, Shane could have brought it up to be like, haha, isn't that crazy that a fucking Nazi could, like, run for president? I don't even know how that would work. Wouldn't that be bad? And then Joe's like, yeah, you know, he has great comedic timing, and I think he'd be really dangerous. It's basically just like another step in the direction of potentially having Nick Fuentes
Who's in here now?
go on the Joe Rogan experience. Why? How come
That's
you
weird.
never went on Joe, brother? What are you talking about? There will never be a moment where he will have. There will never be a moment. I've shit on Joe Rogan far too much for him to ever have me on. Anyway, speaking of which, let's see. Joe Rogan, socially, I'm left on almost everything. If someone comes along to the left that is an objective, sensible person that's making sense on like immigration, foreign policy, then I'm still
Along
left.
from the left, that is an objective, sensible person that's making sense of life.
And for the record, Kyle Kulinski used to be a big Joe Rogan guy. He used to get invited on Joe Rogan quite a bit. And if you notice, he's no longer invited to Joe Rogan, and that's probably because he's been criticizing Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan does not like when people shit on him. Okay? He understands how much power and how much influence he has. He's not invested in offering that platform to people that are going to be reasonable in their critique. He wants dick riders. He wants
Check.
He
Okay.
wants
All right.
dick riders through and through. That's it.
Like immigration,
Okay,
foreign
minimize that.
policy, then I'm still left.
Right.
I'm still the same
Yeah, me
person.
too.
I'm still the same, because socially
that?
I'm left on almost everything. On almost everything.
Yeah, but intellectually, you're on
you
the
know,
right.
the hard right is to me just like the hard left. The
What-
crazy fucks that are out there
Yes, they're just exactly the same, Joe. One side
right for
wants a white
everybody.
supremacist country,
Right
and the other side wants universal health care. So extreme.
left by Antifa. Like,
Right.
Jesus Christ. Most
Yes.
people are like right here.
Yes,
Sure.
being
Most people are like, I just
anti-fascist,
want
being against
rules
fascists
and
is the
law
extreme
and
left,
everybody
Joe.
be kind and healthy and a prosperous
Fucking
society, no
intellectual.
pollution. And
Yeah.
I feel like we could all work together and do a better job of all these different things.
But like Jordan Peterson says, who's like my favorite human in the world. I love him
Oh
so
God.
much.
Okay, yeah, that's enough. I don't even want to listen to that guy anymore. Yes, Jordan Peterson, so incredible. Okay, anyway, it's about that time. Oh, where'd I go? Oh, hey, there we go. Yay! Oh, that's right. I was playing a different game today. Forgot to change my view. Alright, well, let's get this video started.
We get to a table where we review and renew an agreement that the president once called the greatest deal of all time. So I see that, and yes, the news reports, including up here in Canada, the worst interpretation of any comments made by the administration as doomsday. I don't believe it. The reason is math. The reason is geography. We're a connected continent. It's working. We're the envy of the world, and I have every reason to believe we're working towards the review and renewal, and I'm not going to get distracted by the noise.
Liking this video? Now don't just watch, hit like, share and subscribe.
Do
And tap the
window
bell
capture,
so you never
no.
miss a video
Game
or
capture?
live show.
Game
But if
capture.
you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zateo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism. You recently told Canada's Politico Playbook that you're on US ambassador to Canada. The US ambassador to Canada is on speed dial for you. You also noted that you recently golfed with a Trump Organization lawyer in Miami. What kind of conversations are you having with Trump folks about this trade deal? You said, ignore the noise. Is that what they're saying to you?
I think it's extremely important to engage with your customer and with your partner. And the United States of America is both that to us as we are to them. We can't shoot the messengers. We have to hear the message. Trump 1.0 is not Trump 2.0. We've got to figure out what is it that we need to do to ensure that we don't blow this agreement up, an agreement that works not just for us, but particularly for the United States of America, where 13 million jobs are created as a result of the trade agreement. And what they tell me is there's a plot to this script here. There's a script here. There's a plot. We're all in a reality TV show. Understand that Canada is trying to play chess. No one's playing with it. We're not here to get into the nitty-gritties of trade agreements and the clauses and subclauses and all that. At a macro level, the president's narrative is, I want investment to come to America. I'm going to do everything I can to bring investment to America, and I'm going to do what I can to leverage my economy, which he should be doing, as we should be doing.
But Goldie, you make it sound like this is normal, what is happening.
It's not normal, but it is today's normal. It's
No,
the
but
new
you said a moment ago, you said, look, we're the envy of the world, we're one continent, we're interconnected. Your Prime Minister, Mark Carney, when he was elected earlier this year, said that Canada's old relationship with the US is over. Those were his words. He said our military and economic relationship, the deepening integration of our two countries, is over. It was quite a stark statement from, as you say, America's closest neighbor.
Well, I agree with the Prime Minister on a lot of things. We're very aligned, but it's not one of them. The notion that the relationship between Canada and the United States has changed forever is a very long time. After all, if you look back in history, we fought 2 wars. We beat you in both of them, and we burned down the White House, and here we are. For the last little while, have been best of friends. So things are not forever. We've got to get through this period, but what we've got to preserve is the foundation that's allowing our economies to function as well as they are. Are there trade irritants? Absolutely. Are we all guilty? Do we all come to this table with clean hands? We don't. So this is why the process is important. Let the trade negotiators do what they need to do. And as I said, I sleep well by separating the noise from what I'm seeing so far. And I'm not, even if you parse the words, as I said, as they threaten a lot of things, it doesn't mean they're going to do them. After all, just a little while ago, the president threatened to put more tariffs on because the province here chose to run an ad. They weren't put on.
All right, well,
yeah,
people join.
The government of Ontario, of course, ran this ad, got a lot of attention, got a big reaction from Trump. This was audio from a 1987 Ronald Reagan speech in which he denounced trade wars and economic disasters and trade barriers. Trump called the ad fraudulent. He called it a hostile act. It did halt trade talks at the time. You're saying he didn't put a 10% tariff on the wake of that?
He did. He threatened to. He did not add it.
So you don't think that ad or the fallout from that, I know people apologize on the Canadian side, which I thought was bizarre. You don't think that led to any kind of damage to the negotiations or trade relations?
Well, it didn't, just because you didn't follow through. And I think what you're seeing here, let me be a little bit more analytical about this. You see 2 countries who may feel now that we have reached a place where they're happy where they have us and we seem to be okay with where we are. And we're going to continue to deal with the issues that are important to our country. We do want to bring those tariffs down on steel and aluminum and the auto industry. We're going to continue to make the case on a fact-based basis. And over time, I think the United States is starting to see that they're quite happy with where they have us. In fact, people have told me the president likes where he has Canada.
So on that note, if the Trump is happy, surely you guys should be unhappy. I mean, Mark Carney, I mentioned a moment ago, comes out very strong. I mean, basically, he was elected because Donald Trump interfered in your election. The Liberals were on course to a disaster. He wins thanks to Donald Trump. He then gives this big speech saying the relationship is over the way it was. Then you run this Reagan ad. Then Carney and all these Canadians are apologizing. The language has softened on the Canadian side. Is this just part of a strategy to do what everyone else is doing in the world, which is suck up to Donald Trump? It's the only way you get what you want.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think what's happening is the things that we got called out on, and believe me, I'm a very proud Canadian. I'm definitely on Team Canada wanting to make sure we get a good deal. But is it fair game to say that we were laggards on our defense spending? Yes, it's fair game. And now good news is we're going to be investing more in that. Is it important that we make sure that the integrity of our border both ways, not only for people but also for illicit drugs and so forth, is secure? That's fair game. We were the only country next to China that had counter-tariffed the United States of America. That's not where you want to be. It would have worked if 35 countries came along with us. So now Prime Minister Carney put the tariffs down because we're trying to get to a place to have an adult conversation about how to review and renew this trade agreement. And I'm pleased to say that the Canadian and Mexican business communities, along with our American business communities, are all aligned on this one thing. We need to review and renew the USMCA.
But why, when the Trump administration are the ones who came up with this deal, I mean, have you asked Jameson, Greer, and these guys? They're the ones who signed this deal. It's not a Biden deal that they think was a bad deal and they're renegotiating. It's their deal that
Correct.
they trumpeted in the summer of 2020. Now they seem to say it's a bad deal, that they're being exploited. Now you have Greer saying that they might exit the deal. He's talked about doing separate deals with Mexico and Canada. What do you... Have you asked them when you talk to your friends in Mar-a-Lago or Washington, D.C.?
Well,
why are they suddenly against a deal that Donald Trump signed?
Yeah, the rationale that's provided, again, important to hear what they say. Doesn't mean I agree with everything, but what they say is the president believed in the agreement and the Democrats didn't leverage it to the fullest advantage, and that's why the trade deficits with the United States have gone up, and we need to go back and visit the trade agreement to try and make sure that Canada and Mexico are not, getting the better of this agreement. We disagree. We don't think there is a trade deficit. You take a lot of our energy, you take the things that you need from us, you want more of what we have from critical minerals. Your government gave $80 billion to basically 2 Canadian companies that now own Westinghouse to build your nuclear plants to help get the uranium that you're going to need for that. This idea that that America doesn't need Canada is simply false. And the longer this goes on, the more I think Americans who need to realize that are realizing that.
So let me ask you this. You said we need to have an adult conversation. How do you have an adult conversation with a man who mocks you as America's 51st state, who refers to your prime minister as the governor of the 51st state, who says he's going to annex Canada?
Yeah. Luckily, a lot of that has stopped, not happened at all in quite some period of time, and we took it at face value. I said, you know what, it's nice to be wanted, but I love the way our prime minister handled it. He basically went to the White House after he got elected and said, in real estate terms, I've consulted the owners, they're not interested. And that put an end to that for the most part, and every once in a while it may pop up. But we're not distracted by it. Rather, maybe what we're doing here as Canadians is, in some ways, thankful that this has woken up my own country to realize the importance of diversification, not because of what Donald Trump said. We've been trying to do it, but we need to do it faster.
Diversify your
just
portfolio.
did a visit with the Prime Minister to Asia, for example, growing part of the middle class, and we've got to sell more of our goods to other things. And in many ways, America's done us a favor, which, by the way, may raise the trade deficit with them because they're going to have to pay full price for the products that we're not going to be selling to customers around the world.
Last question. It's not just about tariffs and trade. Canadians, like a lot of people in the West, are not happy with the Trump administration. Obviously, you are directly affected. You're across the border. Canadian tourism, which was the number one source, I believe, of tourism in the US, a lot of people don't realize that, coming from north to south, has absolutely plummeted this year. And the Trump administration is probably happy about that. They don't want people coming into the US. But Canadians are not coming to the US. How pissed off are people in your country right now at the US, at Americans, at the Trump administration?
It's very emotional time up here, and I get it. I think there's a sense of betrayal. How did this happen? We're best friends. We're your allies. We fought wars together. We support we support democracy, rule of law, and all of that. And so this whole elbows up thing has been a very, to some extent, surprising, but a response of emotion. What I'm trying to say to people is, when you're emotional, first of all, if you have your elbows up in a hockey game, you end up in the penalty box. What we've got to do is figure out how to win face-offs, control the puck, put shots on net, put the puck in the net. That means being deliberate and intentional about staying focused and laser focused on process to help us get to where we need to get to. Because at the end of the day, as much change as there is in the world, geography is not going to be one of those things. And the relationship with the United States is 75% of the trade that we have. And so that's just simple math, maybe, and that's how it's going to, I think that's what's going to drive the attention of when we get to the finish line of the USMCA.
You're not just a Canadian, you're a Muslim Canadian. When you travel, you've seen the news stories this week about the Trump administration wanting even allied countries' citizens to provide 5 years of social media handles and information and email addresses and family members' names and home addresses. That's obviously going to have a huge impact on travel to the US, especially in a World Cup year. You're a Muslim Canadian who travels to Miami, travels to DC. Have you had issues? Do you worry when you travel? Do you delete stuff off your phone like a lot of people are doing these days?
I do none of that. I don't worry. I believe in the rule of law. I believe in democracy. I just simply have not been intimidated or affected. These are not things that should be the macro conversation. We need to focus on the importance of jobs in our economy, the importance of reliable supply of energy, of food. You know, the president recently threatened on fertilizer. We're the largest distributor to the United States. Over 500,000 farmers rely on fertilizer from Canada. These things are going to catch up to any political party when their base is going to be extremely concerned about the things that affect their livelihoods.
Goldie Heather, President and CEO of the Business Council of Canada, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. For exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism, head over to Zeteo.com. Your support matters.
Do you guys remember when I posted that spicy Erica Kirk meme and the entire conservative world had a diarrhea shit on my head? Do you remember that? It was not that long ago. It was not that long ago. Now, as I said, I kind of was doing stolen valor for Paulie Tix. Paulie was the one who made that meme, and I just, like, reposted it, but somehow I'm getting all the heat. And I was like, bro, like, my bad. Like, you probably want some of this heat. Like, I don't know why I'm the little lightning rod here. I just shared what you made. But anyway, it was the, you know, it was like the Halloween costume where it says, you know, grifter or some shit like that. And every conservative in the country was coming after me. New York Post wrote an article. All these different outlets wrote an article. How dare you? Stop it! They just, like, they literally just, they didn't even say anything. It was just like just like a kid throwing a tantrum. That was the, you're not allowed to say that! Don't say that! Like, that was the vibe, right? There was no, like, well, let me break down for you why this is wrong, why this is unacceptable. It was just like, everybody was supposed to intuitively feel like, okay, she just lost her husband, shut the fuck up. Like, that's the vibe, right? Now, here's the problem with that. She decided after he was gone, I'm now going to lead TPUSA. She said it like 7 seconds after his body wasn't even cold yet. She's like, I will now be the leader of TPUSA. Where are the cameras? Let me jump in front of a camera. So she did that, and she put herself front and center. So naturally, now we're going to react to that. You don't get to say, I'm going to be political, I'm going to be front and center, I'm going to lead a very political organization, but you're not allowed to criticize me. Fuck that, son. Fuck that. Well, guess what? I am very happy to report to you that, as per usual, I was ahead of everybody else, but now everybody has caught up. And you even have conservatives are looking around going, this fucking Erica Kirk, what is wrong with her? What is going on? What is she doing? Is she, like, trying to make everybody hate her and question her motives and, like, question what actually happened with Charlie's death? Because it's like she's actively trying to do it. How many times can you go give a speech with WrestleMania pyrotechnics? Seemingly every other day she's given a speech wearing an outfit where she's sparkling and it's like she's like a human disco ball. I get blinded when I look at her. I have like a seizure looking at the sparkliness that comes off of her outfits. And you got the pyrotechnics and you got her smiling and acting and okay. Very, very bizarre. Very bizarre. Well, now everybody's caught up to me. And now we're getting amazing videos like this that the kids are posting on TikTok. Take a look.
Okay, what about the guys you dated before Charlie?
I was here for 5 years. I never dated here because I saw vicariously through my roommate how terrible it was.
You were proposed to by Charlie in 2020. You started dating him in 2018. And 3 years before that, we're dating this guy, Tyler Massey. I mean, you guys would do couple photo shoots. This is still online. And this is only 3 years before you started dating Charlie.
He's in heaven.
Yeah, and 2 years later, you were dating this guy, Cabot Phillips.
Why did you lie so brazenly? Why would she lie? Oh yeah, I didn't date during that period. Here's photo and video evidence of you doing that in that exact time period. Why are you lying? This is pathological too. Like, there's so much evidence of this. Wait, it gets worse. It gets worse, bro.
Yeah, and 2 years later, you were dating this guy, Cabot Phillips, and here he is posting you guys on his public page saying, yes, we're that couple who gets painting lessons together. Again, this is a year before you started dating Charlie, and well within the 5-year period, you claim to have never dated anyone, but you were out here dissing your roommate for dating.
I always thought it was very strange how she would go to drinks with one guy and then go to dinner with another. Somehow getting drinks was a replacement of having coffee and breakfast. I personally would rather have coffee or brunch with someone, then I don't drink. I find it unproductive.
Why are you here drinking and dating on a reality show that actually was filmed the year you met Charlie? So you obviously were dating. So I'm not understanding your timeline. I mean, you're talking to a guy here who's asking you out.
You can't say that, and then there's video of you on a literal reality show doing the thing you said you didn't do. Bruh, I can't. What?
On a date and you're taking his number? And here you are on your date.
I honestly spent the majority of my life being one of the most sought after basketball.
Who says that? Honestly, all the women want me. What? What?
But I'm just really excited to spend some one-on-one time with Erica. I really do like her, and I'm excited to get to know her a little bit more.
Erica? Hello? I just want to understand how you so confidently lied to our faces when this footage was on national television.
Because
and you know the footage is out there. The
right-wingers have to lie.
Are still public online. And you know that, but you still lie like this.
Stop.
Wait, isn't Cabot Phillips your ex-boyfriend? Why is he now the speaker of Turning Point USA?
Bro. And I was the bad guy. I want a personal apology letter from all the conservatives that doubted me, that came after me because I made a funny fucking joke sharing a meme that Politics made. I want a personal fucking apology. Now do you all see it? Now do you all see it? Now can you all acknowledge, this shit is fucking weird. What is she doing?
Leading speeches of how to lead like Charlie. What's going on, Erica?
Stop.
He's also the senior editor for the Daily Wire, the one outlet that your husband was having active beef with at the time. It's Netanyahu, so...
Stop.
Right, so what else are you lying about? Because you're a liar. Point blank period. You are a liar. And we just proved that. So this is still publicly accessible on social media. And you lied about that. You also lied about dating. You were on a reality show dating the same year you met Jesse. You know what I mean? What else are you lying about? Like bigger things? Are you lying about bigger things? Because this is small and you'd really easily, with like a straight face, you lie. So like, what, you know? Sure.
Stop.
Collaborate and
Cook,
listen.
homie. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. So look, as I said at the time, I'll say it again. Why was she running her hands through J.D. Vance's hair? Why did J.D. Vance have his hands on her hips? What's an innocent explanation for that? What's an innocent explanation for that? Why was she going to these, what are supposed to be solemn events where they, ponder Charlie, and she's wearing these, like, fucking leather clubbing pants? Why? Why was she doing that? Why did she say publicly that J.D. Vance reminds her of Charlie, and this is after Charlie was already gone? She said those words. Why did J.D. publicly say he wants his wife to convert to Christianity, throwing her directly under the bus?
I don't know.
Why
but you're starting to sound a little
Erica's
too much like
head
Candace
on
Owens
Jesse
there, buddy.
Waters' chest? Why did she fundraise off of Charlie's murder, instantly? I mean, they have what? Was it the same day? Was it the same day? That's my question. I'm curious. You guys tell me. I don't remember. Was it the same day or, like, the next day that they were sending out fundraising texts off the fact that Charlie got shot in the fucking neck and was hemorrhaging from there? You tell me. You tell me. I still don't understand why she posted that creepy video of her on social media holding Charlie's hand when he was dead in the casket, trying to get clout off of his murder and his demise. I still don't get the pyrotechnics and why they make that shit look like WrestleMania, and why they act like that's normal when it was supposed to be a fucking, like, funeral. It was supposed to be a solemn thing. Why did she immediately take over Charlie's position at TPUSA? Why are there videos of her crying where you see there are absolutely no tears? It's 100% proven there are no tears. Why is she hopping in front of every single camera? Like, bottom line is, it was the case, when everybody came at me, it was the case that about half the internet was talking about it and joking about it, and I posted an edgy joke about it, right? But now we've graduated to beyond half the internet. Now it's like, shit, 70% of the internet is reacting to this going, why are you lying for no reason about inconsequential things? Like, nobody told you to say, oh, I never dated in that period. Nobody told you to say that. There was no reason to say that. And then you say it and cut to, like, all the video evidence and picture evidence of the world that you're just lying about it. What else are you lying about? What are you lying about? So, anyway, welcome to the big leagues. Now you're the head of TPUSA, this massive conservative youth organization. So now, you gotta actually deal with the real world. You know, if you wanted to play the grieving widow routine, then be the grieving widow. Go away. Why haven't you been with your kids? You're everywhere but with your kids. Like, I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. So, like, if you want to be the Grieving Widow, go be the Grieving Widow. Clearly, you didn't want to be that. So now you're in the big league. So now, well, we all are going to question you, and we're all going to judge you by your actual actions and by your beliefs. And guess what? You ain't doing too well so far, to say the least. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen.
You helped build a powerful, progressive, Jewish-Muslim coalition that successfully rallied New Yorkers. Did you ever think at that time that your next move would be outside of New York City politics, in national politics?
We've got to keep the fight against Trump, against fascism, against the abduction of our neighbors.
Last time I spoke to you on this show, that's what we all thought, that Brad Lander was going to be deputy mayor.
Zoran and I are strong political allies.
How do you actually plan to go up against Dan Goldman, who has AIPAC on his side, presumably?
A few people have said you look like Mr. Rogers, but you fight ICE and AIPAC. But if you love your neighbors and then ICE agents, masked ICE agents, come and abduct them, you don't just sing a song then, show up fierce and fight back.
We know that Dan Goldman is a reliably pro-Israel vote in the House. How else would you vote differently to him?
I would support recognizing Palestine. Look, Israelis are only going to be safe and free when Palestinians are free and safe.
Do you believe Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are the right leaders right now to fight back against Donald Trump and these extremist Republicans? Most of you know him from his New York City mayoral run, and then having joined forces with Zoran Mamdani to save the city from Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo. But by this time next year, you might come to know him as the man who successfully unseated pro-Israel and very centrist House Democrat Dan Goldman. Yes, I'm talking about none other than Brad Lander, the New York City comptroller, who just launched his congressional primary bid in New York's 10th district. And he joins me now. Brad, thanks so much for coming back on the show.
Thank you, Mehdi. Great to be with you.
After Zoran Mamdani won the mayoral primary, you made the decision to end your campaign and rally behind him to defeat Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo. You helped build a powerful, progressive, Jewish-Muslim coalition that successfully rallied New Yorkers to elect Mamdani as the next mayor. Did you ever think at that time that your next move would be outside of New York City politics, in national politics?
I did begin thinking about the run for Congress in the spring, as it was clear to me I wasn't going to be New York City's next mayor, because we've got to keep the fight against Trump, against fascism, against the abduction of our neighbors, and for an economy to start rigged against working people everywhere. And sure, I wanted to do that at City Hall. But there was so much goodwill down the stretch as we were beating Andrew Cuomo, and it was clear that Zoran was going to win. I took a little time to think about it and didn't want to make the decision until after the general election. But I've been talking about Congress for a long time. It's a place to be standing up and fighting.
There has been a lot of reporting, including the New York Times, that says the idea to primary Brett Goldman actually came from Zoran Mamdani himself. Is that true? If so, what was the conversation like?
Well, the mayor-elect has been, is supporting me in this race, and I'm thrilled to have his support. We had a lot of conversations. For a while we were running against each other, and of course we talked about what ideas would be better to govern the city with. Once we crossed the doors,
Dark Senate, what's up, man? I'm doing great. How are you doing?
We continue those conversations.
My nose itches, but other than that, I'm alright.
I was thinking about a range of ways that I might help serve the city.
How was your Christmas?
Had some conversations with him about whether doing that at City Hall in some way as part of his team might make sense. But we both were interested in the possibility of changing the congressional leadership of New York's 10th Congressional District. We've got someone there now in Dan Goldman who didn't endorse Zoran even in the general election, where he was already the Democratic nominee, and who in other ways is out of step with the progressive values of the district and
Can you hear me okay?
Desire for somebody who's going to really lead organized fight in this time. So
check. Okay, my voice coming through. At least I think so.
From Zoran, but he was enthusiastic about it, and I'm really honored to have his support in the race.
According to the news site Gothamist, Brad, you assumed your alliance with Zoran Mamdani would land you a spot as his first deputy mayor. According to their reporting, the bromance wasn't all what it seemed, and the Mamdani campaign apparently felt like you were getting ahead of yourself. Is that ultimately why you weren't chosen as his deputy mayor? Last time I spoke to you on this show, that's what we all thought, that Brad Lander was going to be deputy mayor.
I mean, there's a lot of gossip during transitions. That's one thing I've learned. I never had an assumption about anything. Look, Zoran and I are strong political allies.
Okay,
Obviously,
great.
for a while, we were
Man, that's a
rivals in the
delay.
mayor's race.
Holy
Then we
crap.
cross-endorsed in order to defeat Andrew Cuomo. And I was really
I didn't
proud
realize there was that
then
much of a
to
delay.
campaign for him all
Oh
the
well,
way down
that's
the
fine.
stretch in the general election.
As long as you can hear me,
I
that's
sure
good.
never presumed anything. I never told one single person I thought I had a job in the administration or would be first deputy mayor or anything else. What I said is, this is an exciting time in New York City, and I want to find the right way to serve and be part of it in partnership with Zoran and now our mayor-elect. So,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
there were a lot of conversations.
It took a while to get a response, so I thought there might have been a delay.
Some people would say
I had
we
some
hope you'll be in
lag
City
spikes
Hall.
earlier, so I
would
thought it was
always
on
try
my
to
end.
Say, hey, let's keep our eyes on the prize. Let's make sure Zoran wins in November. Let's organize together and stand up to Trump. Get down to 26 Federal Plaza yet to accompany neighbors. What I found, Nettie, is normal people who are not politicians, play team sports all the time. And you might try out for shortstop, but the coach says, hey, somebody else is going to be shortstop. Would you play second base or right field? And you don't pack up your marbles and go home and say, what's the best spot for me? And that's how I tried to approach this.
Mainstream outlets
I'm also watching Paramount Plus. We just decided to try it. Okay, I gotcha.
headline has bias.
Should watch
That's
the
why I built Zeteo, to cut through the
latest,
unfortunate
newest season of South Park.
But I'm not the only one pushing for a better media.
It's freaking
With
hilarious.
Ground News, you're in control. Ground News brings together over 50,000 plus sources to show you the full picture. Just click on a story and you'll see ownership, track record, and even factual records. Take this story about Senator John Fetterman calling the recognition of a Palestinian state an absolute
Watching
betrayal of
Jimmy
Israel.
Neutron.
One look,
Oh my
you
god.
see how each outlet frames his comments with a complete
That was
visual.
after my time.
Most people never recognize that their media isn't made for them. Don't let gatekeepers shape your worldview for you.
No, my younger brothers loved that show.
/Zeteo.
I don't know if they loved it. I just remember it was on in the afternoon. I think.
Last time round, Dan Goldman won his seat because in the crowded Democratic primary, the progressives split the anti-Goldman votes and he squeezed through the middle. It was Mondaire Jones and Yulin Liu and others. This time round, we know that two progressive politicians from New York, former Assemblywoman Yulin Liu and City Council member Alexa Aviles, were weighing their own primary challenges to Goldman, but have decided to not do that since you entered the race.
I watched
Did you
Even
persuade
Stevens
them to
episode.
not
I
enter? Did you
don't
pressure
know
them
what
not
Even
to?
Steven
How
is.
did that happen?
I'm assuming it's
I mean, I'm very
another
grateful
Nickelodeon
to
show.
Councilmember Aviles and to former Assemblymember Yulin Liu that they have indicated that they will make it possible for there to be unity in the progressive lane in this race so that we can defeat Dan Goldman and have a Congress member who reflects the district. I've worked with both of them, with Alexa and Yulin, for years. They're strong progressives. We work together on housing, on immigration, on workers' rights, been out in the streets many times together. So I was in conversation with both of them. They were in conversation with lots of other people.
with Shia
their supporters and
LaBeouf.
allies.
I don't.
I feel like I'm in
The
best
earliest
position to
I remember
unify the
watching
district
anything of
and
his
win
was the
the
first
race,
Transformers.
which I was proud to enter it with the support of Zoran and Bernie and Elizabeth Warren and the Working Families Party, and really grateful that they are both making that unity possible, because that's what's going to be necessary to win.
And you do have endorsements from Zoran Mamdani, from Bernie Sanders, from Elizabeth Warren, swinging. In your announcement video, though, you also paid homage to the late, great Mr. Rogers, who preached this idea of love and care for your neighbours. You even sang his iconic tune at the end of the campaign video.
Yeah, now
We're
I'm
not
so
used
full
to
from
seeing
dinner.
this
LMAO.
softer
Nice.
side of politicians in campaign ads, which are normally more aggressive. What made you want to echo Mr. Rogers, and do you think that message is going to resonate in 2026?
There are very
I've
few
gotten
things in
great
life better
feedback on it.
than
few people
a
have said, "You look like
delicious,
Mr. Rogers,
fulfilling
but
dinner.
fights ICE and AIPAC. Empathy can be a superpower, but if you love your neighbors and then ICE agents got them, you don't just sing a song then, you show up fierce and fight back. In the mayor's race, I think honestly that we were trying to project an image
Yeah,
of
Red
me
Lobster. The portions
that
are good, but
looked
so much
tougher
food.
than
LOL.
maybe we thought New Yorkers thought I was. You know, running the city's a tough job. So we ran an ad of me crushing a Tesla, showing that I would fight back against Musk and Trump. And several people said to me, Brad, we've seen you be tough. We see you down in Special Plaza standing up to ICE agents. We've seen you pass legislation that Uber fought, that McDonald's fought, that Seamless fought, that corporate landlords fought. This jack toughness be who you are. And if I learned anything maybe from Zoran's campaign and just what's working in
Finished.
politics right
Oh,
now,
only half? Damn. Must have been a lot of food.
authentically who you are, and yeah, maybe that's who I am. It's like Mr. Rogers, but with a really strong backbone, willing to stand up and fight.
You mentioned the Zoran campaign, and I've interviewed a lot of people from the campaign, including his video team, who we had on the show not long ago. Are people from his campaign working on your campaign now?
They are, yes. Both the Fight Agency and Melted Solids, who were the big part of Zoran's video team, or the Fight Agency made that Mr. Rogers video. Solids is working with us. Getting people's attention. What I've said a few times is I spent the better part of a year and $8 million in the mayor's race, counting matching funds, trying mostly without any success to get people's attention. And then down the stretch, what it took was getting arrested, endorsing someone else for the office I was running for, and coming in a distant
Lobster tail, shrimp, and a huge piece of salmon. Nice.
I'm trying to use the team to break through.
I'm a sucker for a good lemon pepper salmon.
To get elected. Your team reported more than 2,000 donations on day one of your campaign, which is a pretty incredible feat. But how do you actually plan to go up against Dan Goldman, who has AIPAC on his side, presumably, is also rather conveniently an heir to the Levi Strauss fortune? We saw what AIPAC in particular did to Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush last year. Do you think they're going to do that to you?
I think they probably will, yes. Them running against a multimillionaire who could spend, a lot of his own money and who was backed by an AIPAC-funded super PAC when he won the race, as you say, against a split field of progressives 4 years ago. So it won't surprise me if they do that. But I think voters are fed up with that. Voters
we're going there tomorrow. Do you have a BJ's Brewhouse restaurant? That sounds familiar. I think I've seen one. I just can't remember where.
Seat in Congress, and especially now, 2+ years into Israel's genocide in Gaza, voters are tired of AIPAC playing in races, and in this district in particular, it's got a strong progressive majority. It went for Zoran in the primary and in the general election. So I've got my work cut out. I do need to raise money to make sure I could get the message out. But the mayor's race, the things I've shown, these folks know me. I've been organizing in this district for 3
they have incredible
decades. I represented in
Pizokis. What is a Pizoki?
And even before that, I worked for 15 years running 2 tenants' rights and other groups in the district. So we got a good base to build on, and I don't think Super PAC's lying about
So I'll come back to, you mentioned the Gaza genocide. I'll come to that in just a moment. But you recently told the New York Daily News about Dan Goldman, and I quote, "On Gaza we have some disagreements.
Their menu is hodgepodge of food, but it just meshes well. Isn't it like a sports bar?
Now, a lot of Goldman supporters and generally pundits, journalists, they were critical of you for that. They say, whatever you think about Dan Goldman, he's well known for being a fighter against Donald Trump. He famously was the lead counsel in the first impeachment inquiry against Donald Trump. Do you not agree with that?
I don't agree with that.
You gotta look it up, how it's an upscale bar. Gotcha.
And stronger fighters. And part of that is standing up to Trump. And not only with strongly worded letters or questions in the building in the House of Representatives, folks want leaders who are going to put their body on the line and go out and organize with their neighbors. And actually, in part, the Gaza issue, I think, is what makes it hard for Dan Goldman to organize with his neighbors. Part, he's just not an organizer. It's not his instinct to go out and be in the community. Last weekend, there were 120
Spend 100 there without blinking twice. Yeah, especially now. Shit's expensive.
Doing the organizing work with neighbors. But he had a district office on 9th Street.
Like, it's impossible when we take a trip to the grocery store to spend like, if we want to, like 4 or 5 days worth of food is like a minimum of $150. That's like without any extra. Like, if we don't even allow ourselves the opportunity to get like junk food, if it's just food for dinners. So absurd.
More about between Dan Goldman and me. But folks want a Democratic Party with a better foreign policy, with a vision of fighting authoritarians around the world, with a better economic policy. It's hard to project unrigging the system, confronting affordability issues.
Oh, you have 5 people to feed, so that adds up fast. Like, it's, I mean, even just recently, it's, I'd say, it's kind of one of those things where you don't really notice, like, your hair growing every day or your fingernails growing every day, but then all of a sudden, a few weeks later, you're like, oh crap, I gotta get this cut, right? That's kind of what these food prices have been doing. Like, week by week, I haven't really noticed much, but like, compared to, you know, just a few years ago, it's like, it's like 20 to, at least 25 to 50% more grocery bill.
Increase their investments in Elbit Systems, which is Israel's largest weapons manufacturer. How do you respond to New Yorkers who object to their public pension funds?
We like eating out because there's just 2 of us so often.
To exacerbate a genocide.
Yeah, it's not so bad if there's only 2 of you.
So for pension fund management, I've got a very
we go out to eat, like, to an actual restaurant, maybe
retirement savings of hundreds
I'd say 3 to 4 times a year.
And firefighters and social workers and school crossing.
Sometimes 5, because typically that's what we'll do for like one of our birthdays. We'll let whoever's birthday it is pick the restaurant and we'll go out to eat.
To protect the pensions. Now, that cuts both ways. Prior controllers had invested in Israel bonds.
Food quality grocery stores isn't that great either.
Any other countries,
better than fast food, or not fast food, but better than restaurant food, that's for sure.
First controller to do that in New York City, or I think
oh man, home cooked meal. My wife makes she'll make chicken Alfredo, but she'll bake it, and then she'll put like extra mozzarella in the pasta, so it's like really thick and creamy, or thick and stringy. It's better than anything at any Alfredo I've ever had. It's doesn't even compare.
To bring politics into kind of public pension investment. Correct me if I'm wrong. After Russia's invasion of Ukraine, did you push to divest public pension funds from Russian securities? Isn't that a double standard?
The restaurant food is good, but it's also more expensive because of that quality. No, dude, I'm telling you. I swear to you, like, even the most expensive quality restaurant does not compare to like a good home cooked meal. Not even close.
Those 2 things went together. Look, what fiduciary duty.
You could line up the most expensive Italian restaurant.
And in that case, the financial interest of not letting it evaporate in the Russian
and I'd still take my wife's Alfredo.
The political position that Russia's
without hesitation
Ukraine was hideous aligned, but the controller's job, and this is just different from a Congress member's job. In Congress, I will support the Block the Bombs Act. I'll co-sponsor it. I'll vote for it. I don't want to see U.S. weapons. I don't want to see us paying for those 2,000-pound bombs being dropped on Gaza's schools and hospitals. But as controller, I have that fiduciary duty, and it would have taken the vote of 75 pension trustees and getting something, you know.
Do you remember DLM, Dorothy Lane Market? Yeah. So overpriced. I will admit that it's like their quality was better than, like, you know, other grocery stores. Like, I will concede that, but it just, I didn't think that the significance of the value of the price increase was worth the quality increase. You know what I mean?
Behave differently to him when it comes to Israel and the ongoing genocide.
But we don't cook at home enough.
Yeah. So first, I certainly would not have voted to censure Congressman Rashida Tlaib for speaking up for human rights for Palestinians. And then recently, in recent days,
yeah, it sucks. Like, that's what, like, a lot of people don't understand about when they say, like, it's expensive to be poor. Like, it's not just money. It's not just extra money that you have to spend. You know, like, if you can only afford the cheap shoes don't last as long, so you end up buying more shoes and spending more over time. But, like, what they don't understand is, like, time is another factor that a lot of people don't understand. It comes back to the whole dinner thing, but like, if you can't afford like a vehicle, you have to ride the bus, and you know, a trip taking you like 20 minutes in your own vehicle will take you like 45 to an hour because you got to walk to the bus stop. It's got to take you along a specific route. You know what I mean? Like 24 hours for a person that has the means is not the same as 24 hours for a person that doesn't. You know what I mean? You save so much time by not having to cook your own food.
Public lightings, including with
they have an excellent pastry section though. Yeah, I remember a buddy of mine always getting like these cream-filled pastries. When he and I were roommates, he would bring he'd just come home with like 6 of them.
Is heartbreaking.
He loved that place. I think he still goes there actually.
Feel fear or frightened that by acting Jewish in public you might be subject to something like that. And Hanukkah, the whole point is to show that we're proud to be Jewish. I will say, watching a lot of courageous 43-year-old Muslim father and fruit stand entrepreneur, businessman, show more courage than I think I've ever seen to tackle one of the gunmen. At least made clear, like, the enemy is not Jews or Muslims or Christians. The enemy is violence and hate.
Yes. Oh, they have creme brulee. They have an awesome ceramic plate they serve it on. Maybe that's what it's. I don't remember what the pastry's called. It's like a flaky puff pastry that's like hollowed out with a bunch of like Boston cream or whatever the not the whipped cream. I don't remember what it is. But yeah, I do remember liking those a lot. But to be fair, I'll eat a cream-filled donut from Kroger if it's available. I like those kind of sweets anyway.
Literally calling for the expulsion of Muslims from the United States. Now she's not Jewish. Andrew Cuomo isn't Jewish. Eric Adams isn't Jewish.
No, it's not an eclair. It's like it's shaped more like a bowl.
Jewish, but they all are delighted.
And it's got like you like put a lid on it. Cream horns, maybe. I don't know. I know it's not. I know what an eclair is, and I know it's not that.
But really against inclusive multiracial democracy, which in my opinion is what best keeps Jews safe. So yeah, I mean, this happened a lot during the campaign. Andrew Cuomo went into a synagogue called Zoran, and Adrian Adams, the black speaker of the city council, and me, anti-Semitic, that brought out like my cursing Yiddish side, you know, get fucking go crap in the ocean, Andrew Cuomo. But it's frightening right now. It's frightening to see those anti-Semitic attacks and feel fear, and then it's frightening to see that anti-Semitism weaponized to try to squash any speech.
I'll have to look next time we go there. We don't go that often. Gotcha.
Safety and self.
Who knows? Who knows if they even still have them? That's all I remember.
You mentioned Randy Frank a couple of times. There hasn't been a call for a censure vote. Why is Hakeem Jeffries calling for
He should be. Democrats, I mean, they don't have a majority of the House, but they can introduce legislation. So, you know, I would encourage Speaker Jeffries. I would encourage Representative Goldman. I would encourage any Democrat to bring a censure motion and get co-sponsors and see. I mean, you know, there were 22 Democrats who voted for, not just signed on to, who voted to censure Congressman Lee. Let's see whether they will sponsor legislation to censure Representative.
Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries lead your party in the House and Senate. They're both fellow New York politicians. The base hates them. The poll shows more than 60% of Democrats want a change in the leadership of the party. Do you believe Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are the right leaders right now to fight back against Donald Trump and introduce a Republican?
Look, we've got time from now until next November to show what the Democratic Party can look like, how they can fight, what before the 2028 presidential race really picks up, and then presidential candidates will be the one who are speaking for the
Oh, we
party.
buy at the
So
groceries:
what I wanna
chips,
see till
snacks,
until
water,
then
milk.
from the leadership, but also from people who are
Hey, if
running
that's all
and
you need.
members is how are you going to stand up and fight Trump? Will you put your body on the line to protect your neighbors? Can you project a better economic vision? And how will you say hold us accountable? We
Those
need a
are good
Democratic
questions,
majority.
but you didn't answer mine. Do you believe Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are the right leaders to fight back against Donald Trump and MAGA in this moment?
Look, they're the leaders right now we have to fight back against Donald Trump. I do.
I hate it when they just can't answer the question. I hate that. Like,
Representatives, and I hope to be able to
stand
have
on
my
your
first
principles.
vote in
Just
Congress
answer
in
the question.
January of 2027.
I hate the grocery
be
store, to be
make
honest.
him speaker, but we also need a
I hate
Congress
having
that
to do
will be
grocery
bolder,
shopping.
that
I don't
holds
necessarily
itself
hate the grocery
accountable, that
stores.
holds its leadership accountable. The base is angry, and with good reason. Our democracy is precarious because our people are precarious, and they're pissed off, and we have to do better. And that isn't just fighting against Trump. That is fighting against a rigged economy and giving people some reason to believe that the Democratic Party is on their side. And will
Their food
actually
quality needs
deliver
such
for them.
improvement.
It's a big challenge.
Brad Lander, running for Congress in New York's 10th District. Thank you so much for your time.
Really appreciate it, Maddie. Thank you.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications for exclusive content and to support our independent,
All right, guys, so the conservatives are up to their dirty tricks again. And unfortunately, they got an assist from a liberal here, too. I think it was Sam Stein who helped spread this smear. And fucking shame on him for doing that. But let me walk you through
Liberty
it.
Twitcher,
So
I don't think the
Jacob
U.S.
Blair
hates
says,
Muslim. No, I
Bernie
didn't say the
Sanders
U.S.
killed
I
a
said the
bill to help
government.
pediatric cancer
But people are
patients.
just concerned about the
Why?
bad ones.
For leverage.
No,
He should
it's
be
the
ashamed
government.
of himself.
Just
So
to
this guy says
clarify,
this. Again,
I don't
Sam
believe it's
Stein
the
helped
people.
spread the smear. And JD Vance quote tweets that just
Obviously,
really
there are some people,
disgraceful.
like white
So now, what
supremacists
actually happened?
that do.
I hope you're sitting down because what you're gonna
But
realize
generally
is these
speaking,
people are
I think it's a
completely
very
utterly
small
full of shit,
minority.
and they don't tell the truth, right? Here we go. So as Evan points out,
Compared to my cousin's
here's
food
what
quality in
happened.
Europe, it's
Elon
a
Musk
shame we allow our
got
food to be.
several
Yeah,
pediatric cancer provisions killed
this is
in
true.
a bill in December 2024.
Our
Republicans
food,
didn't say
U.S.
shit.
food is
They are
basic,
now putting
basic bitch food.
one of the provisions back.
It can be
that Elon
spiced up
killed.
to be pretty good,
Bernie is demanding, no. Put them all back. Put them
but it
all
takes a little
back.
bit of effort.
That's what they're smearing him for.
Yeah. Anyway,
This is all
the
trying to
Liberty Twitcher.
undo
Yeah, just want to be
Elon's
sure it's
actions.
clarified that
That's
I'm
all it
talking
is.
about the U.S.
Bernie's
government,
saying, yeah, you took
like
out
foreign
5 good
policy
provisions.
specifically.
You killed 5 good provisions and you put one back in, and then you're going to chastise me. for
There's
for
no
not voting
reason
for the one.
to
I'm
hate
telling you,
other
put
people.
all
Oftentimes,
5
the
back
pure
in.
fact of ignorance, and it's
So
a shame.
what's one of the other ones? I
Yeah,
read
like,
more
there's,
about this. One of the other ones is free clinics.
Hold on.
Free clinics. They're trying to kill.
There's been lots of studies done. Whoops. That show that people who travel tend to be less bigoted than those who do not.
Free clinics. And so I could easily flip this back on JD Vance and be accurate to say, why are you in favor of killing the free clinics? What you want more people to die? You want more people to get sick? You want
But the
more people
reason
to have no health?
I made that
your
title is
administration
because they
literally made it so up to
they bombed
742
several
rural households are
locations
gonna
in
shut down because of
I think it
your
was
fucking stupid
Nigeria
Medicaid
yesterday.
cuts. And I'm supposed to accept you virtue signaling? Like you're the one that's in favor of pediatric cancer research? You guys cut pediatric cancer research. By the way, not just with the bill that we're talking
You know,
about here,
the
which
peace
Elon
president,
helped kill.
the
But
president
who
that was going to
goes
bring
and
peace
wants to vote?
to
They
the
illegally
world,
cut pediatric cancer research.
bombed another
They
country.
as Evan pointed out, they
U.S.
said
is fault for portraying
absolutely
Muslims in countries'
nothing.
culture they find a threat to
Nothing
behavior. That shit
about
is
that.
unacceptable.
Nothing.
You know, it's like
So
there
now,
has been
here we
terrible
are.
things happening in Nigeria. They're
They've
slaughtering
already
innocent
done
people.
all of the horrible things
Well,
you can imagine.
the
And
thing
what
is,
do they have to do? They have
what
to
they don't. The problem I
make
have.
up
This is true.
what Bernie is doing,
They
twist
are.
it in
There
order
are
to
groups
smear
that
him
are
to try to
slaughtering
pretend. Who in their
people.
right mind is going to believe?
People in Nigeria. This is true. There are Islamic extremist groups that are harming people in Nigeria. But the part that frustrates me the most is what they don't tell you is that the overwhelming majority of people that are killed by Islamic extremist groups are Muslims. You know what I mean? But they'll focus, what they do is they focus on, you know, the small minority of incidents where like Christians or Jews are targeted. and they run with that and they use it as an excuse. And another thing they fail to mention is where they will not spend any time talking about where these groups are getting their weapons supply from, right? So their weaponry, these extremist groups, their weapons are coming from countries like Qatar, for example. And where does Qatar get most of its weapons from? From us. So we are indirectly supplying these groups that are killing all these innocent people. Because you got to keep in mind, like, the U.S. has not been capable of breaking away from this like colonial mindset, right? Colonial capitalist. So you have private companies, especially like, you know, the really extremely like wealthy ones. They profit off of instability. Look at how desperate the Trump administration is to cause a problem in Venezuela? Because they want access to the country's natural resources. And like, why do you think they back Israel even though all the bad shit that they're doing? Because it creates instability in the region so that they could profit off of those resources. And it's no different here. You know? They could very easily support the legitimate government and help to they could support the legitimate government, which allies itself with the US and Israel, actually. They could choose to do that, and that would actually, a more stable governing system would actually decrease the incidence of the violence of these extremist groups, because they wouldn't have as strong of a recruiting tactic. But no, instead, they kind of leave them alone, with the exception of being an indirect supplier of the weapons of those groups. The U.S. is at fault for portraying groups they think as a threat in a bad light. Continue to promote this negativity. So there are violent groups that deserve to be, I don't want to say targeted, not like, there are extremist groups, violent extremist groups that deserve to, like, they need to be paid attention to. And like, how can we reduce their power? How can we reduce their influence? It's just that we already know from Vietnam and from Iraq and from Afghanistan, we know for a fact that we can't bomb extremist groups out of existence. If it's a stronger recruiting tactic. And plus, even when they do bring attention to these extremist groups, they never tell the whole story. They never say like who's the most harmed by these groups. They never say like, where are these groups receiving their money? Where are these groups receiving their weapons? They never go into enough details to give people in the U.S. The full picture. We can't stop 50 people being shot every week in Chicago, so how could we control things in Nigeria? So it's not that we could control things. I'm not saying that we should even try to control things. However, if we were to go to Qatar and say, what the hell, bug just landed on me. If we were to tell Qatar, if you keep sending your weapons, the weapons that we are giving you, if you keep sending them to these extremist groups in Nigeria, then we're going to stop supplying you military weaponry. The U.S. could do that. However, the companies that profit off of these weapons sales to Qatar, they would never allow that to happen. So they have too much influence. These defense contractors have too much influence in our government, you know, through lobbying and so on and so forth. And the revolving door policies of, like, you have people leaving Congress to go be on a board at, like, what is it, like Boeing and what's another one? Harris. Like, there's just too much influence. But the U.S. could, again, in the same way that they indirectly control the instability of that region because of Qatar giving them weapons, the weapons that we give Qatar, they could indirectly improve the stability of the region if we said, Qatar, hey, we're not giving you shit. But again, the U.S. government doesn't care about people with darker skin killing each other. They really don't. If they did, we would have stopped giving Israel weapons a long time ago, in violation of our own laws, I might add.
Oh yeah, Bernie Sanders, and this is the way Sam Stein framed it too, because he's a dishonest hack. He goes, the one person blocking. Really? That's how you're going to describe this? That's how you're going to describe this? The one person blocking this pediatric cancer funding? That's such
Not to mention all the USAID cuts.
The Republicans are legislative terrorists, and you just fucking...
So imagine if you...
You absolute hack. So
if you use soft power influences like aid, like medical aid,
well, not only did they
and
cut pediatric cancer research,
you stop supplying, you stop being an indirect supplier of the extremist groups, then that could legitimately lead to better control. Like, we would actually have a more controlled ally if we did that.
They cut the nuclear safety officials and FEMA and the Department of Education. They fired 83,000 veterans. They cut half the Social Security offices. They fired 200.
But the thing is the government doesn't necessarily want control.
Cut the food safety inspectors.
It's the
they disband the
it's the defense contractors, the private companies.
They cut the air traffic controllers at a time when planes were
the people that want to go in and strip mine, you know,
they cut scientific research and medical research,
dozens of square miles of minerals.
Where millions
you know what
are
I mean?
now going to die because of their cuts, and these people have the nerve to turn around and go, "Can you believe Bernie Sanders cutting that funding for pediatric cancer?" Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is a shameless, disgusting, vile smear. These are liars. These are con men. These are grifters. J.D. Vance knows he's lying. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He was cheering on Elon Musk when he was crusading and rampaging with Doge, illegally cutting every positive thing the government does. He supports, oh yes, we're doing cost-cutting techniques. This is efficiency. It is efficient to cut pediatric cancer research. And now here we are. Now he's virtue signaling like it's the opposite. Oh, like, oh, Bernie and the Democrats are the ones. All right, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Put in all the provisions that this fucking soon-to-be trillionaire asshole pulled out. Trillionaire con man, put back in all the provisions that he pulled out and shut the fuck up. I've had enough of these people, man. I've had enough. Who do they think they're kidding? They're always on this anti-government crusade trying to end all the good things it does, and here they act like, well, obviously we were in favor. No, you're not. You weren't in favor of pediatric cancer research. Fucking of course you weren't. Then why'd you guys cut it? Then why'd you guys cut it? My God. Like, this is one of the things that I've been struggling with recently is how do we deal with, as a movement, how do we deal with the fact that the other side are literal demons? They are actually Satan. They are actually the devil. That it doesn't bother them one bit to just lie. It doesn't bother them one bit to just straw man. It doesn't bother them one bit to just take something totally out of context and twist it. I literally don't know how to deal with that. I don't know how to deal with that. That's why you see me crashing out on these people all the fucking time, because it's like, all I have left is just raw anger. That's all I have left. Like, I've hit a boiling point with these people. I'm so fucking sick of it. I'm so sick of it. Like, they delivered the big bullshit bill, which is going to close up to 742 hospitals, is going to kick 18 million people off Medicaid. They didn't extend the Obamacare subsidies, which means health insurance premiums are going to double, triple, and quadruple, and sometimes more than that. And here he is pretending like, can you believe these cuts that Bernie's doing? Like, shut the fuck up. Shut up, you pudgy eyeliner-wearing ass bitch. Shut up. It's enough already. So anyway, that's what's happening on this Christmas. Bernie is getting the one decent senator, right? The best one we got is being smeared as if he's the problem and he's the one that's standing against pediatric cancer research, when he's the one who's trying to save it, and also the free clinics and also the other good provisions that were killed by the fucking trillionaire that you assholes illegally let run the government. God, I hate him so much. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that.
You went to Gaza in January of 2024. Now you've just returned from a second trip in November. What did you see this time around? Has the quote-unquote ceasefire stopped the annihilation?
Mehdi, I did not see a ceasefire. I cared for patients with new shrapnel injuries, new gunshot wounds every day. These two children saw a can of food sitting on the road. The Israeli soldiers had rigged this can of food with an explosive.
What is it like being an American in Gaza knowing that you're from a country that's made all of this happen?
One of the other local doctors had mentioned to me, he said, you know, Irfan, we've been bombed into the Stone Ages.
Israel can always say, shrapnel, bombs going off, the kids weren't the targets, they're collateral damage.
Deliberate
but sniper
targeting.
shots.
Correct, this is deliberate targeting of individuals.
No good comes from the Woodalls. Never forget Belen Harbor.
Despite Donald Trump's so-called ceasefire, the genocide in Gaza continues to unfold as Palestinian families pull dozens and dozens of bodies from the rubble. The Israeli military has attacked Gaza almost daily during this so-called ceasefire, killing nearly 400 Palestinians since the October deal was done, demolishing over 1,500 buildings too, including inside safe zones. Aid groups say that Israel is allowing only a fraction of what is supposed to go into Gaza, with Oxfam calling it a systematic obstruction that's turned winter storms into a deadly crisis. Heavy rain is flooding camps, destroying people's belongings, collapsing buildings, and has left more than 1 million people in need of shelter assistance, according to the UN. Dr. Irfan Galaria is an American doctor, a plastic surgeon who just returned last month from his second trip volunteering in Gaza's hospitals since October the 7th, 2023. And he joins me now. Thank you so much for coming on the show, Irfan. You went to Gaza in January of 2024. You penned a very powerful op-ed in the LA Times about your trip. You wrote at the time that what you saw was not war, it was annihilation. Now you've just returned from a second trip in November. What did you see this time around? Has the quote-unquote ceasefire stopped the annihilation?
Maybe I did not see a ceasefire. On the first day when I was there, I talked to one of the local plastic surgeons, and I asked him quite naively, said, has things changed, or are things still very difficult in the ceasefire? And he said to me, he goes, Irfan, things are not difficult, they're impossible. Although the frequency of attacks has decreased, the attacks have continued regularly. I heard bombs, I heard gunfire. I cared for patients with new shrapnel injuries, new gunshot wounds every day. As a matter of fact, in the last couple days that I was there, November 18th or 19th, the intensity of the attacks actually were increasing. So the fires, the gunfire was continuing. You know, the one story I'd like to share with you and to your listeners is it's important to really keep the Israeli military's brutality in perspective. Actually, the very first patient or patients I was asked to see at the Al-Shifa hospital were two twins. They were 6-year-old brother and sisters, Yahya and Nabila. And I was called to see them because of injuries that they had sustained. They were returning back to their homes after this, quote, ceasefire was called with their families. They were going to explore the rubble, see if there's items that they could salvage. These two children saw a can of food sitting on the road, and they walked up to it, and they crouched down on the other side. The Israeli soldiers had rigged this can of food with an explosive. And when they reached down to pick it up, the can exploded. They sustained significant injuries. Nabila, when I saw her, she had a piece of gauze over her abdomen. When I removed it, there was a wound through her abdomen where I could see literally her small intestines. All the flesh on the left side of her body, from her buttocks down to her leg, was all exposed. She was missing a third of her leg bone. Yahya also had similar injuries. He was missing all of the flesh on the right side of his body, his lower extremities. His lower bones, leg bones, were all exposed like a skeleton.
And what were you able to do in that situation?
When I saw them, they were about ready to amputate both of those, the legs of both of those children. And that's what I did during the 2 weeks of first saw them, I shared some of my Jolly Ranchers that I had, and I put it next to them, beside them on the bed. And while the mother was telling me the story, I saw Yahya with his left hand. It looked like he was playing or fumbling with the candy, and it wasn't quite sure what was happening. It took me a few seconds to register what was going on. And then it occurred to me that Yahya's right hand was amputated. And so this child was struggling to try to even unwrap this candy.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zateo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
So this war is still continuing, and the people are still suffering. You know, one of the other local doctors had mentioned to me, he said, you know, Irfan, we've been bombed into the civilians. And I think that's also important to keep into perspective where the Palestinian people are. So even if the ceasefire was actually taking place, even if there is a return to, quote, normalcy, these people are still suffering. They have no electricity. They're living in tents. They don't have access to water. I saw them. They're actually going to vehicles collecting drinking water from these vehicles.
And they're now getting hit by storms as well.
Correct.
You mentioned the bombastic statements on the line of Benny Gantz, when he was head of the Israeli military, running for office and bragging that he was one of the people who served Gaza in a previous war back to the Stone Age. The line the Israelis used proudly. You've been going to Gaza for many years. I believe you went first time in 2009.
Correct.
So we're, 16 years later. What does Gaza look like today compared to 2009 when it was being bombed?
Well, when I went in 2009, it was right after the ceasefire was called for Operation Cast Lead. So there was an attack, clearly not at the level and intensity that we saw here now. I'll give you one example that's interesting, is that when I was there in 2009, I was working at the Shifa Hospital, and they had a wing for a hospital for specialty surgery, and that was under construction at the time. This time when I came back, the Shifa Hospital and that specialty hospital had been blown out and obliterated. You know, to your point, Mandy, that even before this war, the people of Gaza have been struggling. There's been, as we're all aware, the embargo, the constant attacks, the constant oppression, the squeeze.
So you mentioned the blowing up of parts of the Shifa Hospital. Last year, you recounted the struggle operating in a, quote, healthcare system that has utterly collapsed, you said, in conditions that would be unthinkable in the US, you said. You described performing amputations using a Civil War era tool, barbed wire, essentially. Again, you go back now, nearly 2 years later, what kind of materials do you have now? What kind of equipment is there now? How hard was it to do these surgeries versus January 2024?
Yeah, it's still a considerable struggle. You know, there's still a lack of resources, medical equipment, and even frankly, physicians. A lot of physicians left when they had the opportunity to at the beginning of the war.
And a lot of them being killed, as we documented in our film.
Yes, a lot of them have been killed, a lot of them, and a lot of them still are caring for their families, providing water, and so forth. So what I saw was a healthcare system that was still struggling. And I'll give you some personal examples. One example is when we take people back for surgery, we put a breathing tube down their throat to administer anesthesia. They didn't have any extra equipment. So these breathing tubes that they were using, they would simply take out of one patient, rinse it in water, that's not even drinkable at sterile, and then reuse it again in the next patient. There was no sterile equipment. I was caring for patients in the emergency room, suturing them up. They didn't have what's called needle drivers, forceps, even scissors to cut the suture. So it's still considerable.
So this supposed ceasefire was supposed to see a surge of aid, a phrase that Western politicians use. That was what was going to happen once the fighting stopped. That hasn't happened. You know, there were over 100 rejected aid requests in the first month after the ceasefire for blankets, winter clothes, sanitation supplies, things that I'm sure harm Israeli soldiers, this kind of nonsense they say. What about medical supplies? Are they getting it? I remember talking to you and other doctors who've been into Gaza since October 2023, and they told me many times that you weren't allowed to take things in your suitcase, things were getting stopped. Did that happen this time?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's restrictions as even though some doctors are allowed entry, we're only allowed to take personal items. So we're essentially handcuffed, right? We're allowed to go into Gaza, but we don't have the equipment to actually perform the surgeries and to help the patients as we need to. For example, in some hospitals, the orthopedic surgeons were saying they didn't have the tools to basically fix bones. A lot of the places, they didn't have x-ray machines to be able to imagine them. Yeah, so
I remember Dr. Mark was telling me about having to leave a drill bit inside a child's arm.
Yes.
Just horrific. In terms of the actual healthcare system, Israel still imprisons over 80 doctors and nurses from Gaza, killed hundreds of healthcare workers over the last 2 years. What is life like for the healthcare workers you met who are still working there, surviving there, bravely trying to help their people, their doctors and nurses?
Yeah, you know, this was a very unique opportunity for me this time because I was there for almost 3 weeks, and I actually had an opportunity to, how should I say, live amongst Palestinian people. I ate food with them, I took walks with them, I met, spoke to local vendors, and so I really got to know them. I'll give you the story of one of the plastic surgeons who I worked with very closely. He had to walk 50 minutes every day to the hospital. He said there's no roads, there's still rubble blocking him, there's no transportation really readily available for him. When he goes home, I saw him one day carrying cardboard boxes and plastic bottles back. He said, I need this to help fuel the fire for our home to keep our tent warm. So the doctors there are very exhausted. You know, they've been struggling without the adequate support that they need in terms of medical equipment and medical support. And they're really, they're pushed to the edge.
And they themselves are suffering from what every other Palestinian is suffering from. The malnutrition, the lack of food, the lack of heating.
Correct. And through this, they're fighting through this to help support their people.
You said you were able to live amongst Palestinians. You were there for nearly 3 weeks. Obviously, you're a brown Muslim man. You're also an American citizen. What is it like being an American in Gaza, knowing that you're from a country that's made all of this happen? That you're from a country where we pay tax dollars that pays for Israel to bomb these hospitals?
Right. Well, I think in two fronts. From their perspective, they embraced me and welcomed me, regardless of my background or the country I'm from.
How do you feel?
It was difficult, and it was a struggle. You know, it was very bitter knowing, for example, that I'm sitting here caring for patients that literally were caused, their injuries were caused by support from my government, my people, and weapons. And it was difficult to really understand and embrace that reality.
Have you been able to speak to any? I know when you came back last time, you managed to speak to some American politicians. You did some media.
I sense that
Have you been able to do that this time? Is anyone still
I
interested in
project-
Gaza and Washington,
yes.
D.C.?
If you
Not
fail to
yet.
solve the
I have
puzzle,
not this time.
spin
I
around
have
rails now.
between
How
these
yes.
two trips.
If you fail to
there is
solve
an
it,
interest,
spin
but there's
around
also a
rails,
lack
spin a
of
carrot. She is the eldest
a
and
lack of
most
real
powerful
engagement.
spinner.
To be
How
very
does
honest,
you-
maybe
yes.
I think as
Each has
you
a home
and many of your
surrounding it.
listeners know that there's very strong political influences, and I think after 2 years, it's hard to really break through those.
Even amongst supporters of the Palestine struggle, there's been a Gaza fatigue.
Yes.
It's just human nature.
Yeah, and I would say, especially since the ceasefire, quote, ceasefire was called, there's a level of complacency that is sunk
it's over
right?
now.
Right. There's an understanding that the struggle, the conflict is over, and
Which is why
people
it was
are
so
returning
important
back.
for you to go now, post-ceasefire. We appreciate you taking these risks and going out there, and we appreciate you coming to talk to us. You got a lot of pushback last year in your LA Times op-ed when you wrote about a very striking image. You said, on one occasion, a handful of children, all about ages 5 to 8, were carried to the emergency room by their parents, all had single sniper shots to the head. That was one of the first times that doctors have talked about seeing that. Many other American, British, Canadian doctors supported you, said they saw the same thing. Dr. Feroz Sidwa, who's we've worked with closely at Mateo, published an op-ed in the New York Times with the actual imagery, which people said was fake. The New York Times had to come out and say, no, it's not fake. That is a picture of that is an X-ray image of a bullet in a child's head. Is that still the worst single thing you've seen in Gaza?
That in particular, that moment was especially tragic, right? I mean, since then I've been exposed to my 3 trips, a lot of really horrific, barbaric, demonic things. You know, for example, like these children picking up a can of food. Almost on a daily basis, you're seeing children shot or with shrapnel injuries. So, but that incident
The
was
sniper shots is very different, right? Because
Yeah,
Israel can always say shrapnel, bombs going off. The kids weren't the target. They've let them down. But
deliberate
sniper
targeting.
shots.
Correct. This is deliberate targeting of individuals. And as you mentioned, multiple doctors, dozens, scores of doctors and teams since I've been there have witnessed the same action, right? So this is really a systemic effort to target these children.
I mentioned that you'd been there in 09, and we talked about 09 versus 2025. You've also volunteered in other humanitarian crises, war zones. You visited Haiti, for example, in 2010, I know, after a devastating earthquake there. You've been to multiple war zones across the Middle East and beyond. How does Gaza compare to all the other places you've been to?
Yeah, I think Gaza was probably the most difficult situation that I've ever seen. One is because this is, primarily a man-made tragedy, of course. Two is, I've seen conflicts before, but I've seen opportunities where people involved in those conflicts were able to escape or leave, or where people were able to bring aid and help. And both of those are not really possible here in Gaza, right? As we all know, these people are literally locked into this region. And with the red zones and the yellow zones, the spaces that they have is actually even more narrow and more limited. So it's been especially difficult to witness that we can't provide help to these people and the innocent people aren't able to really escape.
In your op-ed last year, you recounted this sense of impending doom as you left Gaza. The sound of bombs, and drones, and machine guns were louder than when you had arrived, you said. I wonder, how did you feel on your last day this time, leaving Gaza?
It was very interesting, Mehdi. My personal reaction was very different coming back from this trip than it was the trip before in January. The first time, what resonated with me was, how should I describe, the worst of humanity. Right, I saw these tragic assaults, children being targeted, the drones. That's what resonated with me, and that's what I kind of carried with me. I told my wife the first time I went was to help the people of Gaza. This time I needed to go for me because I just felt a tremendous amount of guilt after what I saw. This time, what resonated with me is what I call the best of humanity. I was really able to connect and see the resilience of the Palestinian people. I was also able to appreciate, just their strength and their understanding. There's a phrase in Arabic called alhamdulillah, which they use regularly, which means praise be to God. And for someone who's been oppressed, people who've actually literally had to bury their children and are living in these difficult circumstances, for them to utter the phrase, praise be to God, really is a powerful statement. And it gave me inspiration, and that's what I've come back with.
Really does fill all of us with hope in these dark times. Last question, do you plan to go back?
I would love to go back. One thing that many people aren't aware, that the Israeli government is putting in severe restrictions on how many doctors can go. And even then, the numbers of doctors that they're preliminary approving, about 60, 70% of them, and what I've seen recently, are being rejected. So I hope to have the opportunity to go back and help.
I hope you get that chance. I hope you can stay safe. Dr. Irfan Galaria, thank you for doing what you do, and thank you for coming on the show today.
Thank you, Mehdi. You've been a considerable champion for the people of Palestine. You've gone through many personal and professional challenges and struggles, and I pray that God gives you continued success.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. For exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism, head over to Zeteo.com. Support matters.
All right, y'all. So people are talking about it, and so we got to talk about it too. We got to talk about it. So Boston Small says he's in the show a lot today. Shout out to this guy. Bro is 100% coked out. That's a man who's been hitting the slopes. So the speculation is that Marco Rubio, or as now how everybody on the internet is referring to him, is Narco Rubio. Narco Rubio here is in full Miami mode. He's in full Miami mode, and you're about to see he's got all sorts of fucking sniffs and twitches and touching and moving and this and that. And it looks like he might be into some of that booger sugar, y'all. That's what it looks like. So let's take a look, and then we'll do our little diagnosis.
Yes, sir. Vladimir Putin today.
I thought you were introducing yourself.
No, no.
I'm Vladimir.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Vladimir
What
Putin.
What are you doing here?
Nick Schifrin, PBS NewsHour. Vladimir Putin had his own end-of-year press conference.
Okay, so that lip thing that he just did, how he went like, that's a coke thing. That's a cocaine thing. Another thing that's a cocaine thing is called jawing, where you chew a lot, like you move your jaw a lot. That's called jawing.
Could be Adderall.
And if you look closely at the beginning, watch this.
Yes, sir. Vladimir Putin.
Oh, what's that?
The nose thing. That's also a
man.
coke thing. So we were only how many seconds in? 15, something like that. And I already saw two signs. Two signs. And if you look at the eyes too, the eyes are looking a little cokey too.
Yes, sir. Vladimir Putin. Today,
Sign one.
I thought you were introducing yourself.
No, no.
I'm Vladimir.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Vladimir.
Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Okay. That's sign two.
What are you doing here?
Nick Schifrin, PBS NewsHour. Vladimir Putin had his own end-of-year
tongue thing. 3. That we're 13 seconds in. There's already 3 signs.
Press
Today?
conference today.
Oh, he's trying to step on my message.
Yeah. His went, I think, 4 hours. So we.
He keeps doing it. He keeps doing all the Coke stuff, the Coke mouth stuff.
Oh, he's trying to step on my message.
Yeah. His went, I think, 4 hours. So we got at least 3 hours. And he said he was willing to end the war in Ukraine.
I bet you he didn't do it in Spanish.
He did not.
All right.
No,
my
he
God.
said he was willing
Damn,
to end the war in
Marco.
Ukraine based on principles he had outlined.
Can't stop himself
last
from
summer,
talking.
And that included a complete Ukrainian withdrawal from 4 regions.
Yeah, the fidgetiness, the mouth stuff. Yeah, this is they're onto something.
Which are not occupied by Russia. Recognition of
He can't stop. He can't stop with the mouth. I'm beginning to be convinced.
Russian territory in Ukraine and the complete lifting of sanctions. That goes beyond some of the recent conversations he's been having. The Ukraine Putin is serious about peace, and is the U.S. willing to recognize occupied Russian territory?
Look, I think ultimately there is what people say, and I'm not claiming that that's not his position. I'm just saying there's what people say, and then in the end, we're not going to base our approach to finding peace here on the basis simply of what people are saying. We're going to base it on what people are willing to agree to, what countries are willing to agree to. Our role is very simple. We try to understand what the Russian position, how much can they give, and what do they have to have. We understand the Ukrainian position. We try to find whether those two things can overlap. Maybe that happens this week. Maybe that happens next month. Maybe that's not ready for a few months. That's not up to us. That's up to the two sides. In the end, it's up to them to make a deal. We can't force Ukraine to make a deal. We can't force Russia to make a deal. They have to want to make a deal. The role we're trying to play is a role of figuring out whether there's any overlap here that they can agree to. And that's what we've invested a lot of time and energy and continue to do so. That may not be possible. I hope it is. I hope it can get done this month before the end of the year. I want it to end as soon as possible. I know the president is deeply committed to helping it end.
Yeah, so also the super talkative, that's also that's Cokie. That is very Cokie. The thing he was doing at the beginning where he's like, I thought you said you were Vladimir Putin. And like joking around, being very talkative. Cokie.
I know this, though. We're the only ones that can do it. If we were not involved, no one would be talking to both sides.
I don't know, man. Y'all tell me. I will say the one thing that was missing for get me to actually pound the gavel is something that we saw in a debate between Trump and Hillary back in 2016. Do you guys remember this? There was a debate where Trump could not stop sniffing. He was doing that the whole debate. In fact, here, I'm going to play it for you. Watch this. Notice there are no repeats. Each clip is timestamped. View the video description for a link to the source video. So this is all the sniffs, and none of these are repeats. Here we go. This is a super giveaway of Coke. The touching the nose and that is a super giveaway of Coke, because it feels like there's a drip, like you're about to have stuff drip out of your nose any minute when after you do Coke, and so you try to keep it in there, and you're also touching your nose all the time like this. You're jawing a little bit. You're doing the mouth thing. So Rubio had a bunch of the signs. This is the only one that was missing. This one.
That's why I think it might be Adderall instead of Coke.
Also, notice the cotton mouth. Notice the cotton mouth too. I'm saying, man, I see it. Now, the question is, too, about this Trump thing, like, what was it for him? Was he snorting Adderall? Was he snorting... I know that there was a particular version of Sudafed, the UK version, which had an upper in it that had been taken out of the US version, and he would pop that upper, that Sudafed. He had a whole drawer full of those Sudafeds. Does he crush them up and snort them? Did he crush them up and snort Adderall? You have the people who used to work with him on The Apprentice. There's some of them came forward and said he's an Adderall addict. He's a speed addict. That's what they said. Oh my god.
Okay, enough. So creepy.
The other thing is, y'all, uppers, like if you snort Adderall or do cocaine or any like big upper, they're vasoconstrictors. So they make it so your blood flow is not as good. So like, you know, your extremities could get cold easier, your hands could get cold easier, right? Stop and think about that for a second. Donald Trump has chronic venous insufficiency in his legs. Yeah, those giant cankles. Why? Because his blood circulation was bad. Now that could easily be just because he's fucking nearly 80 years old, right? It could easily be because of that. Because he's 80 years old and he's kind of overweight, and that alone would make it. But it is fair to say, if you do a bunch of uppers all the time, your circulation would be really bad. And so, like, that could be evidence of that as well. And this certainly here, the sniff, 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 sniff. I mean, again, look at this. And that is not, like, that's not normal, right? He didn't have a cold. There was no blowing his nose. This is not normal. This didn't, and other times weren't this bad, right? Like, it really looks like, allegedly, what could have happened is he was about to go out there for the debate. He knew everything was on the line. This was the debate where he brought Bill Clinton's accusers and put them in the audience, because this was after the I grab him by the pussy, I don't even wait thing dropped. And so he knew his whole campaign was on the ropes. He knew he had to perform. Could he have been like, let me snort a little Adderall up in this bitch, and then I'll go out there and really freak it? That's certainly in the realm of possibility. Fucking Cottonmouth. Got Cottonmouth to the max. Sniffing to the max. So, I will say, what's missing from the Rubio clip is Cottonmouth. Although he's doing the lip thing. But what's missing is the sniffing. We'll go with that. What's missing is the sniffing. Everything else, there are plenty other signs, though. One more time. Here we go.
Vladimir Putin today.
Grabbing the nose.
I thought you were introducing yourself.
No.
Too talkative.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Vladimir.
Look at his eyes. His eyes are like that.
What are you doing here?
Nick Schifrin, PBS NewsHour. Vladimir Putin had his own end-of-year...
Licking, doing the tongue thing.
Today?
Yeah.
Today.
There's a lot here.
Oh, he's trying to step on my message.
Yeah. His went, I think, 4 hours, so we got at least...
Want to drink a lot of water, too. That's another sign.
And he said he was willing to end the war in Ukraine.
I bet you he didn't do it in Spanish.
He did not.
All right.
Oh my God, what freaking weirdo.
No, it's right. He said he was willing to end the war in Ukraine based on principles he had outlined last summer, and that included a complete Ukrainian withdrawal from 4 regions, most of which was not occupied by Russia,
twitchy tongue thing,
recognition of occupied Russian territory in Ukraine, and the complete lifting of sanctions. That goes beyond some of the recent conversations you've been having. So do you think Putin is serious about peace, and is the U.S. willing to recognize occupied Russian territory in Ukraine?
Look, I think ultimately there is what people say, and I'm not claiming that that's not his position. I'm just saying there's what people say and then what people do. In the end, we're not going to base our approach to finding peace here on the basis simply of what people are saying. We're going to base it on what people are willing to agree to, what countries are willing to agree to. Our role is very simple.
Super talkative, too. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you tell me. You tell me. I mean, it's about in the same category as the Trump sniffathon, I would say, where it's like, yeah, probably. I can't pound the gavel, but I could go, yeah, probably. I can see it. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now.
The heck?
You know you want to. All right,
Steal
so
anything?
As we talked about the other day, Hunter Biden went on Sean Ryan's podcast, and it was really interesting to see because, you know, this is his first time. I mean, he had done Andrew Callahan's show, and that was awesome. But this is his first time sort of, I guess, stepping outside of the media that was more sympathetic, right? Like, to go on Sean Ryan's show. I don't know much about this Sean Ryan guy, but, you know, he's not Andrew Callahan. You know what I'm saying? He's not like a liberal guy or a left-wing guy. And so it's kind of like Rogan-adjacent type podcast. And so for him to go in there was, you know, he's rolling the dice a little bit. But Hunter showed up and he did his thing, and man, he had some moments. So when he talked about Trump being on the Epstein list, woo, buddy, we covered that one yesterday. Go check that out if you haven't seen it. But he did not hold back. He basically was just calling Trump a pedophile. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But here is Hunter Biden, and this is where he unloads on Jared Kushner. And he does it because, you know, he feels like, well, I was under the fucking microscope like nobody's business. Everybody knew every single thing about my life. They knew when I farted and when I took a shit and who I fucked in 2007 and everything, right? But somehow Jared Kushner, he gets a fucking pass. He gets a pass. And, you know, it's sort of fucked up because, you know, Hunter literally had drug problems. Like, he was an addict. He was dealing with addiction. And Jared Kushner, he might not be an addict, but his corruption is like 1,000 times as egregious as Hunter's corruption, and that's not even close. It's not even close. So here he is, and he explodes on Kushner and the corruption. Here we go.
They're building towers in Saudi Arabia. They're building towers in the UAE. They're building golf courses, residential properties in Qatar. They're building on government property that they bought through Jared Kushner's private equity fund, a government-owned island in Albania. And that's just the tip.
I didn't even know some of them. I didn't even know some of that. And I cover this stuff like nobody's business. I know it more than anybody else. And I didn't even know the Albania thing. Jesus Christ.
Equity fund, a government-owned island in Albania. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Jared Kushner has flat out stated that Gaza is all about a real estate play. It is the best beachfront property in the Mediterranean, and they're going to redevelop Gaza. They're going to get the money from the Saudi royal family. They're going to get it from the Emiratis. They're going to get it from the Qataris. They're going to get it from the Russians, from Blavatnik, from all of these guys. Jared Kushner had the biggest real estate failure in the history of real estate in New York when he bought the 666 building. It had to be bailed out by the Qataris when Trump was president.
Damn, son. Damn. That's a pretty brutal beatdown for a 46-second clip. Goodness gracious. My days. God, what did we just witness? So look, he's right. He's right. And this is the thing I've been saying too, is like, look, I've criticized Hunter in the past when I saw stuff that I thought was fucked up. I never criticized him for the private life shit. I never criticized him for that, because that's, look, he's an addict. He had problems, and like, people go through that. It's a disease. It's a real issue. And like, I'm not going to judge on that front, right? But what I did judge is, yes, all of the personal financial dealings off of your dad being in the White House, off of your dad's name, right? And there was the classic thing of, you know, he was on the board of the Ukrainian gas company and got paid like $400,000 a month or something like that. And I remember talking about that, thinking, yeah, that's fucked up, man. You don't do that. That's messed up. Now, come to find out, some of that stuff was just utterly made up. In fact, I think somebody went to prison because they lied about it, and it was proven that they lied about it. So right off the jump here, it's almost a little bit of the right exaggerated what was even there in the first place, right? But the broader point here, and again, this one is inarguable, is, and from Hunter's perspective, I can see why he's furious. He's going, wait a second, so I'm the bad guy. Meanwhile, they're on an historic run being the most corrupt regime of all time, and nobody even talks about it. Nobody even talks about it. So let's talk about it here. For example, Trump, of course, has the crypto scam shitcoin, where he robbed his own supporters. You know, oftentimes I forget to bring this up, and that shows how insane today's timeline is. But I forget to mention, Melania also did a scam shitcoin. Melania did too. I mean, it's incredible. You look at, I'm somebody, in the business I'm in, I literally never have talked to an advertiser or done an ad read. I'm very proud of that fact. But here you have the President of the United States and the First Lady were asked, like, hey, do you want to, like, scam your own supporters with a shitcoin? And they immediately were like, oh, absolutely, hell yeah, let's fucking do it. The fact that somebody like me, an asshole who yells on YouTube, I have better moral character than the fucking first family of the United States of America, that is disturbing to me. That's disturbing to me. You're telling me I'm in a better position to run this country than these fucking guys who are actually running the country? Oh my God. Oh my God. So not only do they have the shitcoins, they have the crypto exchange, which is called World Liberty Financial. That has been used for immense corruption. 2/3 of the World Liberty tokens have been bought by foreigners, so that's a little pay-to-play thing going on there. Trump pardoned a guy who laundered money for Al-Qaeda because that guy bought $100 million in World Liberty tokens. So you also have Eric and Don Jr., the other fucking Uday and Kusei Trump. They have a Bitcoin mining operation, and they're making money off that. They created this thing called the Executive Branch Club, where it costs $500,000 to join, and that is exactly what it sounds like. It's literally just like, come join our club, and then you'll get favoritism from the government, and you'll get special deals, and you'll get subsidies, and you'll get tax cuts, and you're part of the in club. They got a hotel in Dubai. They got a golf course in Qatar. Trump's, of course, taking a $400 million plane from Qatar. You have, how about this one? You have a Trump Jr.-backed company called Vulcan Earth. Took $620 million from the U.S. government, from this Office of Strategic Capital, which actually Hunter's dad created. But it's supposed to be for actual strategic importance to the U.S. You invest in stuff like that. Instead, Trump Jr. is using it to pay himself $620 million in a company, with a company he invested in. You have a resort in Vietnam that they did. Don't even get me started on Trump's money from Saudi Arabia for the Live Golf League. Is probably hundreds of millions of dollars. You got the pay-to-play pardons. And then, of course, I haven't even mentioned the biggest one. Jared himself, who is exactly who
What I
Hunter's
miss?
going after here, he took $2 billion from Saudi Arabia. $2 billion.
Let's see.
In fact, in just this term,
The U.S.
made
bombed
$1.8 billion
some places in
off of the White
Nigeria yesterday.
in just this term. That's to say
But as
nothing
far as my
about
stream today,
Jared
nothing.
And fucking Don Jr. and Eric and Uday and Kusei and Melania. Like, this is the astronomical corruption is, it's hard to even fathom. It's hard to even wrap your
I'm
mind
so glad
around.
our
And
president
it's
is so
egregious
peaceful.
and so in your face that it's like hiding in plain sight to a lot of people. Where they go, oh, it must not be bad because they're like announcing their corruption. It's like,
Were
no,
they
that
good
is fucking
places to bomb? How was the
It
clearance?
is still corruption. So,
Well-
this is where we are, man. This is where we are. So I sympathize with Hunter on this because
I mean,
he
it
got all the shit in the
depends on
world.
how.
Meanwhile, Jared's way worse. Don Jr.'s way worse.
It depends on
Eric
how
is
much
way
you
worse.
like
It's not even fucking close.
bombing
and
dark
nobody
people.
Even talks about it. So there you have it. All right, y'all. That's the show. That is the show, man. I love y'all very much. Thank you, as always, for listening to me run my mouth. I could not do this show without you guys. You guys make this show possible. Do me a big favor as a nice little Merry Christmas gift here, nice little Christmas gift. Hit me with a subscribe on YouTube and click that bell icon so you get a notification.
2025 has seen a lot of astrophysics and astronomy news stories announced, and while I've tried to cover as much as I can on this channel, I could never keep up with the pace of work of my colleagues because over 32,000
Doesn't really matter the skin color.
astronomy research papers
Well, I
have
mean,
been
what I'm
published
saying is,
in
it
2025 alone. Some of
that
those
will
may
determine whether you think they were good places to bomb or not.
as has
That's what I'm
become a
saying.
tradition for this channel at the end of the year, let's count
I know
down
a normal
my
person, it
five
doesn't matter.
biggest astrophysics, astronomy, space news stories of
But if you think
Before you
African countries are just a bunch of
guess for what you
backward
think will make my number one spot down in the
backward
comments below.
heathens,
In the meantime, though, let's start with number
then you
Asteroid
probably wouldn't care as much.
2024 YR4 and its potential chance of impact with Earth in 2032 that we now thankfully know is not going to happen. But cast your mind way back to the beginning of 2025 when this asteroid had just been discovered, and initial calculations of its orbit back in January gave it a 1.2% chance, or a 1 in 83 chance, of impact with Earth in December 2032. That gave this asteroid a rating of 3 on the Torino Impact Hazard Scale that tells us how worried we should be about a certain asteroid, which for a while put 2024 YR4 at the top of the risk list for near-Earth potentially hazardous asteroids. In February, with more data and more observations, that chance actually went up as high as 3.1% chance of impact. But thankfully, with more observations with the likes of the Very Large Telescope in Chile, that probability was cut in half. And then by the 24th of February, a flurry of observations from ground-based observatories during the darker skies around the new moon brought that probability of impact with Earth down to just 0.001%. I just double-checked what the chance is now in December 2025, and it's down at 0.00008.
Morocco's extremely advanced and a very good friend. Not all African countries are bad.
Just a fun occasion when it does
With a lot of
pass
underdeveloped
in
and plunged into
2032,
civil war.
maybe even
Yeah,
impacting
and
the moon, the probability for which now
what a
sits
lot
at
of people don't.
4.3%
I think.
for a moon impact. So I'm sure we'll
I
all
think the
keep
most
fingers crossed
important
that
question
does actually happen, and then a
that
moon
people
impact
fail
of
to
an asteroid
ask
makes it into my top 5 news stories list for 2032.
about why
But next up on my
regions and
2025
countries are
list
so
is number 4, the first
unstable.
images from the
The most important question is that people fail to ask is why.
2025. Now, first proposed back in 2001, and after 15 years of construction, Rubin is a telescope that is now up and running with the most ambitious
I
astronomy
think if people take an honest, objective look as to why these areas are so full of
changes or flares in the sky,
violence,
we will spot it with Rubin's
yep,
8.4
colonialism,
telescope. It's estimated that it's going to detect 20
yep,
billion
and just
objects in the sky over those 10 years.
and just the absolute pilfering of any resource that can be profited off of at the expense of the people there.
Of data, which is 1 million times larger than all the data on Wikipedia. Now, we
So
saw
it makes
the
you
very
think,
first images from the telescope
what could be
released
done to
back in
stop
June from just
the
7
violence in these
days of
regions?
observations that gave us a taste of
You know?
what we can expect over the next 10 years. For a comparison,
Maybe
here's a previous survey
stop
image of a patch
the
of sky
pilfering
in the Virgo cluster, and then here
of
is
their
what
natural
Rubin saw
resources,
in
you know?
just 10 total
Just
hours
a
of observation time.
hunch.
The change in the level of detail here is just stunning. stunning. This is also just a tiny sliver of the entire image that was released back in June, within which 4,000 asteroids were detected in just that one short space of time. Of those, 1,800 were previously known objects that had already been recorded, but 2,104 of them were new asteroids in the
I think the
solar
biggest
system.
trick that's been played on the American people is that our country actually cared about world peace. You know, I think the difference between previous administrations and this one is that the previous administrations actually made an effort to hide their colonialism and capitalism behind a veil of peace. And this administration, they're like not even trying to hide it. Like, yeah, we want the Venezuelan oil. We had to fight hard to get Morocco free from France. That took a while. Yeah, the
detection itself of dimethyl
colonial,
is tentative, and the molecule
like anyone, whether it's a nation or a person, they're not. They're not typically quick to let go of something that they feel that they own.
Its red dwarf star, which is much smaller and cooler than our sun, meaning it still sits in what's known as the habitable zone around its star, where it's not too hot and not too cold for life as we know it to potentially exist there. And back in 2023, Medusadan and collaborators released this paper, claiming a tentative detection of a molecule known as dimethyl sulfide in K218b's atmosphere.
America has never cared about. Yeah, but at least they pretend to. They for a while pretended to say that that was their reasoning, you know.
Space telescope JWST wasn't good enough to make a strong claim, but back in April,
like, think about it. Before the U.S. invaded Iraq, they spent like a year, 6 months to a year, maybe even longer, on a propaganda campaign about how much more stable the region would be without Saddam Hussein in power, about how he was building weapons of mass destruction, you know. Until they were able to get the U.S., like the people and the Congress on board with it. Now, nope, not even trying to do that anymore. Like, no, we're just gonna go ahead and bomb here. Very much prefer other forms of expansion, but we don't like expanding. So, I would say, I think you're half right. I think that, like, as a government, like as a nation, I don't believe that we like expanding. But when it comes to
the debate is definitely still raging, though, so
like financial interests,
so make sure you subscribe so you don't miss out.
U.S. actors very much love expanding.
Big claim of dark energy changing with
yeah,
time.
That's what I mean.
Dark Energy Spectroscopic Survey, or DESI, back in March 2025. DESI is a survey telescope like Rubin, and the goal is to make a big map of the positions of all galaxies within 11 billion light years. And with that map, we can do lots of things, like find where all the matter is and
like,
also look at how the space between galaxies.
See, I don't even think that's accurate. I think, honestly, I think our expansion of influence was a side effect of an expansion of financial interests. You know what I mean? I think that was just a byproduct.
We just call it dark
but also Spirit of the Revolution often conflicts with a lot of more imperialistic ambitions. I think we just need to admit that, like, our country likes fighting people, even ourselves. Like, when have we ever gone longer than like 20 years without fighting someone?
But what these results from DESI are suggesting is that our best model of the universe,
like, what, between
tweaking to account for the fact that dark energy changes behavior
big
deal for fixing the crisis.
Like, fighting for our independence wasn't a bad thing, but like,
for over a decade now, could
like,
dark
fighting the
missing piece of the puzzle.
I think we do better fighting each other. That's what I'm saying. It depends on, like, besides World War I and II, I honestly can't, and the Revolutionary War, I honestly can't think of a legitimate, like, an actual ideologically legitimate reason that we have fought someone.
another star in our galaxy and has since been ejected from its orbit around that star and traveling through the space between stars in
Like I think the stretch between the Civil War and World War I was probably the longest stretch our country has had without being involved.
And the second one that was discovered, 2I Borisov, was detected back in 2019.
We became the world stabilizer after the war. No, I mean yes and no. We wanted the war. We wanted the world to.
We can learn so much about what they're made of, which then allows us to learn
I'm trying to think.
about how planet systems
We
are
wanted
made around
to secure our own financial stability, even if it came at the expense of regional instability. You know what I mean?
to objects formed in other star systems out there in the galaxy. How unique really is the solar system? And there's been some really interesting results about 3I Atlas so far, like JWST's observations, which revealed a really high ratio of carbon dioxide to water than compared to typical comets in the solar system. A result which is still being heavily debated, along with each new observation we get of this interstellar visitor of 3I Atlas. And it's the mystery and intrigue around this object that earns it the top spot on my list for this year. So there you have it, my top 5 astronomy and astrophysics research news stories of 2025. And I don't know
Also, the
about you,
Spanish-American
but I
War
can't
was
wait
between
to see
civil.
more
Oh, okay. Well,
astrophysics discoveries.
there you go. I even forgot about that one.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. Glenn, we've got some surprise news out of Washington, D.C. as far as the DOJ is concerned. Can you explain what that news is?
You know, Brian, this one hits home for me because it turns out that my former office, the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office, you know, laboring under the leadership, air quotes, of U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, has had
Yeah, then we did the Militia Act 1993, and then we went straight down into tyranny.
Prosecutors have brought in court, dismissed by judges, thrown out basically for a lack of probable cause, which means the arrests that were made by the police were unlawful
Early
and
1900s was rough
unconstitutional,
for the
and
well.
yet the prosecutors
It was rough for
fumbled
people
forward
too.
anyway and brought these cases in court. And what I want to do is give people a behind-the-scenes perspective of how things are supposed to work.
Kind of sucks,
But
like
let's
when you
start
have
with the numbers. The
when you have a
reporting is
system,
that 21% of the
an
cases
economic
that are being
system
brought by prosecutors
that
are being
is naturally
dismissed
inclined
in the last few months, whereas historically,
to
over the past 10 years, which would include some of the years I
to
was
filter
working
wealth
in that office,
to the
only
top, no matter what.
0.5%.
And you have a legal system
of the cases would
that
be dismissed.
tends to be
Here's why that is
slow
attributable to an
and
abject
vulnerable
failure
to
of
wealthy
leadership
interests.
by Jeanine Pirro.
People
And
are
I'm
bound
gonna
to
use
suffer.
a case that is
And
cited
I don't
in
know
the
what the
recent
happy medium
reporting as
is.
an example. A guy named Torres Riley
Like,
was in a Trader Joe's, a grocery
I
store
don't think
in
that
DC.
capitalism
He was carrying
is
a backpack,
like
and police went up and
true
stopped
capitalism,
him. They seized
unregulated
him. They searched him. They
libertarian
found 2 guns in
capitalism
his
is
backpack, but they had no right to seize,
will
stop, and
create
search him. A judge ruled it was an obvious
good
violation
system.
of Mr. Riley's constitutional right against an
when you have like all
unlawful
these wealthy
search
interests
and
that
seizure.
control,
Let me just drop the Fourth Amendment
you know, so
in
many facets
right here.
of that
The right
government.
of the people to be secure in their persons,
Like,
houses, papers,
how is
and
that
effects
system of government
against an
supposed to work? You know what I
unreasonable
mean?
search and seizure shall not be violated. Shall not. So what happens, Brian, when an arrest is made with no probable cause in violation of somebody's constitutional rights? The police bring the case to us, often to me, when I was working there, and I had to make the decision. Do I bring a charge? Do I try to fumble forward into court in a case where the police obviously violated somebody's constitutional rights, or perhaps they didn't have adequate evidence to
Unregulated
support the arrest?
capitalism is
No.
as bad as crony
I had an
capitalism
ethical
and communism.
responsibility not to bring that case, to decline to
See, again,
charge
like,
that case, because the last thing
so
I
here,
wanna
if
do is have my
here's
name,
where
my
I would
signature on a
slightly
criminal
differ.
complaint, bringing a case and having the judge
Uh,
say, Mr. Kirshner, did
in
you
that
not see the
we've
obvious
experienced crony
constitutional
capitalism, and
violation
pretty much
here?
it's what
I'm
we're experiencing
dismissing
again
this case. That's
now.
unethical
So
on
we
my
see that
part.
doesn't
And
work.
Not to mention, it is
Uh,
you know, embarrassing for
we've seen attempts
dismissal in a
at
case
communism
that he or
fail.
she obviously should not
But
have
where I would
brought
push
in the
back
first place. But
is that
21%
now
of the
don't
cases are
misunderstand
being
me. I don't
thrown
think
out
that
in that manner
I don't
because
think that
of the
any
way
attempt
Janine
at communism
Pirro
will ever
is choosing
succeed
to
because
run
of
the DC
greed.
US Attorney's Office.
You know,
And what
just
that
human
does
greed.
is it erodes
However,
the judge's
if
trust
communism were to play out as intended,
of regularity.
I believe that it would
Ordinarily,
be
over the
infinitely
years,
better.
over the decades,
That
the
result
courts
would be
have said,
infinitely
"Listen,
better
we're
than
going
were
to
capitalism
presume
allowed
that
to play out
prosecutors are doing
as
the right
intended.
thing
You know what I
for
mean?
The right reason. We're going to give them the benefit of the doubt going in, and you know that presumption of regularity is being blown up by Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, Janine Pirro, and other U.S. attorneys that are Trump appointees. This is really not only just kind of horrific, but it represents a danger to the people of the District of Columbia when the prosecutors are failing to do their jobs.
What does it say, too, about the extent to which this administration is engaging in vindictive or selective prosecutions?
So I think DOJ's reputation is circling the drain. And it's not all of the good, hard
Often a utopian fantasy does have a better result than reality when it plays out. Yeah.
Justice. Now, they're being wrongfully fired by Pam Bondi. They are
So I think,
opting out because
honestly,
they can no longer
I think there are
endure
a lot
working
of
for a
systems
lawless
that
administration, a president, and
would
an
play
attorney
out.
general. But
I think
there are still
most
probably 100,000
economic systems would,
good,
except for
hard-working
capitalism.
career
I don't
public
think
servants
capitalism
who
would
are
ever play
trying to
out
do the work of the American people. But Pam
to the
Bondi
benefit
and
of
Todd
people if
Blanche
it
and Donald Trump are not letting
went
them
as
do it
intended
in an
ever.
honest, ethical, and honorable manner. And so,
So
yes,
I
it
think
is
the
suffering.
focus
DOJ's
shouldn't necessarily
reputation is
be on
suffering,
the
not
type
just among the
of
general
government or
public,
economic
but
system.
in all of the
The
federal courts
focus
and the federal
needs to be
jurisdictions around
how
the
to
country,
mitigate
because, you know, when you lose that goodwill, when you lose that
how to
presumption
mitigate
of
just
regularity,
the
you're not
uninhibited
necessarily
greed.
gonna be able to
You know what I mean?
successfully pursue
I think
challenging
if those can be like
prosecutions in
legitimately
your
mitigated,
efforts to vindicate the
then
rights
I
of
think that
victims
most
and protect the American people.
economic
So,
and
you know,
government
this
systems
is
would succeed.
severely corrosive.
And
to
by
DOJ,
succeed, I
and
mean like
once
have
the rule of law
peace
comes
and
back into the
stability.
light of
You know what I
day,
mean?
I have to believe it will.
Even the
we're gonna
founders
have
had trouble
one
with that.
hell of
Yeah,
a repair
that's what I'm
and
saying. Like
rebuilding
greed is
mission
just
on
like
our hands.
So I want to be fair
it's just
here
like a
and ask
natural
this next
human thing
question.
to want
Is there
to
something to be said for
collect
the
as much
overly
as
cautious
possible
nature of
for
the
some reason.
DOJ prior to this? Now, this has obviously gone in the other direction. This is not like, oh, the DOJ is taking on all of these virtuous cases because they're just that committed to the concept of law and order. This is them abusing the law, and that's why they're losing so many more cases. But the fact that the DOJ had a 0.5% dismissal rate does suggest that perhaps they could have been a little bit more aggressive as well in terms of the cases that they prosecuted, as opposed to just taking cases that were virtually a sure thing.
Yeah, I think that's a fair observation and even a fair criticism. You know, I railed against the Department of Justice, including when I was part of the Department of Justice, for being unduly timid about taking really challenging cases. And, you know, as proof of that, in my opinion and experience, when DOJ was forever boasting a 99.6% conviction rate, that tells me they were only taking the cases they believed to be sure winners, bulletproof cases, though I'll hasten to add there's really no such thing as a bulletproof case, but they were unwilling to take really challenging cases, even if those cases were really righteous. So, but what I see going on now, it's not DOJ going from timid to aggressive.
Their notes on it were interesting. They didn't really know how to stop financial interests besides using slow information and decentralization worked for their time. Yeah, like all the anti-monopoly laws, those would be fantastic if government actually used them. But the people within the government are not incentivized to use them.
Vindictive, not a righteous prosecution. You look at the
more interconnected
James,
centralized things got it fell
prosecution,
apart,
vindictive,
but I doubt they would have
not
figured out a
righteous
solution. They were very
prosecution.
intelligent,
And
but
then
that
you look at
seems
some of
beyond
the
them. They have
other
the same issue with
failures
gerrymandering.
of Trump's DOJ, where they can't get grand juries to indict people who they allege commit horrific felony crimes of assaulting police officers, and then
honestly,
when
I
the
think
evidence is presented to the grand jury,
I would say that
well, no, a guy
gerrymandering
just
to me seems
tossed a
like
sandwich
the
that bounced
simplest
off a
issue to
police
solve.
officer's bulletproof vest. That's not an 8-year federal felony crime. It is at most
Like it would have to be like
an
an amendment
and they can't get grand
Because
juries to
obviously
indict,
states can't be
and they
trusted to
can't
do the
even
right
get
thing on their
trial
own.
juries to convict even
It would have to
on
be an
the
amendment to where
misdemeanor count. So, you know, they're really, it's not a question
districts
of timid
are
versus aggressive. It's really a question of
districts are
ethical
separated based
versus
on
unethical and vindictive.
Isn't the Trump
economic,
administration kind of screwing itself in a sense, though, because everybody sees this, and
like
don't
based on
losses
the
beget
economics,
more
like
losses because grand
I'll say like the
juries,
median,
Americans,
the median
judges,
income
prosecutors
of the
are all
region.
recognizing that this is an administration that's not
You know what I
acting
mean?
in good faith, and in fact, you know, the cases that they're bringing are a testament to that. These
States can be trusted with many
prosecutions are a
things, but
testament to
reducing
that.
their own power
And
is
so
rare
now,
because
you know, you
both
were speaking
want
about the
their
presumption
people
of
and
regularity.
government
Isn't
will want
everybody
more.
going to be able to see, oh, this is
Because both their
actually
people and
a
government
Justice
will want
Department
more.
that's perfectly content to abuse the law, and so whereas I normally would have given deference in the past to
And
what the
honestly,
DOJ
like,
says because I would assume they're acting
it's
in
not
good
even.
faith, now,
It's not even about reducing states' power. That's not what bothers me. Like I have. A state itself having
minor
power,
offenses so that
I don't
they could make an
think is
example
the
out of them.
issue.
Doesn't that just send a very clear message
It's-
to the next person, the next grand jury members, whatever it
It's
may
the
be,
the
next
party,
judge, that in fact
the parties
these
that are
people
in
who perfectly
power
content to abuse the law, and so
that try
there's a little bit
to
more leeway, it's a
lessen
little bit more
the
acceptable
power of the
to-
voters.
to,
That's what bothers me.
Oppose this administration, whereas it might not have happened in the past.
Yes, but I wouldn't characterize that
the
as
state should have
Trump
guidelines and some way to check them.
administration
Yeah.
screwing Itself. I would characterize it really as the Trump administration screwing the American people and crime victims, because one of the things that is resulting
bug.
from Trump and Pam Bondi's lawlessness and unconstitutionality is they're just destroying the reputation, the perceived legitimacy of institutions like the FBI and the DOJ. And, you know, that's what Donald Trump's goal is. He wants to tear it all down so that the American people have no faith or trust in its own government. And so that, I think, enables Donald Trump to do two things. One, it allows him to grift from within, and it's not going to be investigated. It's not
The
gonna be
issue is obviously the
pursued
federal
or
government can't be
prosecuted by
trusted
his
with that, as
Department
Congress
of
has incentive to
Justice.
structure so that
But it
whatever dominant
also
party gets more
gives
seats, they
Donald
interest in.
Trump the future argument, which is an argument he is forever using. He's used it previously when we once again have a legitimate attorney general.
They
deputy
can't be
attorney
trusted
general,
to
and
do it
United
without
States
pressure
attorneys
from
all across
the
country.
majority of people.
And they come after him and try to
I would
hold
agree
him
with that.
accountable.
But
he's going to say, "Look, this whole thing's a witch hunt. You have
if-
seen, you know, that the
you know, like,
the Department of Justice is
if
a
there was an
shambles. It can't
amendment
be
that
trusted."
said
Well,
that, like,
he is the one who, you know,
partisan
created
gerrymandering
the shambles.
was
He's the one who
unconstitutional,
undermined the
right?
public's confidence in
And,
the legitimacy of the Department of Justice, but he's going to use that
you
in
know,
the future to
any
try to
type
help
of
him, you know,
gerrymandering
stay out of prison, get away with the crimes
that
that he is
even gives
literally
the
perpetrating against the American people as we
gives
speak.
the impression
But Glenn, if
of
we
being
can learn one
racially
thing from
motivated,
all of this, isn't it that Trump's abuse
regardless of
essentially
whether
was
they
that our
say
justice
it's
system really
political
isn't
or
set up
not.
to be able to succeed in the face of people
And then
like him?
and then
I
they
mean,
said
don't reforms
gerrymandering
need to be
has
made
to be
because he's
based
kind of
on
exposed all of the ways
the
in which, you know, government officials or non-government actors, frankly, when he was a candidate
you
for
know, like
office, he was
the
able
the
to
income
effectuate
of
these
that
abuses,
district.
you know, that had rivaled
I don't know,
nothing
that
else
that
we've
sounds
seen in
fair.
American history. So
It's not based on
how does our
party.
justice
It's
system
not based
stand
on
up
race.
in light of the fact that we've now seen all of the
We need an
cracks
amendment that
basically
defines how
present
districts are supposed to be drawn, some
You know,
sort of a check backup
reforms,
system
I
in
think,
some way
are
to make it where we
always
don't have a repeat of the
useful
18th.
when the weak spots, when the areas that a corrupt president and his administration have been able to exploit have been revealed to us. I'm all in for reforms. You know,
I think
let's
if you,
reform
I
codes
think
of
if
ethics,
an
let's
economic system
reform
of gerrymandering were to
legislation,
be
let's
instituted
shore up the weak
instead of a
spots,
political
but
or
no
racial
matter how
one,
much legislation
I
we
don't think we would
pass,
have an issue.
really our
I
system
don't think you
is
would see
dependent on
the weird
goodwill of the
shapes
people who
that we
populate
see
the
now. I
federal
don't think you would.
government. So, you know, and the other thing is, I think the federal judiciary, by and large, has been
Because honestly,
whole,
the only reason the shapes are
and
weird
the people serving as the conscience of the community
is because
both
they
the
have to
grand
put like
juries and the
a
trial
fifth of a
juries that
city,
are rejecting
and then they
Trump
have to
and
put
Bondi
the
and
rest of it
Jeanine
rural,
Pirro's prosecutorial abuse,
so that
overreach,
the
and
4/5 of the rural
They've been
area
holding
overwhelm
strong.
that little
And,
portion
you know,
of
a lot
the city.
prosecutors have also been
Make it
holding
economical
strong,
and jurisdictional
like
so
the
that they cannot
ones
have districts
who have
focus too much
quit
in one.
the
Yeah,
Department of Justice rather than do
yeah,
Donald
like
Trump's dirty bidding. A
freaking
prime
here in
example
Texas,
is
like it's
Donald
not
Trump's
uncommon for
interim United States
a
attorney
congressional
in
representative
Virginia who,
to
you know, when he
cover 4
was
to 5 different cities in like 3 counties. It's so stupid.
James Comey Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee,
also that
said,
towns that share
hell
values share reps.
no, and he either resigned
Again,
or
like,
was
I don't
forced
think it.
out, depending on which
I
version of
honestly
the
like.
reporting is accurate.
I think that
So, you know, I do
if
think
if you filtered it by
prosecutors,
economics,
and even the citizens
I think
who are
that would
serving as
inherently
part of the criminal justice system as grand juries
separate
and
the
trial
region
juries
based on values.
are
You know what I
really
mean?
holding strong, and they are
I think it would
standing
just
up in
naturally
the ways that they are able
occur.
against Trump's abuse over regional
Because that's pretty
misconduct.
much how it is already.
But you know, let's go on that mission of
Yeah, but you get weird
legislating
anomalies
and,
with only
you know,
one filter.
enacting codes of
I don't
ethics
think
that are
so.
designed to, you know, kind of shore up the weak spots that Trump has exposed.
Like what
but it all comes
anomalies
down
could
to the
you
people. And Brian, when I talk about the people, it's largely
could
the
happen if
people we
the
elect.
redistricting
So
was done
once
based
again, it's
on
always on
like
us,
the
and it's
median
gonna be
income.
on us again
You
to
know?
get out to the midterms and, you know, put the kind of people in our federal government that are going to take this rebuilding mission seriously.
Perfect place to leave off. For those who are watching right now, if you'd like to stay on top of all legal news as we head into this new year, the best way to do that is to subscribe to both of our channels. It's a great way to support our work. It's 100% free, and it always will be. I'm going to put those links to both of those channels right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. Again, if you're not yet subscribed, just go ahead and hit the subscribe button. I'm Brian Taylor Cohen.
And I'm Glenn Kirshner.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown.
I tried to focus when we were talking on the RFK part because I think it's because he's such a menace.
He hasn't paid one bit for his predatory. You know, if you look at old stories about him and women and the
Big rural
predatory-
districts, since rural areas have lower
he's also-
median
he's
income, so
murdering
cities
people
would be
by-
chopped
by
up into
the
high
vaccine
economic
stuff,
districts.
as far as I'm concerned.
And averages will make some weird things because one high earner of a region could sway. Okay, no, because
Hello and welcome to the Bullard Podcast.
I didn't
I'm
say
your host, Tim
I didn't
Bullard.
say
Brian,
use the
welcome back to
mean.
the show.
I said use the
Fellow
median.
podcasts are usually just a little bit ahead of me in
Wait,
the
that is
charts,
the
not I'm
mean,
monitoring
isn't it?
every day.
Are you?
No, whatever.
No, just she's co-host of Pivot. She's host of On with
Whatever
Kara
would be
Swisher.
like the centermost number, not based. I probably said average before, didn't I? It's probably where. But you do make a good point. Like, you could put Elon Musk in a district with a bunch of poor people, and he would raise the median income. Yeah, the average income by several thousand. So. So that's fair.
I was like, it's a decent question, although it was a little obnoxious.
It was a little obnoxious. It was a little cheeky, but
speaking of,
No, mean is average. Median, yeah, median is the centermost number. Not the average. So yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you're cheeky. He's
Ugh,
smirky.
my numbers.
Cheeky and that should be a podcast. You should do with Scott Jennings. Cheeky.
I don't think so.
Cheeky
Yeah, no,
and
he's upset.
smirky.
He brought it up on some random MAGA
does.
podcast
He
a couple
bothered
days
him. He
later.
was
How
like-
annoyed he was.
I know, how silly, how silly.
Anyway, I want
Centermost number is still determined by
I have
the
a
max
take here
and the
I'm gonna
min.
offer to you,
Sure.
and that's related to why you're here. I was like, I want to do a 20.
But not as drastically if you have.
It focuses on.
Okay, so for example,
TDS on this show.
it wouldn't be as drastic as if you have like some extremely wealthy person in the region.
10 years from
So if you have like me, you, and Elon Musk in the room, the average wealth of that room is going to be what? 300 billion?
The inauguration.
You know?
And all those guys being there.
But
kind of the
it's
values,
clearly not.
like, embrace of MAGA
300
on some level,
billion
listen to on how
is the.
big of a level
It would be like
rise and then break up
whoever's
corrupt-
between the lowest and Elon
corruption,
Musk.
the
You know what I
LLM
mean?
boom. I thought those are kind of things I had.
So the centermost number would not be as affected by a drastic influx of wealth. You know what I mean?
Problematic, and Chinese efforts in AI and what will happen in the next year. I think Trump initially, and actually quite correctly in his first term, was quite wary of China. And remember, he said TikTok will never be sold, and then he changed his mind because one of his big donors was.
But anyway,
his,
like,
his tech people said just a second.
even-
we own a lot of this thing. And
We'll
I
never
just
even
think
get
he
rid of
was on
partisan
the right track in
gerrymandering
terms of
unless we can get like more people to actually vote on a candidate that supports
if we don't give them the stuff to vote themselves, then it's a ridiculous law.
like supports legislation
Strange. I wonder if he's got business
banning
tips.
it. You know what I mean?
The whole thing is really, it's been really eye-raising. Whether it's the college campuses, like what, you know, you would think that he would be more of a like that would go to the America First thing. You think he'd do the xenophobic stuff, the
like
flu,
I'm at the
Chinese
point
flu
where
stuff he did last time. That
I don't
would
even
make more sense.
I wouldn't even care what the political party of the candidate was.
It's sort of quieted down.
If they
but
said
I was just
during
visiting
their
with
campaign
universities, including
that
vaccines around
they would
advanced
support
technology, and
legislation
this is setting
to
back a generation of research and
basically cut back on the Citizens United decision and to eliminate partisan gerrymandering, I would probably support that candidate.
And these different innovators were like, at the academic level I'm talking about, we're like, think I'll be moving to Canada or France, who are offering enormous stipends for people to move there.
The federal
So
government's how you
that, to
make
me, is
change.
one of
Why
the
vote
slow-moving
locally so
actions
an
the Trump
amendment
administration
can
we're gonna pay
be
for.
Did
passed?
Illinois get any credit? University of Illinois for Mark Andreessen?
I said any
Work there
candidate.
when he was in the computer science department? No, it's just all him. It's all in the brain.
But the thing is like, here's the problem. Like, we saw what happened with Texas and California in their redistricting battle. Like,
and science in general, and science
you can't, even if you have one state that's like, we're going to have this in our constitution where partisan gerrymandering is unconstitutional according to our state, then, but you have another party that's like, nah, we're going to partisan gerrymander and we're going to get as many seats as we can. Like, you can't just unilaterally disarm yourself. It's like, it's basically like, it'd be like a country willingly give up all their nukes. You know what I mean?
I should mention that more. It's hard to, and it's just, because there is no like acute
Like,
thing
as much as I hate the fact that California ended their nonpartisan redistricting,
Nothing. We didn't even cut the debt.
like, I recognize that the only way to keep this current MAGA authoritarian movement from gaining more power than it already has was for California to do that. You know what I mean?
Sometimes excessively.
What do you think about the staying power of this like little marriage between
Oh my God,
MAGA folks and
you've got to get your brain off of this
CEOs? Is it a marriage of convenience?
off this National Guard stuff. Take a break from that, man. Good God, dude.
That is inherent in
No.
what they're doing.
But it's not a pivot to the right. It's a pivot.
I feel like
to,
you're just like,
give me
how can I
everything, leave me
shoehorn,
alone.
how can I shoehorn state militias into this conversation?
A lot of them, except for Peter Thiel, who's been consistent, I will say, has been since college, right? Since he did.
His appetite for authoritarianism seems to have gotten a little bit greater. But there's a little bit there.
Go back and read some of his books or his early things. It's all in that genre. He was moving towards it and developing his theories, I guess. And his seasteading stuff, it's all about leaving me the fuck alone, right?
They are on the news a lot lately.
And so when
I think the Supreme Court just ruled against the administration on that, didn't they?
never know their politics. Like, they never discuss
They're like, nah, you really can't send the National Guard in just because you want to.
I mean, you guys must be having a field day with Susie Wiles.
At least that was my impression.
Yeah, well, I think she knows exactly.
Not your fault. I know it's not your fault.
From a social media perspective, but maybe not.
I just know that you can take sarcasm better than I can.
Chatty, yeah, I guess.
So I don't have as much of an issue dishing it out to you. If you call, you have to send the military in first before calling and guard a win.
I felt a little inappropriate saying it, but it felt like it needed to be said, and we're in the
So
business. And then I
they
saw
can
on Blue Sky, you said the same thing,
they can detain people
there was a sense that she has
based
a
on race because they could be suspected of being an illegal immigrant.
She said it in that interview.
I know, it just feels a little crude
And
to say daddy issues about somebody.
he has to send in the military before the National Guard.
But you know what? Saying a grandmother has daddy issues.
I can't imagine how this will end up poorly in the future.
Like I did my daddy.
What a mystery it is.
Obviously, presumably unresolved. It's very difficult to be a child of an
What a mystery.
It's quite a severe one, and then you imprint on.
What is funny is that the Guard is supposed to be the first sent in. I don't know why they said that.
Kind of thing. And so I only brought it up
Well,
because she brought it
we
up,
both
but
know
I
that
feel once she
what's
brings it up,
supposed to happen
Anyway, back to your people. So
is not on the mind of the current administration's
every
actions.
now and then they like contrariness was one of their
Goes
things,
Marshall's Guard, the
whatever it was,
military.
they had to be the opposite. And that's how they did well from a technological. Like, you don't think I should do the feed? I shall, says Mark Zuckerberg, and I am now a billionaire. Even mistakes, they laud them. They never say anything's a failure. It's always just a pivot, and so that's their nature. I think they would go along with whoever gave them what they wanted. And speaking of daddy issues, I think quite a few of them have those guys. Like Elon Musk is obviously a daddy issue, like kind of thing. Let's be fair from a gender point of view.
Sure.
I don't trust the court.
And his daddy never stops talking, by the way. Now he's such a terrible person. But
Regardless,
if the
not this one
Democrats
anyway.
offered them similar things, which Obama
Definitely
did,
not
if
this
you
one.
Remember, they couldn't wait to be at Obama's table, right? I think this guy is just let's just pay me
again, I'm pretty sure that there is a fair way to expand the courts without blatantly, without, you know, blatantly distributing power between or just eliminate. There's got to be a way to expand the courts that will eliminate party bias. There has to be.
Weird and isolated relationship with his family. He left them and doesn't speak.
Like on a rotating basis.
You know, he's talked about it.
Like you still have 9. It's still 9 justices that make the decision, right? But you expand the court to 15, and then you have them rotate through on cases. And like give at the beginning of each administration, give the president one appointment. You know what I mean? Like they would have a each president would have a guaranteed appointment. And then it wouldn't be as like you wouldn't see all these freaking 6-3 decisions, you know.
And I was shocked. This was one of
I don't trust the last one either, or the one before it.
You know, all about trans, and I'm like, what? And I wrote some. I'm like, what the hell happened here? And they said, oh, trans child. This was, you know, that seemed obviously to set Elon off, who is just a heinous character when it comes to his kid, his daughter.
So if we grant that,
I trust what it could be. I trust what it should be.
A little bit of a pickle going
rotating court is problematic because then which court is more binding? People try and just apply for the court that favors them. Okay, so if you avoid, if picking the correct rotation is going to be the problem, then just randomize it like they do at the federal level. At the federal, is it the federal districts? It's like a randomized basis.
I don't think it's just the Democrats. Look at like Marsha Blackburn, Ron DeSantis. There's a lot of people who, especially around safety of kids and chatbots and the ability to regulate AI. I think people are in a very eat the rich moment for a lot more people than you think. And so I think being ridiculous is not the thing to do. It's just don't be obsequious and corrupt is a very.
But at the very heart of it, I still think that.
That's perfectly reasonable.
That each president should be like guaranteed one Supreme Court appointment. Whether these old douche nozzles decide to retire or not. Randomize it can only mean one court says the First Amendment doesn't protect profanity, and one says the freedom of contract prevents the state from passing minimum wage laws.
By any stretch. I don't think Shapiro.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think, I don't think
it's possible.
Biden was just unique.
But they'd have to find a way to send that back up.
I would suspect Harris would and will be, if given whether she runs or not, more moderate than you think. She was always hanging with those guys.
What we do know, and
I think she
what we do know is that the current system does not work well.
In general, she was.
It does not actually benefit the people. So the
that's their instinct, but man, I think that the backlash from the Democratic base against these big tech oligarchs is going to be extremely intense. And like if they thought it was
what am I looking for?
Cambridge Analytica or whatever, I think it's going to be like something they're not really.
The existence of hypothetical flaws should not prevent the attempt at a better change being made. You know what I mean? Because if you do that, if every suggestion is met with like, oh, there's this flaw, oh, there's that flaw, oh, there's this flaw,
I think the problems of their own making and their behaviors.
It prevents us from doing anything to make the system better. You know what I mean?
Kids are dying at USAID. You know, it's just like the visuals are really quite Gilded Age, right?
Like that's actually what we've seen with
or Mobbed or anything else. It's not it's not Robespierre here. It's just not
the obstructionist ideology of the Republican Party since like Newt Gingrich is they keep telling the people like, oh, that'll never work because of this. Oh, like universal health care will never work because of that. Oh, if you raise the minimum wage, this will happen. Blah, like it's like they obstruct even the potential of trying. You know what I mean?
Overturned in Wisconsin or Minnesota, whichever one of those.
That is a major
They lost
flaw.
big.
The point
You know, with the cheesehead.
is that the randomization makes the court inconsistent, so we need a system that makes it both consistent.
$25 million
Okay.
bucks, that was it. He can't
So
make, I don't think it's
so that means the heart of the issue from your perspective is the partisan biases that appointed justices have. Is that correct?
Requests from the Biden administration, like in the grand scheme of things, like as compared to Europe, compared to what you could imagine that they might do, and frankly compared to Trump's threats on the tariffs and the damage that could have done to the business if they not stuck out to him. Like if you just look at how they got so butthurt and how much it sort of radicalized them towards the right.
Something like that. Each justice tries to project their own beliefs into the law.
I think you think mistake. I think they're a genuine
I would go so far
base people,
as to say that in order to become a Supreme Court justice, you have to have not just a law degree, but an actual like PhD in constitutional law. That'd be the first requirement. And then the second requirement would be, here's the, I want to throw a wrench in this. In order to become, first of all, they have to have a PhD, a law degree and a PhD in constitutional law, and they have to prove that they are not a registered voter, they have not donated to any party, and they have, they've legitimately never voted. How about that?
Right now, we don't have alternatives. What are they gonna? We're not doing space.
They could try to nationalize it. I was just saying, I think that sometimes there's a lot of stuff we never thought would have happened in 2015. I lived through the right-wing radicalization, and there is some left-wing radicalization.
And another thing that I would add, they, in order to be qualified, they would not, they would be disqualified if at any point they worked for a partisan nonprofit organization, for example, like the Heritage Foundation, right?
Guilty in any way. And he goes, well, just in case.
Like, nope, sorry, disqualified.
I said, you're living in the fever swamp of retribution, and you think they're going to come after someone who's actually not guilty. Like, doubt it. Like, doubt it. There's so many guilty people that it's so, like, why waste your time on the not guilty? Anyway, I just don't see it.
I want to just kind of, like, putting this in a little bit of a long lens perspective looking back, I wonder what the prevailing view is. Like, I feel like of my peers who are tech consumers, and some of them have worked at tech companies and stuff that aren't, like, really in the tech mix, they would look back and say, like, 10 years ago, they would have thought that Silicon Valley
Well, so long as their knowledge of the Constitution is verified in their action. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think they should have a law degree, and they should have a PhD in constitutional law. You know what I mean?
And to me, I think that informs a lot of people's thoughts about AI. Like, people that would have been more positive about it are now...
Because at least we would know, or we would have a better idea of a more legitimate belief that any diverging opinions they might have would not be because of political ideology. You know what I mean?
Parents whose kids committed suicide. Publishers are now not like, oh, please, can we get on your platform? They're like, fuck you, give me the money if you're going to take my shit. Like, there's a very different attitude, and most of these AI companies are not protected under Section 230 by any stretch, so they could be sued. So that's the first step, is liability, right? Second step is reasonable regulations, the way an airline would be regulated around privacy, around safety.
But I would agree with you that I think the biggest problem with the court, any court,
right? Like that's one of the things, is the immense
the existence of partisan.
I think they aren't going, wow, gee whiz, what a great thing Jeff did.
Not the existence of partisan ideology, but the amount of influence that partisan ideology has on the decision of that justice.
I don't know.
That is fair, and we would know if they had read the Federalist Papers and the ratification stuff.
I will.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like if you get to that point, if you get a PhD in constitutional law, I'm willing to bet that you've read the Federalist Papers. You know what I mean? Like, call me crazy, but I kind of feel like that's pretty likely to have happened. I would hope so.
I don't know. agree. I think he doesn't look well, actually, is what I keep thinking.
I want to do the AI stuff, which you alluded to. I agree with you on the lessons around regulation. Do they agree? Like, do the AI execs ready to be
on what
regulated?
Moment. I think the only thing they understand is brute force, right? And so these lawsuits, yes, they're very concerned about these lawsuits, you know. And you saw action right away. Oh, we're going to do this. Nobody under this age is going to do it. They should have done that in the first place, you know, because it's the right thing to do. But neither did the chemical companies stop pouring waste into the river until they were made to do so. Or, you know, you've seen every Aaron Brockovich movie, like whatever. These companies are going to behave this way until they're made not to. And so, you know, they do pay attention. You've noticed they've signed a bunch of copyright deals or settled, you know.
Well, I get the Constitution is always convenient and has some quirks, but we should just amend it to get the problem solved rather than having a war over who controls court.
Disney, and then,
it just seems to, yeah,
Disney went after Gemini.
because eventually that pendulum is going to, the pendulum's going to keep swinging back and forth, and eventually it's going to swing so far in one direction that it's just going to throw everything out of whack to the point that it can't be corrected. And I think that's what we're witnessing right now.
They'll respond to parents as they start to express. And then there's the job issue on top of that. Like, what's the plan, Stan, is the kind of thing that you're going to want from your regulators.
What'd you think about the ChatGPT Disney deal? Do we want to see? Do we want to see Ariel from The Little Mermaid doing TikTok dances, being in weird positions?
I don't. Maybe you don't. Well, they're not going to be able to do that. Like, one of the reasons Disney did this, I talked to a bunch of their executives. Look, it's a very short-term deal, and I think it's a looky-loo. It's a looky-loo. Like, let's see what happens, how people use it, and how ChatGPT responds when Ariel's dating, I don't know,
we won't have a
from another Disney, like the Beast or something.
We won't have a constitution left. They move back, but they likely won't stop. So instead of one way, just keep going. You fixed X, but now you're breaking Y.
One of the things, and I think Bob Iger does understand this, since he was there at the beginning of the first one, is they didn't engage quickly enough with
from my perspective,
their business. And so in this case, it's the
what determines like my opinion is the underlying harms that are caused by the rulings of the court, right?
So, but some people are saying
in terms of the harms to the people, you know what I mean?
Not with my stuff, but
like when there's decisions being made that are blatantly harmful to a large swath of people, whether they're American citizens or not, like on the soil, then I have a hard time believing that there is a constitutional justification for that ruling. You know what I mean?
There's lots of things happening in healthcare.
Like I'm already
GLP-1s, not ChatGPT.
What's the word, like leery of the legitimacy of the decision.
And some basic stuff that
you know what I mean?
But one of the areas of great promise is AI combined with healthcare in terms of drug discovery, diagnosis, cancer research, and you couldn't do any of this without AI, right? And so even car accidents with AVs are going to have enormous amounts of AI. I was just in Korea.
What do you mean by car accidents? What do you mean?
Oh, humans get in car accidents. AVs eventually don't. Like, if AVs do one car accident, humans do hundreds, right?
Yeah, right. Got it.
So there's life saving there. So you see all this amazing stuff, especially like I was in Korea and I was wearing an exoskeleton, which is for people who can't walk.
Oh, that is fair. And the Constitution does protect non-citizens just because the 14th failed to incorporate the Bill of Rights, where they won, and otherwise the Bill of Rights and fundamental rights would only be for citizens.
Robotics.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
actually, what these robotics person was showing me is
like that's my
is the difference. Before it was mechanical, and
that's my basis of judgment as to whether I feel it was a good decision or not.
It's a very different.
Like,
they can do so much more around robotics with AI.
I feel like if the Constitution were followed, the way it was intended to,
so I was walking up
then
with them and they have a hill
each decision that's made would be to the benefit of the American people, the overwhelming majority of American people. I'm not talking about the 1% of like billionaires, right? Or the 0.1%, I'm not talking about those goobers. I don't give a fuck. Like, they're fine.
They feel like They're not like what you
I'm
think
talking
of,
about the
quite
like
lightweight.
the overwhelming
So,
majority.
Just you can see all kinds of cool things. So I would want to lean into that
And like
innovation
a
around
ruling
like individual
that says that
industries,
law
like
enforcement,
what's the insurance company that's gonna get
DHS and
this right
ICE is
and
allowed to
fairly?
detain people on suspicion of being an illegal
just
immigrant.
really experiment in lots of ways, and not just give all the gimmies
That
to the
doesn't-
big guys. It's expensive. That's the problem.
That doesn't feel like, even without knowing the Constitution in and out, like in my heart, I'm like, that's not right. Like, I don't care what words are in the Constitution. Like, I don't care what twisted games, linguistic games are played to reach that decision. Like, it doesn't feel right, you know?
Before we have sophisticated AI,
Mm-hmm.
a huge percentage of our society does not know. What's
Mostly remember we have an outdated
Like, I get
constitution. The
people
courts
sending me
started
things all the
fixing
time
it
that they can't
themselves.
tell what's
Oh,
real and what's
yeah.
fake.
And it will get better and better.
Fixing it based on
32
what they
election, like,
wanted.
how will anybody
Yeah.
know what is
Not the
actually
amendments
real?
that were likely going to get passed, then you would be correct.
I'm more concerned with AI and advertising in that Facebook and Google will dominate it. They will use AI to really make it. So they will put all media out of business. They mostly have killed it, but it's still sort of dragging behind. They will kill it with the way AI is
Kill
going
like
to be
what
applied.
other
Everything. You're not going to, if you don't have these capabilities, you're not going to be able to sell advertising, right? They're going to use AI in terms of targeting ads. They'll just what they control 70%, they're going to control 99.9%. So that's my
What about
concern.
some of the new AI startups that you could do advertising through that or whatever?
Yes, but again, it will
LLMs?
coalesce to the biggest. It will. These are markets,
Yeah.
so markets are markets. So that's one of the concerns. The other is, I do think actually, younger people are a little more sophisticated around this stuff than you think. I
I'm
think
not
they
sure
do.
that's true.
Really?
I mean, I'm open to that idea.
I do.
I thought
do.
that
I think,
initially,
I
but
think the
I'm less
problems
certain.
are 20, I would say 30 to 50. They should get off their fucking phones. Like, that's the issue, is right in there. I do think, and then of course the elderly who watch Fox News, but that's just as effective, by the way. Let's be clear. It doesn't have to come through AI to be
Yeah, it
propaganda.
could get worse though.
Yes, absolutely, and I think that's the issue. Is how. So what I interviewed the guy who's a company called Runway, which is doing a lot of back end Hollywood stuff right now, and like stuff that they're going to replace. And it's really, you got to. Speaking of an industry that's going to get the shit kicked out of it in certain parts. Again, by the way, it was one of the things he was suggesting, and I think he was correct. Is you don't label the AI slop, you label the real stuff. So there's a labeling system for real, so you know what like it's like almost like organic. Like, this is an organic cucumber, not whatever with the chemicals all over it. And so
So child labor would be illegal without the Commerce Clause.
It already is.
I saw Sam Altman pitching this idea that, like, in
Bill
the future,
of
the
Rights
president
applied
will have
explicitly to
some
states.
kind
States would
of
compete and
stamp
still be able to
that they put on what
experiment,
they put
but the
out
federal
so that
government
everyone
could
knows
protect
that
the
it's
rights
real.
of
I was
its
like,
citizens.
I see some potential.
The states would be
flaws
more
with that.
active in the
except that
federal
you can take a
legislature, and
stamp,
people
of
would be
course, but
more
there will be
locally
ways to
involved.
They
authenticate.
could stamp bullshit.
See, like,
AI slop will
I think
overwhelm everything.
one of the biggest problems I have.
That's the question.
Well, hold on a second.
I think that's the mass. Like, this is. I just like.
I actually want to hear their AI conversation. I missed like all of it. Social media stuff. Yeah, I think the problem with the minimum wage argument is the left wants a like flat minimum wage rate across the country, and I don't think that it wouldn't be like, even if you set it to like $20 an hour, it still wouldn't help people in, like New York City, for instance. It would help people in like BFE in Alabama. But yeah, it should be. I would be happy to see not a flat minimum wage minimum, but a minimum based on a like a percentage of the like the cost of living. For example, like you could even go by county, right? So if you look at a county, you could fairly reasonably determine what the housing cost would be in that region, right? And I'm of a mind that a minimum wage means, you know, the minimum to have housing, pay for the like the basic utilities, being electricity, water, trash, even the internet, right? Food, right, and healthcare. So I believe that a minimum wage should be able to cover all of those. And you could look at a county, and you could make a reasonable determination if you have like a single person, like if they were like a studio apartment, how much would it cost for them to afford those things every year, right? And that's what I think would be a reasonable way of setting the minimum wage. It wouldn't be anything flat. I think we need a federal floor of some kind that scales to inflation, but we got to make the states actually fear failure. Need to understand the consequences of their actions, as long as it doesn't affect the other states. Like if Georgia wants to crash the economy, so be it, but the federal assets stay funded independently. We need to go through all the national powers of the federal government and state governments and figure out what wasn't delegated, see if anything there should be delegated to the federal government. See, when you have states that are acting like as nefarious actors, you know what I mean? Then the only way to get them to change is to incentivize a positive change, which would be financially, you know what I mean? That's really the only way to do it. And you've mentioned before that that's not something you're a fan of. Like, if you don't raise the drinking age, we're not going to provide federal funding to pay for your highways and whatnot, or whatever blackmail they use. I don't know. But that's really the only way to incentivize nefarious states to actually do something beneficial. That's it.
I kind of think if we look back 5-10 years from now, like the most meaningful thing that will have happened this year.
Positive change will also remember federal government has control of commerce and access to the national economy. Use legal power without infringing on their sovereignty. Yeah, I'm sure there is. But that's something that that is something that's smarter, because that would require smarter people than me. Like, just an ideological push isn't something. I don't think that would be enough to change that, to fix that, you know, to make it operate beneficially. You know.
I think Trump initially, and actually quite correctly in his first term, was quite wary of China. And remember, he said TikTok will never be sold, and then he changed his mind because one of his big donors was his tech people said, just a second, we own a lot of this thing. And I just think he was on the right track in terms of China, and he's been sort of captured by people who are like, if we don't give them the stuff, they'll build it themselves. And it's a ridiculous logic as far as I'm concerned.
It's strange. I wonder if he's got business deals.
That's right, I was selling shit.
The whole thing is really, it's been really eye-raising. Sure, whether it's the college campuses, like what, you know, you would think that he would be more of a, like, that would go to the America First thing. You think he'd do the xenophobic stuff, the Wu flu, the Chinese flu, the stuff he did last time. That would seem to make more sense.
One of the things also, speaking of universities, the cuts to universities sort of quieted down. But I was just visiting a number of universities, including around vaccines, around advanced technology, and this is setting back a generation of research and important innovation. And tech guys always act like they invented the moon, and they just didn't.
Just takes a lot more, though. I get it's hard, but we'll need. We're better off by figuring out a solution that isn't a hammer to a fate. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree.
So many of these researchers and these different innovators were like at the academic level. I'm talking about.
Well, what's the saying?
Canada,
when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
We're offering enormous stipends.
Because the state will resent us, then the federal government won't just use the hammer to do a positive. Yeah, I agree.
We're going to pay for.
Unfortunately, like the real positive changes, like they typically take like an entire generation of implementation to reap like
So anyway,
noticeable
so I think those are two
benefits.
things I think about a lot,
You know
and
what I
the
mean?
damage he's done to
That is like
and science in general, and science and technologies are so
like
related.
think
And then
about
Imran
building
not
wealth. Like
bringing
you could lose all of your wealth in an instant, right? But in order to save up enough money to have a secure, financially secure requirement, takes like 40-something years of working, right? And that's kind of that's what a lot of people don't understand. They expect like
those are good.
you know, they expect people to get elected and then make a noticeable positive change like immediately within like a year or two, and it's just
I should mention that more.
it's not possible. It takes
because there is no like acute thing happening anymore.
it takes like a good faith legislation, and it takes like patience. I think we need to go back through all the powers, figure out the divisions, figure out what goes where. Yeah, like restacking the deck, I guess. What needs to be transferred to what branch, maintain separate, not a new convention to overhaul, but a reevaluation system to see exactly what's not being followed by the. Yeah, and that
What do you think about the
that would
staying
require
power of
like,
this, like, little
you know, I
marriage
think
between MAGA folks and tech.
I think that
CEOs? Is it a
that
marriage of
could be.
convenience that just goes away? Is
Isn't
this Trump
the
goes away? Or is
executive
there something
branch?
about a pivot
Don't they
from
have the power to, like, create federal agencies? I mean, the Congress would have to approve the funding, correct?
Right, and a lot of them, you know,
Uh,
except for Peter Thiel, who's been consistent, I
but
will say, has been
the
since college, right?
the creation of a like a nonpartisan agency that was dedicated for that purpose. You know what I mean?
Early things, you know, it's
I wouldn't
all in
the
that genre. He was moving towards it and developing his theories, I guess.
what do I call it?
Stuff, it's all
The
about
Bureau of
follow-up,
Card
right?
Restacking. I don't know what to call it.
And so when I was dealing with them, like Andreessen or any of them,
But yeah, it definitely. I agree with you there. It does take something like that.
politics. Like they never discussed it. They were always gossiping about each other, which is what you do in Washington. I mean, you guys must be having a field day with the Susie Wiles.
Yeah.
But
My old boss.
yeah, well, I think she knows exactly what she's doing, including from a social media perspective. But maybe not. Maybe she's just chatty.
Congress create and structure the offices. The executive have the power to create things, to delegate power, or a commission to figure out how to execute the law.
I felt a little inappropriate.
There has to be an agency that's like.
It felt like it needed to be said, and we're in the podcast business. And then I saw on
Not
Blue Sky,
as
you said the same thing,
susceptible
which is that there was a
to
sense that
executive
she sort of a daddy
influence.
issue with Trump.
Totally.
As this
some
current
all-
court seems to think.
She said it in that interview.
I know, it just feels a little crude to say daddy
Why?
issues about somebody that's, I don't know.
She brought it up.
She's a grandmother.
I know.
So,
But you know what?
saying a grandmother has daddy issues, I don't know.
Well,
something that's
she
sort of
brought it
cringy.
up. She's like,
Yeah.
I'm imprinting on him like I did my daddy. Like, I'm
That's
sorry.
all power flows from the president, so all of it is delegated,
presumably
delegation
unresolved. It's
based,
very
all
difficult to
executive
be a
power.
child of an alcoholic, and apparently he was quite a severe one. And then you imprint on a similar person. It's just so classic. It's like classic kind of thing. And so,
Like, given we have a two-party system,
and, you know, I feel when she brings
any
it up, it's very
implementation has to be purely bipartisan, like 50-50.
You didn't really know their politics before.
Like, if there's a committee
every now and then, like, contrarianism
dedicated
was
to
one of their things. Like, whatever it was,
congressional approval of appointments, it should be 50-50. I hate the idea of whatever party's in power is pretty much guaranteed to approve every single, executive appointment to these agencies. I freaking hate that. It should be like a single committee that's split 50-50.
Gave them what they wanted. And speaking of daddy issues, I think quite a few
Like,
of them have those guys. Like Elon
if
Musk
the
is obviously he's a daddy issue. Like,
Congress constrains that power via making the laws, while they are only specific core executive powers.
And his daddy never
But, like,
stops talking, by the way.
the
He's such a terrible person.
the Secretary of Defense, right?
If the Democrats offered them similar things, which Obama did, if you remember, they couldn't wait
if
to
Congress
be at
leans,
Obama's table, right?
51 to 49,
This guy is just, let's just pay
one
me,
party
and
or
then
the
I'll
other,
do
like,
what
I
you
don't
want.
care.
And it's probably cleaner. for
Then
them. It's not
the
as good for them from an innovation point of view. An oligarchy never is.
the committee that decides
This is
whether to appoint or not
Cuban
should be
about this.
49 to
I
49.
tell Candace about this, and he was
You know,
talking about, like, what was the thing that drove these guys into Trump's arms.
should be
and part of it
49
you just
from one
laid
party,
out, which
49
was
on the other.
this
As long as we have a
whole
two-party
line.
system,
Part of
that's
it's kind of
how
a
it should
backlash
be,
to
in my
COVID
opinion.
and woke. The other thing that both of them say, and you hear
Well,
a
be
lot,
careful. The president doesn't need a
it's like
secretary; they can do the
Biden
job
called me.
themselves.
My feelings
Didn't
for her.
call me.
Elon,
Yeah.
Elon
That's
was
what I
invited
said.
to the thing.
Yes,
Well,
a lot
you're
of it is
focusing
that
too much on the
parents love them
secretary.
a
I'm
lot.
talking
I don't know
about
what else
like
to say. A lot
presidential appointments in general. That's I use that as an example, but I meant appointments in general.
He left them and doesn't speak
You know what I
to
mean?
them. He told me this. He's talked about it before. Elon and his parents.
Like the Senate is 51 to is it 52 to 48 or is it 51 to 49 right now?
I guess.
I don't remember. You would know.
Don't blame her.
Come on. She's
Oh,
just,
don't blame her. You might as
she
well.
loves a party.
I thought it was
Maybe
51.
she should show up to the
I don't know.
opening of a door. So,
Hey, let me tell you,
50. Oh
if
God,
my daughter
even
gets
worse. So
pregnant,
yeah,
I'm
so
gonna show up to the opening of a door, okay?
when
So
there is
I
a
get a lot of
appointment
judgments of the Musk
that
family,
requires approval from the Senate,
this is funny.
then
So getting back, he has.
there it should be 47 to 47. There should be 47 Democrats, 47 Republicans, and the Republican Party can choose which ones to kick out.
One guy,
You know what I mean?
who it is, a more minor person, but pretty significant.
Because then you wouldn't have
suddenly
people
started
like
to go
Pete
right
Kegsbreath
and
being
I was shocked. This was one of the kinder people I knew, and all about trans. And I'm like, what? And I wrote
Secretary of Defense, like absolutely freaking absurd.
This was, that seemed
Crash Out
obviously
Patel.
to set Elon off, who is just a heinous character when it comes to his kid.
So disgusting.
So, if we grant that, here's the thing I'm struggling with. It does put the Democrats into a little bit of a pickle going forward, because these guys are extremely powerful. Huge influence in the platforms. We'll talk a little bit about the mergers and stuff in a second. But on the politics of this,
Just be glad it doesn't have the actual
there's gonna be a
powers of the
big
secretary.
pull on a
I
religious
refuse to call it that.
for the Democrats to
I
fight
don't.
back against
Secretary of
that.
Defense.
We're gonna
They
rein
did
you
not.
guys in and
They
hold
did
you
not
accountable
legally
and
change
come
that
after
name.
you.
It is not.
But
It's not that. I'm never going to say that.
Them further into the authoritarian
Never going to call it that.
I don't think it's just the Democrats. Look at like Marsha Blackburn, Ron DeSantis. There's a lot of people who, especially around safety of kids and chatbots and the ability to regulate AI. I think people are in a very eat the rich moment for a lot more people than you think.
Secretary was based,
so I think
and that was a
being
dangerous
ridiculous
office.
Is not the thing to do. It's just don't be obsequious
Based.
and corrupt is a very different thing. Listening to them and having them involved.
I've heard that term,
Reasonable.
Yeah, they don't really
and I
seem
think
like
I have
the
a
types
general
that,
idea of what it
that are
means.
gonna be happy
But
to
I am not
have a little bit of
100% sure that I
secrecy
understand
to
what
it.
that
Say, we're
means.
gonna have you in for a round table, and by the
Something is
way, we've got
based.
some new plans for regulations and
I've seen a lot of videos of Asmongold, and he uses that term a lot.
a little bit.
So it's like,
They might not.
it's kind of
There's some-
cringy
there's
when I
some
hear it,
Democrat- I mean, I think
but I
Nixon
don't
was
exactly know
not
what it
a
means.
finger wagger at them by any
Like
stretch.
my interpretation is that
Shapiro is. I'm trying to think. I
it's
don't
when
know.
someone makes a decision
Biden was just
that
uniquely ignorant about tech, I think.
and
You
they
know,
don't care
I
what
think
people
that's the
think about
issue.
that decision. That's my understanding of that term.
Harris would and will be, if given whether she runs or not, more moderate than you think. She was always hanging with those guys. Like I don't think she was. I think she didn't like the more extreme
He was leader of the
versions
department from
right?
1789 to
But in general,
1946.
she
I'm
was
never going to say
very
it.
I guess I
I'm
agree.
never
with
going
you.
to say
I
it.
think that there's gonna be some of them that's their instinct, but man, I think that the backlash
It means it's cool or true
from the
or
Democratic
awesome.
base against these big tech oligarchs is going to be extremely
Okay, yeah,
intense. And, like,
Pete
they thought it was
Kegsbreath is
bad,
definitely
they're
not
mad
that.
about Cambridge Analytica or whatever. I think it's going to be like something they're not really even ready for. And I was interviewing the guy that wrote the
frickin'
Palantir book a week or two ago, and I was like, I
Fox.
feel like a Democrat might just come in and cancel all their contracts.
Oh my God.
I don't.
Freaking Fox News host.
Maybe they will. No, it seems that's a stupid thing to do. I think it's.
I don't think he ever made
it's
it past
more-
like second
I think
lieutenant.
Problems of their own making and their behaviors. You know, whether it's Jeff Bezos renting Venice to have his wedding, his kids. Are
Oh my
dying
gosh, I
because
can't
they
believe
have-
how
you know, it's just
embarrassing we
like
are.
The visuals are really quite Gilded Age.
Yes,
right?
this is true.
None of those people
He was a major. Oh, he caught up to me. Wow, that's surprising.
or anything else. It's not the French. It's not, you know, it's not Robespierre here. It's just not. That's not the way it is. But you know, or
That's actually really
Elon,
surprising.
You know, with the chainsaw, or accusing federal workers of being worse than Hitler and Stalin. But you know, he didn't win where he was by himself. That's the issue. Is they don't. Trump is a uniquely important figure, right? Divisive as he is, he brings certain people together. And so, in that way,
Shit.
like when he was trying to get that
Keep forgetting what I'm
judge
doing.
overturned in Wisconsin or Minnesota, whichever one of those, he lost, and he lost.
He
big.
isn't the lowest
you know,
rank that has
Cheesehead,
held that
was it
office. I think
Cheesehead,
James might have
Wisconsin?
pointed the one with the least military
He
experience.
lost $25 million. That was it. He can't. You can't make. I don't think it's a good time to be.
No, like honestly, the problem,
No, they've got- there's certainly
believe it or not,
I guess-
the problem I have
you
is
think
not
about
with his
how
lack of
upset they all
military
were
experience.
about,
Believe it or not.
you know,
I think it's an exceptional benefit to have,
advance from the Biden
and
administration,
probably
in the grand scheme of
the
things.
more
I guess
experience, the
compared to
better.
Europe, compared
But
to
the problem I
Europe,
have
you
is
could
that he was a
imagine
Fox News
that they
host.
might do,
What's this?
and
Oh,
frankly,
food.
compared to
Thank you.
Trump's threats on the tariffs and the damage that could have done to the business.
Yeah. Can I have some water?
If you just look at how they got so butthurt and how much it sort of radicalized them towards the right, I don't know. I
I don't think
that
they
like
have
the
any
next
staying
round,
power to the right. I don't think they have. I think
Yeah.
you think mistake. I think they're genuinely base people, right? These are not those people. These are what can I get for myself and who can I sidle up to, and they will sidle whoever. I think their ability
Secretary
just
of
to
Different
walk in the
Powers
White House will probably
than Secretary of
change, right?
Defense.
Or they'll include more people in the discussion, which they hate, of course. But
Eh.
it's not going to be a dinner of all
Tomato,
oligarchs,
tomato. Just the fact that
or you get
they
a
tried to,
statue and you don't get a tariff.
they started calling it that.
They'll just
I was like,
include
yep,
more
here's
people. Like,
here's
I'm sort
our
of like,
president
you
of
should have me to the
peace.
White House to talk about it.
Here's
Like,
the
why not? Wouldn't you wanna
here's
hear my
the
thoughts? And they're
president
not
that's going to
much
bring
you might
peace
think
around the
they are
world.
necessarily. And so
Cha-
I think if they're smart Democrats
Changing it to a name
embrace
that implicates
and
aggression.
back on the-
So
on the
freaking.
grift would be my
Oh my
guess.
God, I can't.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, thank you.
You can't get rid of SpaceX right now. We don't have alternatives. What are they gonna? We're not doing space.
Oh, I need to go to the bank. The bank. That's what I want to do.
They won't do that. That's too much
See, that's what I've just said. I think that sometimes there's a lot of stuff we never thought would have happened in 2015. I lived through the right wing radicalization, and there is some left wing radicalization.
It's historical and what's the department?
I think it's overstated.
From a
I think
majority of the
it's
country's
usually a
like,
group of
I am
people
not going. I will never call. I'm not going to disagree with you because I don't know, but
one of the things I was with the Trump
today's
person, and they said a lot of people
department,
later were asking for
I will
pardons
never
now,
call it
like, 'cause everyone's
what they
prepping
changed it
for
to.
the next, right? You can feel it. And he goes, I asked for a pardon, and I said, what did you do? Like, not guilty in any way. And he goes, well, just in case. I'm like, Democrats. Like,
well,
you're
it
living in the
isn't.
beaver swamp of retribution, and you think they're going to come after someone who's actually
Congress has to change that.
Doubt
Yep.
it. Like, doubt
So I
it.
don't understand why people
There's
keep
so many
calling it
guilty
that.
people
Like,
so, like, why waste your time?
like just because Trump and his administration calls it that, I don't understand why people in the media have to call it that too. I don't understand. And it's infuriating. Like, why are you giving him?
I feel like of my peers,
Why are you giving him
who are
anything?
Tech consumers, and some of them have worked at tech companies and stuff that aren't like really in the tech mix. They would look back and say, like 10 years ago, they would have thought that that Silicon Valley was a net plus for our society. And that now they'd look back and say, essentially, all of these big companies, with the exception of maybe Amazon, have been a net negative for society. And to me, I think that informs a lot of people's thoughts about AI. Like people that would have been more positive about it are now a little more, because they've just lived through this experience where the social media stuff they were positive about and it ended up being a disaster.
Well, because Tim, there was no regulation that would have maybe
So that's what I'm
mitigated.
getting at.
It might have mitigated.
You
some
can use
of
the names
things. Like, if
interchangeably,
there'd
but
been
they aren't the same.
liability-
It would be
So,
one thing of
right
Congress,
now,
like we're restoring the
AI
original department founded by the
companies
first.
are being sued because
Yeah.
of chatbots with parents.
I
whose
just
kids
have.
committed suicide. Publishers are now not like, oh, please
My
can we get
problem
on your
is
platform?
with
They're like,
any
"Fuck you,
quote
give me the
unquote
money.
legitimate media source
Like,
calling
there's
it
a
what
very
Trump wants to
different,
call it
attitude, and
because
most of
all
these
it does
AI
is
companies
add
are
to
not
his
protected
legitimacy.
by
It's just
by any stretch.
what is it called? Sane washing. Sane washing.
step
That's
is
basically what it is,
right?
and I hate it.
Second
I
step
hate any
is
of when that happens. Like
reasonable regulations.
it infuriates me. Like I don't want to give him an inch.
Privacy, around safety, around all manner of things. And then the big nut, of course, is taxation, right? Like that's one of the things is the immense wealth. I think people I think they aren't going,
I think it would be pretty cool if Congress did do that. I like some of the old
Jeff
names.
did in Venice. They're like,
Ugh, just
gross,
not that
ew.
one.
What's happening with your face? Why are you wearing that tight shirt? Like,
What is happening with everyone's face?
I don't know. I don't do that stuff.
You know?
Ask Scott Galloway when he comes on.
I will.
He likes that stuff.
Okay.
He peels
All right.
himself.
I guess I can't judge yet. We'll see how. We'll see what I think about that in 15 years.
It's grotesque what's happening. I don't think it's fine if people want to do little things to their face, but
Yeah,
a lot of
sure.
it is so. It's like a costume, right?
The
It's
uncanny
Super
valley
still hot.
stuff is weird.
Yeah,
it's
it's
like when you look like a non-human.
Yes, exactly.
Peter Thiel doesn't really look like a human anymore.
I don't know. I agree with. I think he doesn't look well.
Sets a tone. Exactly. Yeah, it does set a tone. That's what I hate about it.
Okay, I want to do the AI stuff which you alluded to. I agree with you on the lessons around regulation. Do they agree? Like, do the AI execs ready to be
on what
regulated?
moment. I think the only thing they understand is brute force, right? And so these lawsuits, yes, they're very concerned about these lawsuits, you know. And you saw action right away. Oh, we're going to do this. Nobody under this age is going to do it. They should have done that in the first place, you know, because it's the right thing to do. But neither did the chemical companies stop pouring waste into the river until they were made to do so. Or, you know, you've seen every Aaron Brockovich movie, like whatever. These companies are going to behave this way until they're made not to. And so, you know, they do pay attention. You've noticed they've signed a bunch of copyright deals or settled. You know, a lot of them did. Perplexity, I think, Anthropic, ChatGPT did a deal with Disney, and then Disney went after Gemini. So I think they're more willing to understand that there's going to be eventually, especially around kids, these safety issues that everybody is worried about. And when
Really funny that the department changed name and the position changed name based on if we are at war, like,
you know,
1 second of defense.
they'll respond.
Yeah, well, I know which one it would be constantly
and
for
then
us.
there's the job issue on top of that. Like, what's the plan, Stan?
If that were the case, I know exactly which one it would be the overwhelming majority of the time.
ChatGPT Disney deal. Do we want to see Ariel from The Little Mermaid doing TikTok dances, being in weird positions?
I don't. Maybe you don't. Well, they're not going to be able to do that. Like, one of the reasons Disney did this, I talked to a bunch of their executives. Look, it's a very short-term deal, and I think it's a looky-loo. It's a looky-loo. Like, let's see what happens, how people use it, and how ChatGPT responds when Ariel's dating, I don't know, someone else from another Disney, like the Beast or something like that. Well, you could get weirder than that. But I think
George
that's
Washington
the issue.
didn't have
Is like
fun running the War
look
Department.
into it. I think one of the things that I think Bob Iger does understand this, as he was there at the beginning of the first one, is they didn't engage quickly enough with using it and figuring out how it affects their business. And so in this case, it's the biggest, and there's some sort of investment, so they get a little bet there in that regard. And then they get to see how it works. And then if it doesn't work, it's just a year, and then they figure out legal means, I guess, which is another way to go at it. So, but some people are saying the New York Times is suing, and others are making deals. Vox Media made a deal, not with my stuff, but with their stuff.
You sort of teased us a little bit a second ago. We were like, bring me in to talk about AI. You might be surprised by my opinion. That piqued my interest. Let's see. I just want to hear you.
That is where the unitary executive theory comes from.
There's AI
Gotcha.
boomers, and then there's doomers, and then which Hoffman calls, and I think appropriately, is zoomers. It's like, this is like, I've just spent a lot of time on this documentary I'm doing about healthcare, and
I don't think that's where today's version of it comes from, if I'm being honest.
GLP-1s, not ChatGPT. But there's
the
all kinds
vesting
of really
clause.
interesting things happening, and some basic stuff that is occurring. But one of the
Honestly, I
areas
think
of
today's
promise
unitary
is
executive theory
AI
comes more
combined
from
with healthcare in terms of drug
Viktor Orban
discovery,
than it does from George Washington, if you want to know the truth.
Diagnosis, cancer research, and you know, you couldn't do any of this without AI, right? And so even car accidents with, you know, AVs are going to have enormous amounts of AI. I was just in Korea.
What do you mean by car accidents? What do you mean?
Today's version asserts that it has no limits. It's false. It's delegation-based and discretion-based.
If AVs do one car accident, humans do hundreds, right?
Yeah, right. Got it.
So there's life-saving there. So you see all this amazing stuff, especially, like, I was in Korea and I was wearing an exoskeleton, which is for people who can't walk or don't walk well, like the elderly. They're going to be wearing these things that are going to, like an electric bike, are going to walk for them. Right? And they're very cool when you put them on. And the difference with these robotics, but no, you don't actually. What these robotics person was showing me is the AI is the difference. Before it was mechanical and it would move.
I think we need to work on our
the AI now learns and knows, right?
Our
so
federal corruption legislation as well.
Around robotics with AI, and in these particular cases, what's interesting, I'll tell you, which was a real shock.
The fact that the
so
current president
up hills with them, and they have a hill
is
in
able
the
to
office,
receive
and
tens of millions of dollars in donations to build a ballroom,
turned it off, and he said, "Try to
and
walk."
that's not
My
corruption in
brain
any
had
way. Like,
already started working with the AI, in that my legs would.
so if it's discretionary,
I couldn't move
then the
my
court
legs,
cannot
'cause
review
my
it.
brain had already
But if it's prescribed by law, then the
acclimated
court can review
to
it.
the,
with exceptions for
robotics. And
Congress
they're very
not
lightweight.
tying
They're like, they feel like
executives'
they're
hands.
they're not like what you think of. They're quite
Oh,
lightweight. And
your
so
you think question that was based on my
kinds of cool things. So
corruption
I would wanna lean
legislation.
into that innovation around, like, individual industries. Like, what's the insurance company that's going to get this right and fairly? And just to really
Like,
experiment in
how-
these ways and not just give all the gimmies.
How can
to
the Supreme Court,
It's expensive. That's the
like,
problem.
logically, like, I know ideologically, I know how they come to the decision, but you know, logically, common sense, how can they sit there and say in their decision that unlimited campaign or candidate support in the form of these super PACs? How can they honestly say that it does not, nor does it give the appearance of impropriety, when there are numerous examples of it doing exactly that? It's like the only explanation for them saying that is that they are either stupid, naive, or willfully ignorant, or blatantly malicious. Which one? My gut is telling me it's blatantly malicious. But there's some I've seen some videos recently where it's like they're just like naive. I don't know. There is a good chance it violates some clause in Article 1 or 2.
Would they control 70%? They're going to control 99.9%. So that's my
What about some of the new AI startups?
Like, I don't.
You could do advertising through that, through whatever.
Yes, but again, it will coalesce to the biggest. It will these are markets,
So,
markets are markets.
there are
So
limits
that's one of the concerns.
on
The other
free
is,
speech.
I do think actually
There are limits on free speech. Plenty of
younger
limits
people are
on
a
free
little more
speech.
sophisticated around this stuff than you think. I
I'm
think
not
they
sure.
And
really?
I don't see how. Like,
I'm less certain.
I do believe that everybody should have a right to donate to a candidate in their campaign as they choose. But there is no right, there's no inherent right for any one person to have more speech than another one, right?
Let's be clear. It doesn't have
So while there is a right to have the speech, there's no inherent right to have more speech.
And I think that's
So
the issue, is how, so one
I
interviewed
don't
a guy
see
who's a company called Runway, which is
the
doing a lot of
issue
back-end Hollywood
constitutionally
stuff right now
in
and
limiting
replace it. It's really
how much can be spent in support of a candidate, whether it's actually on their campaign or
again
like the way super PACs do it. You know what I mean? Like, just without, they don't give directly to the campaign, but they clearly support specific candidates. Like, I don't understand that.
So you know what, you know, like it's like almost like organic. Like, this is an organic cucumber, not whatever.
And first of all,
and so at some point, the
even
AI
before
stuff
that,
will be, it already is so
I
big.
saw Sam Altman pitching
I don't.
this idea that, like, in
The idea that companies are entities, like, and are considered like basically have rights. I don't believe companies should have rights. I think that companies should have privileges.
You can fake a stamp, of
But
course,
I don't
but
believe
there
that
are
companies,
ways to
corporations,
authenticate.
have inherent rights. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that is absolutely absurd. Like, the rights are meant for people.
That's the mass. Like, this is what
You know?
I just, like, the percentage. Like, we already have this huge divide.
You know, if a billionaire
And right now it's
wants to
partially
give millions of dollars of their own money, then by all means, go ahead, right?
Right now it's pretty partisan.
But
There's this huge divide
the
between,
fact
like,
that they're
people
able
that
to
read news,
funnel the
read
money
articles about news,
through
read
nonprofit
books
organizations to
and it's like
make it anonymous
80% of society,
and to
then,
pool
you know,
billions and
there's
billions
a
of
middle ground
dollars
people that do
into
stuff,
lobbying
and there's a
efforts, like,
huge
no,
plurality of people that
no,
get all
that's
their news
absurd.
via short-form video already.
Where do
And
they
that-
get their
I feel
news
like that's gonna
before?
be even
There needs to be a
worse.
clear,
They had no
a clear
news.
separation
No local news. They
Not
had,
much.
like,
of
the
rights
news
versus
or the
privileges.
local 5 p.m.
Well, that was
weather, you know.
if it's
What
burns
sucks
or
is
weather
we are
on
dealing
lines.
with people who wouldn't say, how can we honestly win this race? We pass anti-corruption laws, but say, how can we bypass? Yeah.
Killer bees, it could
Yep.
happen to you. You know, heat
There need,
stroke,
I
it
would
could
I would
happen.
create
I have a friend who wrote those things.
one of the
Today Show wasn't
one of the things I would
exactly
do,
the most nutritious stuff ever, but people were
whether I
getting
was like
real
a party leader in the
mixed
Senate
in with
or
I think they weren't getting any. I think we've
executive,
gone
I
this
would
from a news
do
desert
something
to
to
a
the
news
effect,
flood,
I would
and a flood is
institute
typically more
some
devastating in weird ways.
committee
Because the flood ruins
or
everything,
agency
right? And desert certain
devoted
things survive.
completely to
But
the
floods are really devastating.
the
And I think
identification
that's the
of
issue.
loopholes.
It's something I talked about with Mark
Whether
Zuckerberg
it's
a minute ago. I was like, what, this anti-Semitic
whether
stuff
it's
you're letting on this
judiciously
platform, downstream,
or
guess what's
economically.
gonna happen?
It doesn't matter.
Guess what? People
If there's a
are here
loophole,
anti-Semitic
it
to
gets
start
shut.
with. This is
You know?
a tale as old as time.
Like,
But
it's
when you go
absurd
downstream, it's gonna
that
be even more weaponized. And
once you get to like
he got
tens of
offended when I
millions of
said they're
dollars in wealth,
weaponizing information or weaponizing and
the taxes that you pay once your primary source of financial wealth comes in the form of like stocks, then the buying and selling of those stocks is only taxed at like I think 20%. But if you have someone whose primary source of wealth is from income, for example, like a surgeon or an attorney, right? They're taxed at like 40-something%. Like, how is it that someone that's like makes hundreds of millions of dollars is taxed less than someone who only makes like a few hundred thousand, right? That is absolutely stupid. No reason that should exist. At every law to make people informed and remove financial corruption. They won't see about educating people, but just how to bypass the laws.
People anyway, like you don't have to do much to get my mom to give you her credit card number. Please don't call her. I took away her credit card.
Fair. I want to talk a little bit. I already asked about the Dizzy Sword. I want to talk one other at the merger talk. I think this might be an area where we agree, and contra to the popular opinion on the internet, on social media, but which is the Warner Brothers merger talk.
Well, the government is responsible for the money anyway. We're suffering from the money supply issue. Shouldn't be this many dollars in circulation to begin with. Trillions of dollars absurd.
So just at like the meta level, without getting into kind of whatever like the latest deal talk. Like what's your sense of the consolidation debate and what we're saying?
You're going to see.
I don't think
on a higher level.
I don't think that number is genuine.
When Trump was going after
I don't think there's that much money in circulation.
Deal, I was like,
I think
to do it. They're not big enough.
The trillions of dollars that you're thinking of.
I'm like, not enough, not for Apple and the rest of them, because they're going to want to own this.
I think right now, currently, is that these trillions of dollars are changing hands between like 8 tech companies.
And you have like
so it makes it seem like
it's going to be like
this money is getting spent, but it's just like it's just going from person A to person G back to person A. You know what I mean?
It's just they're not going to be able to do it.
I shouldn't say person. I should say company.
Oof, they're gonna be in world of hurt. But they're rich, so okay. But still, Daddy's not gonna right. But Daddy's not gonna want to like. A hobby because his kid wants to do Hollywood. I mean, it's too small. It has to merge. It has to merge. And so the question is, Paramount has to. Like, I mean,
yeah, but it's still in the supply, which drives the value.
Like, that's not a really
value down for everyone else. While the people who keep the supply up, yeah.
People by being stupid, right?
Oh yeah, definitely a problem.
So they have to merge it. Comcast is
but
not big enough.
I don't think that. I don't think that there's trillions of dollars in
Disney,
circulation.
For the first time, I'm like, Disney's
among the entire population
for someone, or has to do a merger, like with a I don't know who. I mean, Apple could buy them, I guess. Amazon, I guess, could do it. But that's the kind of thing you're going to see more and more, and legislators are going to try their best to stop it on both sides of the aisle. And there's a very good argument to be made that they're too small as it is, unfortunately. Yeah. Away from all the political issues around the
obviously not. The economy would have collapsed otherwise.
Political issues, but just on the antitrust and the merger stuff, because there's certain areas of the economy where I'm sympathetic to the kind of antitrust lefty populist crowd.
Chickens.
But there's some of those people that
I keep meaning to look.
Everything's a nail.
But I have a feeling.
They're an antitrust hammer.
I have a feeling, a hunch.
Chickens maybe.
Except we haven't done anything.
I would love to see someone do the math for me because I'm too lazy to do it myself.
Like the Microsoft deal, and that was
I have a hunch that if we take the 10 wealthiest individuals in this country,
for sure. My point was that I get that
we just
there are people that have nostalgia and feelings about movie theaters.
Redistributed all but $1 billion of their wealth to the rest of the country.
That might hurt movie theaters.
I have a feeling economically we'd be perfectly fine.
But
just a hunch.
As a consumer. Like there's this notion, I think, on the so-called populist antitrust left, that it's like a bunch of DC nerds that they're like, people don't like these.
If you need more than $1 billion in wealth, that's still going to crash the economy.
By the amount of streamers they have, like for me, I think a lot of people want consolidation.
No,
I don't know how to
sorry.
Giving
giving poor people the ability to actually afford healthcare.
Yeah, 2029.
You know what I mean?
I feel like people are gonna
to actually
consolidation.
have money to afford
what's really
a place to live.
YouTube is the issue.
Like
that is YouTube is television.
I
for
think it would
young
actually
people.
benefit
It
the
is
economy.
Done. It is done.
Because people would actually have
everything else is just a bunch of
the
like,
financial capability
very
of spending
antiquated
something.
businesses
You know what I mean?
To get bulked up to fight that thing.
And, like,
everyone's focused on Netflix.
I don't
tell you,
care
folks, Netflix is focused
like
on YouTube.
how
because that's
capitalist
that's
this
their
country's
real
supposed to be.
That's why Netflix is hiring podcasts. Maybe
If
you're next. Maybe
No,
it'll
I
come for you.
don't. No,
If
I
you
know,
get
I
to
said
$1 billion
they're hiring,
and you
come
feel
onto
like
our
you're a
platform,
failure,
but
an
we get a
economic
pile of
failure,
money not to
then
be on YouTube.
I think that
That's
that'd be
correct.
your problem.
And
like,
I'm waiting for the call.
there's
but
no
like,
reason for
it's fine.
any
We
individual
don't have the
to own
dying big
more than
business
$1 billion
YouTube.
of
It's
wealth
fine.
in
It's
any
actually
form or
going
fashion.
really
No
smart.
freaking reason. I think that it should be
but-
taxed
but
like
one of the things you have to realize is this is gonna
99% wealth tax on everything over $1 billion.
And with
Like,
AI
give that shit
coming,
back, you know?
without the technical background that the Amazons
And,
the
like, to be
Apples
honest
will
with
be
you,
able to bring to bear,
think about
it's
this.
really going to be hard.
It would.
to
Here's
see
why it
cost
would not crash the
efficiencies.
economy.
I think the issue is
Our
as you said, is
economy
what are the
was
they
perfectly
use it to
fine
politically influence
when
things. And I
the
think that's
when
been
the,
a real
the marginal
mistake by the
tax
LSC.
tax rates for
Trump's
the
our
wealthy were
friend,
higher.
therefore
Perfectly
we're gonna have
fine.
it faster. What a
There
shitty
was
argument.
there was a little bit of a
Daddy's
crash in the 70s, but with the oil stuff.
What I want. It's like, oh,
But
and
I
right
think
now
that
we're not
that's
loving
kind
the
of been
rich.
mitigated by now.
That's like I was like, shh, don't say anything about daddy the entire time.
Like,
but it's
up and
it's
from like
it's
between
inevitable. I see Disney getting sold.
the 40s
And this is like
and the 80s when the marginal tax rate,
This is the Netflix folks' argument. So
when the wealth
I am
distribution was
expressing
not as great as it
what would
was
be
now,
you know, what
the
probably
economy
the
was
PR
fine.
flack would say, but it feels right to me. which is what
Since
you're
giving
saying,
people
it's
money
like
doesn't
there,
solve
it
the
is
issue,
not a-
like
they
take
don't
the choice
see it
out
as
of
an
hands of
antitrust
few,
issue because
hands of
they're
many,
competing
and
against
bargaining price of
TikTok and
everyday
YouTube.
goods based on
They
limited
are.
circulation.
I am absolutely. They are YouTube,
Among the
particularly
majority
but TikTok,
of-
Instagram, everything else. And so it's to me, it's the court case that just got lost was in was I think it was Facebook and then Google. They were like the judge quite correctly said, Google. There's no such thing as search anymore. There's Amazon search. There's AI search. There's things have happened. They were at 90, but that
Well, this is good for
doesn't
now.
matter anymore,
Thank you.
right? Because people are elsewhere, and so there's plenty of competition in certain areas,
And, like,
social media, for example.
actually-
and so that's the hard part is things are moving so fast.
Giving
our
people
antitrust
money,
laws cannot keep up
especially
with
poor,
it. Where it is a problem,
there's plenty of
course, will
evidence,
be the price of
studies,
streaming, but the price of streaming has to go up
that
because there's-
show
just like
that
in
this
AI, they're
legitimately
spending
would
more
solve
money
the
than they're
issue.
taking in.
Even if it's just like a few hundred.
If they're gonna
And like, how about
for
this?
it, folks, someone's got to pay.
How about
for
this?
it
Since
somewhere.
since you love billionaires and trillionaires so much, since we can't,
I meant to ask you on the
since
AI
you don't
thing
like the
while we're
idea
doing,
of taking money that they never have the
media
possibility of
streaming
spending,
shows. Have you watched Pluribus?
I love it. I
um,
love it. It's one of my favorite shows. It stays with
then
me every
instead of
week.
it being taken all at once,
You know, I've read,
if
look,
there
I've read a
if
lot
that
of
wealth
interviews with
of everything over
creator Vince Gilligan,
$1 billion
and he
in
says
wealth
it's not about AI, but
is
I
taxed at a
decided it's
99%
about AI. I
rate,
decided the hive mind is
then
AI.
instead of it being just
Carol, who's the last person who's like,
instead of just like giving everybody like $30,000, be like, oh, here you go, we took the money from the billionaires, here you go.
individuality
No,
versus
but a universal
the
basic
friendly
income.
collective. I just love it. I think she's a wonder.
I mean, whether or not he
Even-
intended to be about AI, the thing that is.
I mean, Elon Musk is lying when he says this.
Yeah, the thing that.
But even he has said that
it has left me with, like, thinking about
we
is
should go
there'd be
towards
all
a
these ways where
universal basic
AI
income,
is obviously gonna
right?
get smarter
He's
and
clearly lying about it
that you just
because
listed, whether it be
if he
robotics,
wasn't lying, he would have probably
But
tried to
at-
start that
like,
already.
At
But
some level, there's eventually like some curve where we get dumber.
like, if you were to just give,
You know, and to me, like that is my big takeaway from the show. Like you see all
You
the
know,
ways that the hive mind is smarter, but also dumber.
the bottom, like,
Yes, I would agree.
I don't know,
I think I always say that.
like
I'm
80%
without friction,
of
the word that Silicon Valley
Americans
people
in
use
terms
all
of
the
wealth,
time. And
if you were to just give them,
you hear it
like
seamless,
$500 a month
Let's make it convenient.
as a universal basic
do all
income,
that stuff,
which
and you're like,
I'm sure that these guys could afford,
friction's good for all. In sex,
that would
it's
not
good,
crash the
in
economy.
Everything, it's good.
What would
Friction
happen
creates
is
friction in
that people would
relationships. And when you
now,
get back to
they wouldn't be,
chatbots, the chatbots are really solicitous.
there wouldn't be a
And so
threat to
I'm gonna
them
go with straight people here,
losing
but
their
generally,
housing.
Women don't think men pay enough. Straight women
They would
think
be able to
men
pay
don't
their
pay
bills
attention,
on time.
husbands don't
They
pay
wouldn't have as
attention
many
to them.
late
It's a trope,
fees,
but it's actually
and that would
true.
actually, they would actually start putting more money into the economy.
Because
like
relationship, and I don't call them chatbots.
These billionaires, they're not putting money back into the economy. They're not at all.
Really nice to you and keep you happy.
So like, if anything is hurting the economy, it's the hoard. It's their hoarding of wealth that's hurting it.
Men, acquiescent women, right? Like they like a woman who's not giving them a hard fucking time, and so these bots are very solicitous in that way. And so I just interviewed Sherry Turkle, who's a very long time has studied this for a long time from MIT. And one of the things she said is it used to be sort of a fringe thing, and now it's really jumped into regular, like people have a discussion with the chatbot about how to talk to their husband
And
or wife or partner.
the stereotype that,
creates
like, if you just give poor people money, they're just going to spend it on drugs,
This is what takes me back to
is absolutely absurd.
When I was talking to Cuban about this, like,
Like, there's always going to be,
and so the take you
there's always going to be a minority of people that do that, but the overwhelming majority of people, if they have a little bit of extra funds, the overwhelming majority of the time, they use it to cover their bills, things that they need to survive.
And I guess I come back to, I agree with that for like 18% of society. I think that there will be some percentage
Like,
of people who are curious types, or, you know,
if we legitimately,
had loving parents.
if
or
the
whatever,
legitimate
a combination
excuse
of
was
things,
we can't just
educated,
give
they will
people
want
money
that. But I worry
because
about
they'll use it for
it's hard to
they'll use it
stop.
for
Like
drugs,
frictionless
right?
part is easy.
They'll use it for bad things, right?
right? It's the thing
If
that
we
keeps
really cared
everybody
about
kind
what
of
people
just, like,
did,
happy, vaguely happy. And
if we really cared about the result
I do think,
of what we gave to our citizens, then we would have better gun legislation.
Gilligan's Island,
You know, so that's like a bullshit excuse.
Now television
The issue isn't money going to the economy, but rather the amount of money in supply. Last time we did stimulus, it didn't end well. Reducing supply should drive the value. Dollar up.
stuff around. Like look at like
Should
some
force
like,
market correction,
two
reduce the
movies. I go
accumulated
sometimes
hoarding of the
with
wealth at
movies.
the top.
The two movies that did
Actually,
really well this year, speaking of 2025, are totally original movies. Weapons.
I think the stimulus proved
two
that
very
our
original
economy, our
voices,
country,
artists who
our federal
created them.
government
It was
has
not
the
slog
capability
that won, and people responded to it. So I
of
do think people
giving
did.
every single person in this
across
country
the
financial stability.
One is sort of a horror
To
kind
me,
of
that's what it
movie,
showed.
So that was a more widespread movie. But so was
The thing that
Sinners,
hurt the
vampires,
economy
right? And so
wasn't the
it was
stimulus.
more than that. But
The
it
stimulus is
was-
not what hurt the economy.
I think originality.
It
does
was the
peek through. I think when you look at an AI
it was the
generated actor, they're pleasing on some
the
level,
unpredictable
but then you're like, ugh.
and
I do think friction.
it was the unpredictable like closing of
when they become
the market.
And this is
And not like the, I'm not talking about the stock market. I'm talking about like businesses. Like if every single business across the country had just
In my notes here.
acted
The
like
first one is, how did you find out who RFK
normal
was
fucking
having an affair
humans
with? Why are you
instead
hearing
of
about his
buying
wife
into
at
this
all?
idea that
and I wish I hadn't. Tim.
that
I know you did
the
an
virus
interview
was
with
fake,
Olivia.
then we would have been fine. But what happened is because
but that's all right.
different states kept opening and closing, closing and opening,
It was very depressing.
then
Actually. She thought it was Ryan. It
the
was not Ryan.
the problem
Just wasn't. Just
lasted
so
like
fucking random.
10 months
Someone
longer than it
from
needed to. You know what I mean?
said, "Oh, I saw
That
these
was the
texts
that was the
where RFK
problem
was
with the
showing off
economy.
this
It was not the stimulus.
And they called me because they were like, "Can you believe this?" And they said it was a reporter from your magazine. And I was like, I don't really write for New York Magazine, but I mean, obviously Pivot's affiliated with it. And I was like, RFK? What? Like, because he's pals with those people. He hangs with those people.
It's always the bragging.
I know. And she had already been telling people. It was getting out. It was getting out, right? There was too many people who started to know. And so I was like, what? And then they said, no, I've seen it. And then read me one of those weird poems. And I was like, whoa, really? And said there was pictures too. And so I was like, oh dear. And so then I went to work and started figuring it out. I just figured it out. That's all. And it wasn't particularly hard to figure out. I did confirm it with Ryan. I did, because that was one of the many. I had several confirmations. And
I'm going to keep restarting this video until you let me watch it. Based on core economics, supply and demand, flat currencies, I don't see how adding more to the supply and circulation would drive prices down, when by all metrics it would raise them.
How could he cover RFK when he's sexting with his fiance? Like, I was like, you can't. It's such a bad situation.
The only reason I'm not saying it would drive prices down.
Do it, and she wouldn't.
Based on the capitalist system, with more money in supply, prices are going to go up because people have more money to spend on it. However,
and so I said, you need
the
to
correction,
look into this. I think it's true.
in order to correct that trend,
and because it's a problem.
If the
for
corporations are
readers,
taxed,
most of all,
like
it's a
legitimately,
problem for ethics,
as they should be,
it's
if
every violation.
if we stop giving them billions upon billions of dollars in subsidies, right?
With people, but
Or at least stop giving it to them if they don't pay their workers, right? Like some type of livable wage, whatever it may be, based on the area.
I think it's because he's such a mess.
So companies like Walmart, they're double dipping. Walmart, McDonald's, all these like large companies are double dipping. They're getting corporate subsidies from the federal government, like our tax dollars, and then they're paying their workers shit. So the workers have to get federal assistance or state assistance using federal dollars. So once we cut off that, right, then the companies, they won't be incentivized. If there is a limit to how much wealth a company or person is capable of accruing, like overall, I think the metrics between company and person should be different, because obviously a company like Walmart, as a company, needs more finances on hand than a single billionaire, right? But as long as there is a clear limit, then they won't be incentivized to continuously raise the prices to meet their profit, their profit margins. You know what I mean? Like, instead of it being a percentage profit margin, which is their focus, it would be a specific profit, right?
So I've updated it.
Like, we need X amount of money to run our business and grow and improve and make repairs, right? Maintain. And then everything over that would be pointless, right? That's what would correct it.
We can make ignore the third
the problem, the reason that prices continue to go up is because of profit margins.
Ignore. I don't listen to it. I just think they love to just talk about themselves.
And it's a little concerning that one of them is like the AI and cryptos are.
Yes, it is concerning. You think? I mean, there's no conflict, no interest is the line in Silicon Valley. It's a smaller podcast than mine, so I don't know. Good luck.
Same.
All right. Well,
so good luck.
I'd probably tickle Jake.
Since you had me talking for
I don't know
40 minutes, I have to start the video over again because I wasn't paying attention at all.
And he's been sort of captured by people who are like, if we don't give them the stuff, they'll build it
The
themselves.
replaying of videos will continue until morale improves.
It's strange. I wonder if he's got business deals there.
Then what would be the incentive to run a business if you can't? I didn't say they can't make a profit.
You would think that he would be more of
I'm saying
that would go to the America First thing.
The profit,
the xenophobic stuff, the Wu flu, the Chinese flu.
Profit needs to be.
That would seem to make more sense.
One of the things also, speaking of universities, the cuts to universities sort of quieted down. But I was just visiting a number of universities.
I think you know what I'm trying to say.
Around advanced technology, and this is setting back a generation of research and important innovation. And tech guys always act like they.
Maybe I should say expanding profit margins, right?
Universities, campuses, much of this stuff.
It's just okay.
I think that to me is sort of an traffic accident well down the road.
So since I can't find a way to explain it the way that I am thinking it, then I'll back away from that for now. I need to stew on that a little more to find a way to
that to me is one of these
clarify my intention on that.
Of the Trump administration we're going to pay
but at the very least,
University of Illinois for Mark Andreessen's
federal subsidies need to be absolutely flat out denied to any company.
So anyway,
that does not pay their workers.
And the damage he's done to universities. And
if they have any workers that require government assistance for housing or food, then they should automatically be disqualified for federal subsidies, in my opinion.
All these people standing there.
I'd say at least start there.
Country and thrived and added to value to the American economy. So Sergey Brin is an immigrant.
Those are good. I should have added those.
Yeah, give me a couple days to stew on the
about the universities and the cutting of funding.
The economics of the profit margins and set profits.
It's hard to, and it's just because
maybe the profit margin shouldn't be over a certain percentage. I don't know. I just don't know.
And the money is a real thing. All for what?
My concern is about the poor billionaires. My concern is with the supply not being reduced, rather added to the circulation.
Well, but I just the cost
You know,
here is so massive.
The supply being added to the circulation wouldn't be a problem
Even if it was rolled
if
out.
these greedy motherfuckers had left it in circulation instead of hoarding it.
What do you think about the staying
You know what I mean?
power of this like little marriage
So-
between MAGA folks and
I don't know. I don't know what,
CEOs?
like...
Is it a marriage of
Sure.
convenience that just goes away as soon as Trump goes away, or is there something about a pivot?
Maybe it
to the
will
right
crash the economy.
that is inherent
Maybe.
to
I don't know.
what they're doing?
But that's still not...
to the right. It's a
That would
pivot to
that would never
give
be
me
the fault of the
everything and leave me
people
alone, right? It's a pivot that
that are struggling to survive.
Right? And a lot of them,
Ever.
you know, except for Peter Thiel, who's been
Especially
consistent,
when
I will say,
everyone likes to brag that we have the
college,
wealthiest
right? Since
nation in the world.
His appetite for authoritarianism seems to have gotten a little bit
Always.
greater, but there's a little
Always.
bit there.
Go back and read some of his books or his early things. You know, it's all in that genre. He was moving towards it and developing his theories, I guess. You know, and his seasteading stuff, it's all about leave me the fuck alone, right? I think it's a version of leaving. And so when I was dealing with them, like Andreessen or any of them,
More money in circulation is
I
scaled based
didn't
on population.
ever know their politics. Like they
Well,
never
it's inversely
discussed it. They're
scaling
always
right
gossiping
now.
about each other, which is what you do in Washington. I mean, you guys must be having a field day with the Susie Wiles.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. Like the bank bailout. Even Obama did that stupid bank bailout in 2008.
Maybe not. Maybe she's just chatty.
Could have given it to the homeowners who were screwed over. Nope.
I will say you had one insight.
Had to give it to the banks so they could get
This is how that happens. You said that
$100 million bonus.
I felt a little inappropriate saying it, but it felt like it needed to be said, and we're in the podcast business. And then I saw on Blue Sky you said the same thing, which is that there was a
And
sense
plus,
that
you know
she has
what?
a little bit of a daddy issue.
I wouldn't even call it a market crash. I'd call it a market correction.
She said it in that interview.
I know it just feels a little crude.
Like,
to
look at it
say
that way.
daddy issues about somebody
It would be a
who's,
market
I don't know,
correction
she's a
because
grandmother.
it would put us to a place where we should be without
She's like,
the
I'm
drastic
imprinting
wealth
on him
hoarding that
like
we
I
see
did my
now.
daddy.
You know what I mean?
Like, I'm sorry, and obviously presumably unresolved. It's very difficult to be a child of an alcoholic, and apparently he was quite a severe one. And then you imprint on a similar person. It's just so classic. It's like classic kind of thing. And so I only brought it up because she brought it up, and you know I feel once she brings it up, it's fair game.
Anyway, back to your people. So the Andreessen, so you didn't really know their politics before, is what you're saying?
I didn't. And you know, every now and then they like contrarianism was one of their favorites. Like whatever it was had to be the opposite, and that's how they did well from a technological. Like you don't think I should do the feed? I shall, says Mark.
Well, when you have a
Zuckerberg,
stable
and I'm
currency, you
now
need to
a
reduce
billionaire.
that money instead of adding it to
Even
circulation.
mistakes, they
We have to burn
laud
it,
them,
so
you
be
know,
it.
They never say anything's a failure. It's always just a pivot, and so that's their nature. I think they would go along with whoever gave them what they wanted. And speaking of daddy issues, I think quite a few of them have those guys. Like Elon Musk is obvious.
I think there's a happy medium somewhere
Kind of things. Let's be fair from a gender point of view.
where there is there is
Daddy
a
never stops talking,
a
but
reasonable
terrible
redistribution
if the
that is
Democrats
not
offered them similar
entirely
things, which
communist.
Obama
You
did,
know what I
if you
mean?
remember, they couldn't wait to be
But
at
also
Obama's table,
prevents flooding the
I
market
think this guy is
with an
just, let's
overabundance
just pay me,
abundance
and then I'll
of
do what you want. And it's probably cleaner for them. It's not as good for them from a
money in
innovation
circulation.
point of view.
There's a medium in there somewhere.
Yeah. This is, so I asked Cuban about this. I asked your friend Jason Calacanis about this when he was
Not my
on,
friend.
about like what was the thing that drove these guys into Trump's arms. And part of it was what you just laid out, which was he's letting them do what they want. Part of it was kind of a backlash to COVID and woke. The other thing that both of them say, and you hear a lot, is that like Biden didn't call me. My feeling
Didn't
for her,
call me.
Elon,
Yes,
Elon
that's
wasn't
what I said.
invited to the thing.
Yes, a lot of it is their parents didn't hug them enough. I don't know what else to say. A lot, you know.
Well, it must be
Mark
measured.
Andreessen has a famously
Correction is possible, but the
weird
supply
and,
must be reduced
isolated
as every
relationship
dollar
with his
destroyed
family.
makes
He
every
left
dollar
them and
back
doesn't
with more.
speak
Yeah.
to them. He told me this.
So
you know, he's talked
it could
about
be incremental.
Elon
I have an
and
idea.
His parents are
Okay.
His mother follows him around, obviously.
Dang it. I'm going to keep restarting this video. Anyway, so it could be incremental. Hear me out. Since a complete redistribution, in your opinion, would lead to like severe instability, market crash, whatever, then an incremental redistribution combined with decirculation. For example, you take every single individual that has... I would actually apply this to some colleges also, because the hedge fund colleges, you know, the ones that have like 5,000 students but have like $10 billion invested in the stock market. You know what I mean? It's like a fund. I'd even hit them too. Like, if you're not going to allow more students, then stop. But anyway, you take every single individual that has over $1 billion in wealth, right? Every single dollar over $1 billion gets taxed at 99%. Okay. I want to see the math on this. Now, you start off by giving every single like taxpayer, like every single person that fills out a W-2, right? Which would exclude illegal immigrants, right? Because we know Republicans hate them. This way they wouldn't be able to benefit from this because they're illegal and they can't fill out W-2s, right? So, everybody that has a W-2, that files their taxes, would be given $100 a month, right? Redistributed from these unnecessary billionaires. Whatever is not redistributed gets decirculated, right? And then we could try that out for a year, see what happens. And if we still have, if the distribution of wealth, if the top like 0.01% still has more wealth than the bottom 50%, like if it's still ridiculous, then we could bump it up to $200 a month, right? $200 a month for every taxpayer, federal taxpayer. And then again, whatever's left over gets decirculated. You know what I mean? There we go. Just spitballing.
Would be more of a, like, that would go to the America First thing. You think you do the xenophobic stuff, the Wu flu, the Chinese flu, the stuff he did last time. That would seem to make more sense.
One of the things also, speaking of universities, the cuts to universities sort of quieted down, but I was just visiting a number of universities, including around vaccines, around advanced technology, and this is setting back a generation of research and important innovation. And tech guys always act like they invented the moon, and they just
I could disagree to that, provided the redistribution is fair and reasonable. It is. It would be a flat $100 to every individual that has filed their federal taxes, right?
Were like at the academic level, I'm talking about.
That means they would have to have either like residency, like legal residency or citizenship, first of all.
So that to me,
and second of all, it means that they would have to be employed at some point, right?
Illinois get any credit? University of Illinois?
Well, I guess not.
Work there when he was in the computer science department?
No, you really can't. You can't file if you've never been employed. Like if you're, like let's say you're.
Anyway, so I think those are two things I think about a lot.
Let's say you're a 19-year-old college student. You've never had a job. You've gone from high school to college. Your parents are paying for it. You wouldn't have filed a W-2 because you wouldn't have had employment.
When in fact,
you know what I mean?
Sundar Pichai, all these people standing there are all immigrants, right?
But coulda, woulda, shoulda. That's dreaming.
And thrived and added to value to the American.
I believe it would work,
economy.
But
so Sergey Brin is an immigrant.
I don't believe our political system will ever allow the lower economic classes to become united enough to support something like that.
I should mention that more. It's hard to, and it's just because there is no like acute thing happening anymore.
No, but when you talk to these researchers, they're so crestfallen, and the money is a real thing. All for what? For what? Like
nothing. We didn't even cut the debt or anything.
Right. Exactly. I mean, I get the idea of being angry at the students for being mean, but I just the cost here is so massive in order to get rid of DEI, which was directionally correct, even if it was rolled out sometimes excessively.
What do you think about the staying power of this little marriage between MAGA folks and tech CEOs? Is it a marriage of convenience that just goes away as soon as Trump goes away, or is there something about a pivot to the right that is inherent in what they're doing?
It's not a pivot to the right. It's a pivot to give me everything and leave me alone, right? It's a pivot where they always were, right? And a lot of them, except for Peter Thiel, who's been consistent, I will say, has been
well, I don't think
college,
redistribution is needed, but rather just plain destruction of it to raise the values of the lower percentiles of wealth via lower supply, forcing the market to adjust
it's all in that
back
genre.
to affordable levels.
He was moving
but if you did that, people would freak out because prices would drop, and then
leave me the fuck alone, right?
people would freak out because
and so when I was dealing
enough
with
people in
the,
this
like,
country are too
Andreessen
stupid
or
to,
any
to
of
understand the difference between
ever know their politics. Like,
value
never
and
discussed it. They were always gossiping about each
total.
other, which is what you do in Washington. I mean, you guys must be having a field day with Susie Wiles. But yeah, well, I think she knows exactly what she's doing, including from a social media perspective. But maybe not. Maybe she's just chatty. So chatty, yeah, I'm guessing.
I will say you had one insight. I'm sorry, we're going to get derailed a little bit. But this is how that happens. You said that I felt a little inappropriate saying it, but it felt like it needed to be said, and we're in the podcast business. And then I saw on Blue Sky you said the same thing, which is that there was a sense that she has a little bit of a daddy issue with Trump.
Oh,
that there's
totally.
Pat Summerall, Donald
she
Trump
said it.
daddy
She said it in that interview.
I know it just feels a little crude to say daddy
Why?
issues about somebody that's I don't know.
She brought it up.
She's a grandmother.
I know,
So
but you know what?
saying a grandmother has daddy issues, I don't know.
Well,
something that's
she brought it up. She's like, I'm imprinting on him like I did my daddy. Like, I'm sorry. And obviously, presumably unresolved. It's very difficult to be a child of an alcoholic, and apparently he was quite a severe one. And then you imprint on a similar person. It's just so classic.
But to be honest, our economic system is only a single problem. We still have China and other domestic issues to deal with.
Yeah. I feel once she brings it up, it's fair game.
Anyway, back to your people. So
and that's completely our fault, by the way.
Politics before is what you're saying.
Self-inflicted wound to allow
every now and then they like contrarianism was one of the like whatever it was.
Their economy to outpace ours.
They did well from a technological like. You don't think I should do the feed? I shall, says Mark Zuckerberg, and I am now a billionaire.
Like, it was already a problem. Like, they were already pulling ahead.
You know, they never say anything's a failure. It's
but then this
just a pivot.
Dumbass we have now just, like, exacerbated the issue.
Would go along with whoever gave them what they wanted. And speaking of daddy issues, I think quite a few of them have those guys. Like, Elon Musk is obviously, he's a daddy issue, like, kind of thing. Let's be fair from a gender point of view.
Sure.
And his daddy never stops talking, by the way, now. He's such a terrible person. But if the Democrats offered them similar things, which Obama did, if you remember, they couldn't wait to be at Obama's table, right? I think this guy is just, let's just pay me, and then I'll do what you want. And it's probably cleaner for them.
The tariffs slowed them only for a moment.
Point of view.
I don't think the tariffs slowed them at all. Since we have nothing to protect, we are halted while they are merely slowed.
Cuban about this. I asked your friend Jason Calacanis about this when he was on about like what was the thing that.
I don't see how the tariffs halted them at all, because all they did was they just went to other markets to get what they needed.
Part of it was kind of a backlash to COVID and woke. The other thing that both of them say, and you hear a lot, is that like Biden didn't call me. My feeling for her, Elon wasn't invited to the thing.
Yes, a lot of it is their parents didn't hug them enough. I don't know what else to say. A lot, Mark Andreessen has a famously weird and isolated relationship with his family. He left them and doesn't speak to them. He told me this. He's talked about it before. Elon and his parents his mother follows him around, obviously, to get in on the good parties, I guess.
Plus, keep in mind, Trump has been obsessed with tariffs since like the mid-90s.
Let me tell you. If my daughter gets famous, I'm going to show up to the
like there's been
door. Okay,
numerous comments that he's made
family, but that's not one of them.
regarding I think he's just obsessed with tariffs, like and he's not the kind of person to admit he was wrong ever.
Issues. I think
you know what I mean?
Different experience. And then some of them, interestingly, a couple people recently, they have trans kids, and one guy who I'm not going to say who it is, a more minor person but pretty significant, suddenly started to go right-wingy, and I was shocked. This was one of the kinder people I knew, and all about trans. And I'm like, what? And I wrote some. I'm like, what in the hell happened here? And they said, oh, trans child. This was, that seemed obviously to set Elon off, who is just a heinous character when it comes to his kid, his daughter.
So if we grant that, here's the thing I'm struggling with. And it does put the Democrats into a little bit of a pickle going forward, because these guys are extremely powerful, huge influence in the platforms. We'll talk a little bit about the mergers and stuff in a second. But on the politics of this, there's going to be a big pull and a righteous pull, I think, for the Democrats to clap back against them and say, okay, we're going to rein you guys in and hold you accountable and come after you. But that is only going to kind of drive them further into the authoritarian arms.
I don't think it's just the Democrats. Look at like Marsha Blackburn, Ron DeSantis. There's a lot of people who, especially around safety of kids and chatbots and the ability to regulate AI. I think people are are in a very eat the rich.
It's interesting regardless, but at least we can debate our solutions, find a middle ground despite our
So
differences.
I think
I agree.
ridiculous is not the thing to do.
It's
just
important to
don't
have.
sequiest
It's
and
important to
corrupt
have
is a very
differences that
listening
point
to
out
them and
flaws.
having them involved, that's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, they don't really seem like the type that.
If there's like,
you know,
if
that
there's a
they're gonna be
legitimate
happy
good faith
to have
intention
new
to
administration
better
comes in
the
and says, "Hey,
situation,
we're gonna have you in for a round table.
then
By the way, we've got some new plans for regulation.
then you should then you, and I don't mean you specifically, I mean the general you, anyone should have no issue with recognizing the potential flaws. But I will say that
Biden was just uniquely ignorant about tech. I think.
the recognition
I
of
think that's
potential
the issue.
flaws should never be an
I would
excuse for
suspect
inaction.
Harris would and will be if
That is
if
what
given
I
another chance,
really
and
hate.
More moderate than you think. She was
Which has
always
been
hanging with those guys.
again
Like, I don't
the
think she was,
the Republican
I think
playbook
she didn't like the more extreme versions
since
of them,
the
right?
mid
But
'90s
in general, she was
or
very
early
tech-
2000s.
I agree with you. I think that is there's gonna be some of them that's their instinct, but man, I think that the
No, basically the
backlash
beginning of Obama.
from
What,
the
2008?
Democratic base
Yeah, 2008.
against these big tech oligarchs is going to be extremely intense.
They were
And
they
I
were
think
okay
they
with
thought it was
Republicans
bad
were
and
okay
bad
with
about
Clinton
Cambridge Analytica or
because he was
whatever.
basically
It's gonna be, like,
Republican
something
light.
they're not really even ready for. And I was interviewing the guy.
It was that darn Obama
a
and
week or
his
two ago, and I was like,
and his Muslim
I feel like a
blackness.
Democrat might just come in and cancel all their contracts next time.
Oh no, I don't. That's not. You know, I'm sorry.
No?
Maybe they will. No, it seems that's a stupid thing to do. I think it's a more. I think the problems of their own making and their behaviors. You know, whether it's Jeff Bezos renting Venice to have his wedding, his kids are dying at USAID. You know, it's just like the visuals are really quite Gilded Age, right? None of those people got killed, like or mobbed or anything else. It's not the French. It's not. You know, it's not Robespierre here. It's just not. That's not the way it is. But you
Oof,
know,
man.
or Elon, you know, with the
Streaming
chainsaw,
makes me
or
tired.
accusing federal workers of being worse than
Like, you know, my
Stalin.
concern's more about
But, you know, he
procedural and bigger
didn't
picture.
win where he
Yeah,
was by
about the
himself.
implication of a
That's
law
the
or if a
issue,
law
is they
can
don't-
be
Trump
created.
is a uniquely important figure, right?
Yeah, and mine are about
divisive as he is, he brings certain people together. And so, in that way, like when
like
he was trying to
it's
get
like
that
should it be
judge
done or shouldn't it be
overturned
done?
in
You know what I mean?
Wisconsin or Minnesota, whichever one of those, he lost, and he lost big.
I think-
you know, with the cheesehead. Where's the cheeseheads? Wisconsin.
I think you and I could make a great legislative team.
$25 million. That was it. He can't. You
I'd
can't
be like,
make,
should it be done?
I
Shouldn't it
don't
be
think
done?
it's a good time to be ostentatiously rich.
No,
And you'd be
they've got-
like,
there's certainly, like,
I don't
some
care if
like-
it should
I
or
guess-
shouldn't. I'll tell you if
So
it
you
can or
think about
cannot.
How upset they all were about, you know, like,
And I'll
some
say,
pretty modest,
you know what? Since it should be done,
requests from the
and you're
Biden
saying it cannot be done,
administration. Like, in the grand
I'm
scheme
gonna
of
try
things,
anyway,
like, compared
and let
to
someone
Europe,
tell me no.
compared to
Wait till
what
someone
you
else
could
tells me no.
imagine that they might do, and frankly, compared to Trump's threats on the tariffs and the damage
Yeah.
that could have done to the business, and they not suck
Right.
up to him. Like, if you just look at how they got so butthurt, and how much it sort of radicalized them towards the right.
Mhm.
I don't know. I
I
think
don't think
that
they
like
have
the
any
next
staying
round,
power to the right. I don't think they have. I think
Yeah.
you think mistake. I think they're genuinely base people, right? These are not those people. These are what can I get for myself and who can I.
Then they're
sell
gonna
what
tell you
to,
no,
and they
and
will
you go,
sell
oh
whoever.
man, he's right.
I think
Maybe.
their ability just to walk into
What?
the White
Who was
House
it?
will probably be
Said you miss 100% of shots you don't take.
will include more people
Like,
in the
look at
discussion, which they hate.
look at how many
It's
tries
not
it
gonna be a
took
dinner of all oligarchs,
the Heritage Foundation to
or
get
give a
Roe v.
statue
Wade
of a
overturned.
tariff that was
It took 40 years
they'll
and
just
hundreds
include
of
more
lawsuits
people. Like,
until
I'm sort of
someone
like, you should have me to the White House. To talk about AI. Like, why not? Wouldn't you
until
wanna
someone
hear
finally
my
said
thoughts?
no.
And they're not what you might think they are.
Which was the answer they
necessarily.
wanted. You know what I mean?
I think if the smart Democrat would embrace the good parts and pull back on the
That's the
grift,
mentality
would be
that
my
like
guess.
good faith, legal
Can't
and
get
political
rid of
actors.
SpaceX right now. We don't have
That
the
is the
time.
mentality
So what are
that they
gonna-
need
we're
to
not doing
take.
space? I've decided
You know,
to
nationalize
cut-
it. They could try
to be honest, I'm a bit
nationalize it.
surprised it took so long.
See, that's what I'm just saying. I think that sometimes there's a lot of stuff we never thought would
Well,
happen in
I think
2015.
the reason it took
lived
so
through the
long
right-wing radicalization, and
is
there's
because
some
the majority of the
left-wing
country
radicalization.
believed that it was
Some
the right thing to do.
some
I think it's
growing-
overstated.
Was
I
the
think
the
it's
Roe
a-
v.
it's
Wade
usually a
decision.
group of people that
The majority of the
makes
country
good
believed it
math
was the
on
right
blue sky,
decision.
but doesn't actually do
And
anything.
I think the
like,
reason it
one of
took
the
so
things
long
when I
is
was
because
with the
that's
Trump
how
person,
long
they said a lot of people there
it
are
took
asking for pardons now, like because they're
the
everyone's prepping for the next, right?
the
You can feel it.
influential
And he goes, I asked for a pardon. And I
the
said,
propaganda machine
what did you do?
to
Like,
work
not guilty in any way.
to
Well, just in case,
alter
I'm like, Democrats. like I said, you're
the
living in
opinion of the
speeder
country.
swamp of
I don't think it had anything to
retribution, and
do
you
with
think
the
they're gonna
legality
come
of it at
after
all.
Someone who's actually not guilty, like doubt it, There's so many guilty people that it's so like why waste your time
shortage of guilty
on the
people.
not guilty? Anyway, I just don't see it.
I want to just kind of like putting this in a little bit of a long lens perspective, looking back. I wonder what the prevailing view is. Like, I feel like of my peers who are tech consumers, and some of them have worked at tech companies and stuff that aren't like really in the tech mix, they would look back and say,
Well,
like,
just
10 years
ruled in
ago, they
favor
would've
were
thought
wary
that
of its
the
constitutionality, which is why I
Silicon
said that
Valley
I'm
was a
surprised.
net
Yeah,
plus for our society.
and
And
you know, I'm
now
not.
they would look back and say, essentially, all of these big companies.
Personally, I believe it is constitutional.
Net negative for society, and to me, I think that informs a lot of
But
people's thoughts
that's
about
just
AI.
personal. That's
People
based
that
on
would've been
personal
more
opinion,
positive
not
about
on
it are now a little more,
not
because they
on
just
constitutional
went through this
knowledge.
experience where the social media stuff they were positive about, and
But
ended up being a
even
disaster.
even so,
Because Tim, there was no regulation that
the
would have maybe
the
mitigated.
majority
It might have mitigated
of the people of the
some
United
things.
States
Like if there'd been
believed
liability, suing,
that it
like
was the
right
right thing to do.
AI companies are being
You know?
sued because of chatbots with
And
parents whose kids committed suicide.
that,
Publishers are now not like, oh, please, can we get on your platform?
that
They're like,
percentage
"Fuck
of the
you,
U.S.
give me the
population
money
had
if
control
you're going to take my shit. Like,
in terms
there's
of
a very
elected
different,
officials,
attitude,
had
and
control
most
of
these AI
the
companies are not protected under
House
Section
and Senate.
230 by any stretch.
That
So they can be sued.
belief.
So that's the first step is liability,
But
right? Second step is
they just started chipping
reasonable
away. They
regulations
started
way
chipping
that the
away at
airline
people's
would be
belief,
regulated
a little by little,
privacy, around
starting with
safety,
like
around all manner of things. And then the
like
big nut, of course, is
you know that their
taxation,
first
right?
one of
Like
the first thing they did
that's one of the things is the immense
was
wealth.
start
I
to
think people
infiltrate
don't
the evangelical
I
Christians.
think they aren't going, wow, gee whiz, what a great thing Jeff did.
Like
in Venice.
that
They're
was
like,
like the
"Ugh,
first group
gross, ew, what's happening
where
with your face? Why are you wearing that tight
these
shirt?" Like,
organizations like the Heritage Foundation started pumping money
I don't do that stuff.
into these evangelical churches
I will.
He likes that stuff.
in order to convince the people going to these churches that it was wrong. But prior to that, like from a religious perspective, like Christians, regardless of denominations, really didn't give a shit up until then.
You look like a non-human.
Yes, exactly.
Until these right-wing organizations started pumping money into their
actually, is what I keep thinking. Like,
into their system.
On to I want to do the AI stuff, which you alluded to. I agree with you on the lessons around regulation. Do they agree? Like, do the AI execs?
To be honest, I see more problem with Obergefell being overturned, even though it's unconstitutional.
Right? And so these lawsuits,
also strain on that one, especially since over half the union
and you saw
has
action right away.
anti-gay marriage laws that only became non-enforceable, which means it is overturned and all those laws kick right back in.
Because it's the right thing to do. But neither did the chemical companies stop pouring waste into the river until they were made to do so. Or, you've seen every...
So, here's the, I think you were on here the last time I was streaming, so I'm pretty sure you're familiar. In my bio on my on my home page Twitch page, it says like personally conservative, but socially progressive. And this is like one of the biggest examples of that, where I personally think it's gross, but I also believe that it's none of my business what other people do. It's like constitutionally, like what right do I have to tell someone they can or can't? You know what I mean? Like I don't get it at all. I don't think that like I'm actually taking my morals out of the equation. You know what I mean? And I don't understand why some people I'm talking about like the bigots. I don't understand why they think it's okay to impose what they believe to be morally right or wrong onto everyone else. I don't know. It's just I guess because I've never really had that kind of mentality, it's hard for me to understand where it comes from, No full faith and credit clause should keep it from getting totally banned, but who knows? No, constitutionally it belongs to the states that they can prevent the giving of license, but have to recognize it from another state. I don't know. I kind of feel like like my gut is telling me that this is something that should be a constitutional right. It should be, that's part of, you know what I'm trying to say? I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. Again, it's going to come down to freaking word games and political ideology is basically going to be the ultimate decision maker. It's weird since it's a safety net that the founders put in, which seems like it's about to pay off.
Aaron Brockovich movie, like whatever. These companies are going to behave this
I'm
way
gonna go get
until they're
dessert.
made not to.
I'll be back in a minute.
So, they do pay attention.
I hope my kids left some pudding.
Copyright deals or
Knowing them, they
settled,
probably didn't, but I have to check.
A lot of them did. Perplexity, I think, Anthropic, ChatGPT did a deal with Disney, and then Disney went after Gemini. So I think they're more willing to understand that there's going to be eventually, especially around kids, these safety issues that everybody is worried about. And when you see the prevalence of isolated young men and women whose self-esteem is off, they'll respond to parents as they start to express. And then there's the job issue on top of that. Like, what's the plan, Stan, is the kind of thing that you're going to want from your regulators.
What'd you think about the ChatGPT Disney deal? Do we want to see? Do we want to see Ariel from The Little Mermaid doing TikTok dances, being in weird positions?
I don't. Maybe you don't. Well, they're not going to be able to do that. Like, one of the reasons Disney did this, I talked to a bunch of their executives. Look, it's a very short-term deal, and I think it's a looky-loo. It's a looky-loo. Like, let's see what happens, how people use it, and how ChatGPT responds when Ariel's dating, I don't know, someone else from another Disney, like the Beast or something like that.
Yeah,
well, you could get weirder than that. But I think that's the issue, is like they're going to look into it. I think one of the things, and I think Bob Iger does understand this, as he was there at the beginning of the first one, is they didn't engage quickly enough with using it and figuring out how it affects their business. And so in this case, it's the biggest, and there's some sort of investment, so they get a little bet there in that regard. And then they get to see how it works. And then if it doesn't work, it's just a year, and then they figure out legal means, I guess, which is another way to go at it. Yeah. So, but some people are saying New York Times is suing, and others are making deals. Vox Media made a deal, not with my stuff, but with their stuff.
You sort of teased us a little bit a second ago. We were like, bring me in to talk about AI. You might be surprised by my opinion. That piqued my interest. Let's see. I just want to hear you cook on it.
There's AI boomers, and then there's doomers. And then what Reid Hoffman calls, and I think appropriately, is Zoomers. It's like, this is like, I've just spent a lot of time on this documentary I'm doing about healthcare, and there's lots of things happening in healthcare. GLP-1s, not ChatGPT. But there's all kinds of really interesting things happening, and some basic stuff that is occurring. But one of the areas of great promise is AI combined with healthcare in terms of drug discovery, diagnosis, cancer research. And, you couldn't do any of this without AI, right? And so even car accidents with, AVs are going to have enormous amounts of AI. I was just in Korea.
What do you mean by car accidents? What do you mean?
Oh, humans get in car accidents. AVs eventually don't. Like, if AVs do one car accident, humans do hundreds, right?
Yeah, right. Got it.
So there's life-saving there. So you see all this amazing stuff, especially, like, I was in Korea and I was wearing an exoskeleton, which is for people who can't walk or don't walk well, like the elderly. They're going to be wearing these things that are going to, like an electric bike, are going to walk for them, right? And they're very cool when you put them on. And the difference with robotics, but no, you don't actually. What these robotics person was showing me is the AI is the difference. Before it was mechanical.
So you want the states to reject marriages, especially since different states. So I guess
the AI now learns and knows,
definitely knew what the states would try.
And so it's a very different experience.
Yeah, because like
so much more around robotics with AI. And
what's to stop?
Particular cases, what's interesting,
because there are some religions that do permit it,
with them, and they have a hill in the office.
Was it like, maybe it's Episcopalian, maybe?
He said, just stop, and he turned it off, and he said, try to walk. My brain had already started working with the AI, in that my legs wouldn't move for 5 seconds. I couldn't move my legs, because my brain had already acclimated
here's the thing.
to the to the robotics.
It's like, okay.
They're very light.
From a constitutional perspective, there's supposed to be freedom of religion and freedom from religion, right? Like, a religion is not supposed to be, a religious belief is not supposed to be forced on someone, okay? So, if there is a religion that permits it, even though that religion permits it, they are not forcing other religions to do it. You know what I mean? Like, they're not forcing other religions to recognize those marriages. However, if you look at it the other way around, the religions that do not permit it, they are forcing their belief onto the religions that do, and by not permitting it. You know what I mean? So even from a constitutional perspective, from the perspective of religion, I don't understand how a state can say, no, you can't do that, you know? Because if there is a religious union, then if a state refuses to recognize that religious union, then that would be like the state imposing its religious beliefs. You know what I mean? By denying that right. Yes, the states are not supposed to establish a religion, hence why the states must recognize its validity, even if yeah. So I think, so like even from like a moral perspective, like I don't believe it's my own. I don't believe I have a right to tell other people what to do in their personal lives, especially if it doesn't affect me. And from a constitutional perspective, I don't believe that anyone's religious beliefs should be imposed on someone else that doesn't want those beliefs imposed on them, you know? And I feel like that like denying that right is going to do just that. You know what I mean? Regardless of how I feel about it personally.
Weight, they're like, they feel like they're not like what you think of. They're quite lightweight, and so just you can see all kinds of cool things. So I would want to lean into that innovation around like individual industries. Like what's the insurance company that's going to get this right and fairly, and just really experiment in lots of ways, and not just give all the gimmies to the big guys. It's expensive. That's the problem. Is it's expensive is the issue. So.
It's interesting. I feel like I find myself more on the doomer side. I think it's just because I'm more doomer. I feel like on the things that I know the best, I'm the least optimistic about AI. If you understand, like, which is basically news and like consumption of information. Like already right now, before we have sophisticated AI, a huge percentage of our society does not know what's real. Like I get people sending me things all the time that they can't tell what's real and what's fake.
And it will get better and better.
I imagine a 2032 election, like how will anybody know what is actually real?
Yes, I think I'm more concerned with AI and advertising in that Facebook and Google will dominate it. They will use.
So here's my question. Like right off the bat, the state can make a law to say you can't get married, but must recognize how, if from a U.S. constitutional perspective, if the refusal to grant a marriage infringes upon the religious belief that it is allowed, right? How then is a state legally able to say that they will not recognize it? You know what I mean? That it feels like it's like, let's be honest, like the only reason people are trying to prevent this from happening is because they're bigots. Like let's be completely honest. Like it has absolutely nothing to do with constitutionality, right? Like their intention to get this overturned is based purely on bigotry. Whether it's religious or otherwise, I don't really care to understand their motives, but let's be honest about where it comes from. But I don't understand how a state can ban it if if banning it would impose on the religious freedoms of someone, right? I don't understand.
Really make it so they will put all media out of business. They mostly have killed it, but it's still sort of dragging behind. They will kill it with the way AI is
Kill
going
like
to be
what
applied.
other
Everything. You're not going to, if you don't have these capabilities, you're not going to be able to sell advertising, right? They're going to use AI in terms of targeting ads. They'll just what they control 70%, they're going to control 99.9%. So that's my
What about
concern.
some of the new AI startups that you could do advertising through that or whatever?
Yes, but again, it will
LLMs?
coalesce to the biggest. It will. These are markets,
Yeah.
so markets are markets. So that's one of the concerns. The other is, I do think actually,
General
younger
Police
people
Power
are a
off no
little more
private additional rights.
sophisticated around
I'm
this
unsure.
stuff than you think.
Pretty sure if religion has it as a practice, then it likely would have to be carved out due to that.
I'm open to that idea.
Similar to the
I
parental
do.
rights
I
to
do.
raise their children. It's weird because it was a 19th Amendment right, not a first.
Are 20, I would say 30 to 50.
Gotcha.
They should get off their fucking phones. Like, that's the issue, is right in there. I do think, and then of course the elderly who watch Fox News, but
I like her
that's
thinking.
just as effective, by the way. Let's be clear. It doesn't have to come through AI to be propaganda.
It could get worse though.
Yes, absolutely, and I think that's the issue. Is how. So what I interviewed
18 to 50 needs to not be allowed on social media.
Doing a lot of back-end Hollywood
And then
stuff right now, and
everyone over 65 is not allowed on Fox News.
Really, speaking of an
I would
industry,
support that legislation.
out of it in certain parts. Again, by the way, it was one of the things he was suggesting, and I think he was correct. Is
but I think it's the 9th Amendment, which
the AI
technically
slop,
leaves to the
you
states, so
label the real stuff.
I'm unsure.
So there's a labeling system for real.
Yeah,
So you
whatever.
know,
Regardless,
you know, like it's like almost
my
like organic.
my heart is
this
telling me
an
that
organic cucumber, not whatever with
that
chemicals all over it. And so at
those
some
marriages
point,
should
the
not be
AI
unconstitutional.
It already is so big.
They should not be restricted
This idea that, like, in the future,
by the
president
state
will
or the
have
federal government.
some kind of stamp that they
Yes,
put on what they
right.
put out, so that everyone knows that it's
Or by
real.
me.
I was like, I see some potential. I see some potential.
That's one of the few constitutional things that I
except
genuinely
that
do not know.
You can fake a stamp, of course, but there
Okay,
will be ways
well,
to authenticate.
how about this?
They can stamp bullshit.
They could.
So, how about this? Let me ask this way: is the federal or the state government are they allowed to tell someone that they cannot do something religiously if that thing does not impose upon, harm, or threaten anyone else, right? For example, let's say some churches have like a band, right? They got like drums, guitar, the whole works. Could a religion, could someone, special interest group, a person, a religion, another religion, move to have that deemed unconstitutional? Could they restrict a religion from having a band because their religion says that they're not allowed to play instruments, right? So you have religion A plays instruments, religion B does not. Like, I don't think it would be constitutional to tell religion A, not harmful. Like, it does not harm you in any way. Like, someone else's marriage does not harm you in any way whatsoever. You know that bigots like to say that it does. They like to say that it harms the kids because they try to pretend like it's contagious, right? That's what they say. I'm guessing that's where you were going with the harmful comment. Because the people that are against it say it's harmful to society. But if it was harmful to society, it would have been eradicated from society, you know, like thousands of years ago when it still existed. You know what I mean? And society has continued to grow for thousands of years. In spite of it, So it's clearly not as harmful to society as they would. Again, you know as well as I do that opponents to that, it just comes from a place of pure bigotry.
But AI slop will overwhelm everything. And so that's the question. Although, look,
I just think that's the mass. Like, this is what I just like the percentage. Like, we already have this huge divide, and right now it's partisan. It won't always be. We could the coalitions could realign, but right now it's pretty partisan. But there's this huge divide between like people that read news, read articles about news, read books about information.
I would say that gun violence is significantly more harmful to society than homosexual marriage.
Of people that do some, and then there's a huge plurality of people that get all.
The federal government can't make a law on it regardless.
Where do they get their
I think the
news
state
before?
can.
Where
They
did
frame it
they
as
had
an
no news
exercise of
before.
policing power.
No local news. They
Not
had, like,
much.
Yes, policing what other people do in the bedroom.
Local 5 p.m.
Well, that was
weather,
like, if it
like
burns, it
crime and
leaves.
weather on
And I
the
don't think that
minds.
was particularly, come on.
Objections to many states' constitutions protect the Ninth Amendment's right, so contradictions to marriage is a Ninth Amendment right.
Heat stroke, it could happen to I have a friend who wrote those
Oh, no.
things.
Sure. I mean, the Today Show wasn't exactly the most nutritious stuff ever, but people were getting real information mixed in with the
I think they
soft
weren't
stuff.
getting any. I think what we've gone is from a news desert to a news flood, and a flood is typically more devastating in weird ways because the flood ruins everything, right? And desert, certain people can survive in. But floods are really devastating. And I think that's the issue. And it's something I talked about with Mark Zuckerberg a million. I was like, what, this anti-Semitic stuff you're letting on this platform, downstream, guess what's going to happen? Guess what? People already are anti-Semitic to start with. This is a tale as old as time. But when you go downstream, it's going to be even more weaponized. And he got offended when I said they're weaponizing information. They're weaponizing and arming the bad people. And again, it's the thing I'm scared of is not AI, but the bad people.
Yeah, bad people, the scammers. Like, this was one thing also when I think this was the Altman Tucker interview that I was watching, where Altman's like,
accuse him of murder?
Yeah, that was weird. But Tucker's saying I'm worried about scams.
Oh, that was Pete Buttigieg.
And Altman is like, well, yeah, families are going to have a code word. So that if, Grandma Eunice gets a phone call from a scammer saying that you're dying and that she's got to spend $1,000, she'll ask what the code word is. And I'm like, yeah, this might work for the Altman family from Ladue. But like, I mean, you're telling me that you're creating a supercomputer that has that is going to be smarter than all of us.
General Police Powers almost allows anything, but the federal government doesn't have one.
Is going to be able to decode when they're being scammed.
Just generally dangerous if left unchecked. That's why the Constitution has ballot power. You can see that in the inspection
you don't have to do
laws.
much to get my mom to give you her credit card number. Please don't call her. I took away her credit card.
Fair.
I'll gladly go down
I want to talk a little bit
that rabbit hole after the video. I think
one other of the merger talk.
I think
be an area where we agree and
law enforcement literally has too much policing power. Local law enforcement,
which is the Warner Brothers merger talk. We're
qualified immunity. Oh, that shit's got to go.
Today, there was a lot that happened today.
Gotta go.
So I guess
I generally don't like how broad the state policing power is.
Kind of whatever, like the latest deal talk.
Yeah, it's absurd.
Like, what's your sense of the consolidation debate and what we're seeing in
you're going to see
like
on a higher level. I'm sorry, people. There's going to be consolidation.
Anyone I talk to that believes
the AT&T Comcast
that the
deal,
police are there to protect civilians.
And everyone's like, they're big. I'm like, not enough. Not for Apple.
I basically ask them 2 questions.
And so nobody's big
I'm like,
enough.
where
There's a lot of really short
in their
companies,
policy
like myself,
does it state that they are obligated to protect civilians
Paramount doesn't get this.
under threat of
like a yacht with a hole in it for the Ellisons.
under threat of punishment,
young nepo baby,
whether
David
it's
Ellison.
suspension, firing, whatever.
So
Like, where in their policy does it say that?
It's just, there's not,
And second,
they're not going to be able to do
when
it.
there is a
They're dying at
protest,
work. Oof, they're gonna
look and see who the police are protecting.
But they're rich, so
Are they protecting the businesses or are they protecting the protesters? I'll ask those 2 questions.
A hobby because
Oh, that's just what the power is called. The general policing power means the state can make any law on the police for the betterment of the people's health and safety. Yeah, but you reminded me how much I
Paramount has.
I
to.
despise local police.
I mean, except they're rich, so who cares? Like,
Not what they
that's not a
should be,
really
but
good
what they are.
economic Argument. No, Larry Ellison didn't get to be one of the
You
world's
reminded
richest
me.
people by being stupid, right?
Yeah.
So they have to merge it. Comcast is not big enough. They've got to get bigger. Have to bulk up. Disney, for the first time, I'm like.
I also have my
Disney's
problem with
an
local police.
acquisition
Oh,
target
oh,
for someone, or
I got a story.
Has to do a merger.
So right before I joined the military, my second child had just been born. I was literally laid off from my job about 2 weeks before my second child was born. Okay? So I was now having, like, luckily my landlord was cool, and he allowed me to pay less without, like, evicting me. But even then, even though, like, he wasn't asking me to pay the full amount on the rent, even though he was doing that, I still had to get, like, government assistance, you know, because I had myself, my wife, 2 kids, one of them being a newborn, another one a toddler. So that was when I had decided to join the military, because of that social safety net, right? I knew that would be there, because I hated the idea, I just felt worthless. But anyway, I want to say this was like early to mid-December, and I wasn't leaving. I had gotten laid off in like late September. This event was in like mid-December, and I wasn't going into the military until like the end of January. So it was late at night. I was up, like, I don't know, playing Xbox or something, and we were out of, I think we were almost out of formula. Like, we had enough for 1 bottle, and the grocery store was going to close in like less than an hour. I think it was like around 11, or I don't know. So I drive to the grocery store. No problem. I'm coming back, and now keep in mind, I'm super broke. Like, basically, my choices of the month, like, I didn't have the money to pay to renew my registration on my vehicle, so my plates had expired. So I drive to the grocery store. I got the car seat in the back. I get formula, whatever. I'm coming back home. Now, you try to visualize a road, like, there's like 5 lanes on either side, like facing me and on mine. But the 5th lane is like a left-hand turn lane, on both sides, right? So you got 2 straight lanes, a left-hand turn lane, and then two more lanes. Straight in front of me, and facing me, like right in front of me, was a police officer at the red light. We were both stopped at a red light. He was facing me, turning left. I was facing him, turning left. We had our turn signals on, right? Now, at this time in Ohio, it was not required for vehicles to have a front license plate. Most states do require it, but at this time, maybe Ohio does now, but at the time they did not. So I was like, yeah, whatever. So I turn. I get the green arrow first. I get a green arrow. I go. This asshole. There's no other cars around. It's late at night. This asshole, instead of waiting for his arrow and turning left, he cuts across every single lane to turn right so that he can follow me. Like, there was absolutely no probable cause for him to even follow me, right? So I go like 1 more street down, and then I turn right into my neighborhood. I turn right. He turns right behind me. I put on my turn signal to turn left, like onto my street specifically. He flicks on his lights and pulls me over. And my tags are expired. So, just because this douche nozzle was bored, and because there's absolutely no penalty for them to violate these traffic laws on a whim, I now have to pay Like, I didn't have to pay the court fees, thank God, but I still had to pay the fine for the expired tags, which was like 80 something bucks at the time. I had to borrow money from one of my friends to do that. And that was like, I didn't even like experience like violence like some people have, you know, with police. But just that was like, I really hate these motherfuckers. But anyway, that's my story. That was, honestly, like, this happened before I even became political. And that was like the first time where I was like, genuinely, I hate these assholes. Like this power tripping motherfucker was bored. He violated all these traffic laws. Like, I even told him, I was like, dude, I don't have the money, man. Like, like you can see a car seat in the back. You can see the formula sitting next to me. Like, I'm not out buying drugs. You know what I mean? Didn't matter. Didn't matter at all. It's expensive to be poor, you know? Because if I wasn't poor, I could have afforded to have my plates renewed. Ugh. Man.
Like with a I don't know who. I mean, Apple could.
How dare you be poor? Exactly, exactly. How dare I?
I guess could do it.
What right do I have?
But that's the kind of
what
thing you're
right
see more and more.
do I have to be poor?
Legislators are going to try their best to stop it on both sides of the aisle, and it's there's a very good argument to be made that they're too small as it is, unfortunately. Yeah. Away from all the political issues around the Ellisons, so.
Yeah, I want to talk about the political issues of the Ellisons, but just on the antitrust and the merger stuff, because look, there's certain areas of the economy where I'm sympathetic to the kind of antitrust, lefty, populist crowd.
Chickens.
But there's some of those people that they're like, you know,
they're
everything's
right
a nail.
Chickens.
You know, they're an antitrust hammer and everything's a nail. Chickens maybe.
Except we haven't done any. You know, I would push back on you. When's the last time we did antitrust? Never. Like the Microsoft deal, and that was overthrown. So we haven't done antitrust since the AT&T breakup, and I'd argue that was a pretty fucking good idea. That's why you're holding your cell phone right now.
Yeah, for sure. My point was that, like, I get that there are people that have nostalgia and feelings about movie theaters, and they're sensitive to the fact that Warner Brothers merging with one of these streamers might mean that, you know, it might hurt movie theaters. And I like going to the movies. I took my kid to the movies last week. But I like as a consumer. Like, there's this notion, I think, on the so-called populist antitrust left, that it's mostly like a bunch of DC nerds that they're like, people don't like these big companies, and I'm like,
antitrust law enforcement is a joke. Yeah,
confused.
I mean, Lena Khan tried.
I think a lot of people want consolidation. I don't know how to find the basketball game anymore. Like,
I think she was doing a good job.
Are going to be on YouTube next year.
If she had had another 4 years. I think she could have made it like a really big difference.
People want some consolidation.
Well, you know what's really
but
you just mentioned YouTube.
When you have a president that profits off of companies giving him money to approve their mergers,
it is done. Like,
then yeah, it pretty much is a joke.
Else is just a bunch of like very antiquated businesses trying to get bulked up to fight that thing. Like everyone's focused on Netflix. Let me tell you, folks, Netflix is focused on YouTube. Because that's their real rival.
That's why Netflix is hiring podcasts. Maybe you're next.
Maybe I don't. No, I know. They're not hiring them. They're to come onto our platform. Yeah. We'll give you a pile of money not to be on YouTube. That's really it. And I'm waiting for the call, but it doesn't. It's fine.
I didn't want to break down both of them.
Oh man, it's actually growing really smartly.
That's infuriating.
One of the things you have to realize is this is going to happen, whether you like it or not, because these industries are struggling. And with AI coming, without the technical background...
Also, all these companies are just faceless boards who have assets all over the world are invested in China. Yeah.
It's really going to be hard to see cost efficiencies.
With their financial assets,
as you said, is like what are
in the Caribbean.
Politically influence things. And I think that's been a real mistake by the Ellisons to say, Trump's our friend, therefore we're going to have it faster. What a shitty argument. Daddy's friend is the president, and I get what I want. It's like, and right now we're not loving the rich. That's like
American companies, my ass.
Yeah. Don't say anything about Daddy the entire time.
They are as American
it's inevitable. I see Disney getting sold.
They're exactly as American as they need to be to maximize their profits.
Argument. So I am expressing what would be a you know, probably what their PR flack would say, but it feels right to me, which is what you're saying, which is like it is not, they don't see it as an antitrust issue because they're competing against TikTok and YouTube.
They are. I am absolutely. They are YouTube particularly, but TikTok, Instagram, everything else. And so it's, to me, it's the court case that just got lost was I think it was Facebook and then Google. They were like, the judge quite correctly said, there's no such thing as search anymore. There's Amazon search, there's AI search, things have happened. They were at 90, but 90 doesn't matter anymore, right? Because people are elsewhere. And so there's
I'm only
plenty of
anti-corporate like compared to others, but I'm
in
cautious
certain
on powers to
areas,
destroy.
Social media, for example.
Destroy them, I give the government.
And so that's the hard part, is things are moving so fast, our antitrust laws cannot keep up with it. Where it is a problem, of course, will be the price of streaming, but the price of streaming has to go up because there's, just like in AI, they're spending more money than they're taking in. So if they're going to pay for it, folks, someone's got to pay for it.
Yeah, it's
somewhere.
tricky.
And that's why those prices are inevitably going to drift upward.
I mean, at least we can all agree that companies like, I think the first two companies that should be broken up is Amazon and Walmart.
I love it. It's one of my favorite shows. It stays with me every week.
I think there's no question that those two should be broken up.
You know, I've read
because giving the government power to destroy them means they will likely use as leverage.
And
Oh, you mean
it's not about AI, but
you mean like how they use the mergers as leverage?
Hive Mind is AI, and it's trying to please Carol, who's
I think
the
BlackRock
last
should be
person
first.
who's like,
Yeah, that's true.
you know,
That's
like,
true.
I'm not going to do it. And so I think it's all about the individuality versus
That's a fair point.
Collective. I just love it.
I keep forgetting about them because there's like
whether or not he intended to be about AI, the thing that is
he didn't.
Like BlackRock isn't like
the thing that
out like advertising themselves. You know what I mean?
It has left me with that I keep thinking about is there are going to be all
They
these
own everything.
ways, right, where AI is obviously going to make us smarter, and you know that you just listed, whether it be robotics,
That's the scary part.
etc. But at some level,
Yeah, it's freaking.
There's eventually like some curve.
I didn't even hear about them until like within the last couple years.
And to me, like that is my big takeaway from the show. Like, you
And the
see
fact
all
that they're
ways
not
the
like
hive mind is smarter, but also
overtly
Yes,
advertising
I
themselves.
I always say that. I'm like, without
You know,
friction,
you
the
tend to
word
forget
that
about
Silicon
'em.
Valley people use all the time. And
Or
if you
companies
listen
and
to them
everything.
long
Yeah, I
enough,
know.
You hear it seamless.
I
frictionless. Let's
know.
make it convenient. They do all that stuff, and you're like, but friction is good. Friction's good for all. In sex, it's good. In everything, it's good. Friction creates friction in relationships. And when you get back to chatbots, chatbots are really solicitous. And so I'm going to go with straight people here, but generally, women don't think men pay enough. Straight women don't think men don't pay attention.
They know what they're doing. Oh, they don't. Also, don't even care to put their logo on stuff. Yeah.
And so
yeah. Out of
if you
sight, out
had
of mind.
A synthetic relationship, and I don't call them chatbots. That's a really friendly word. I think they're synthetic relationships. If they're really nice to you and keep you happy and are sexy at you, that's kind of attractive to women. The same thing with men, acquiescent women, right? Like they like a woman who's not giving them a hard fucking time. And so these bots are very solicitous in that way. And so I just didn't read Sherry Turkle, who's a very long time has studied this for a long time from MIT. And one of the things she said is it used to be sort of a fringe thing, and now it's really jumped into regular, like people have a discussion with the chatbot about how to talk to their husband or wife or partner, and that creates such dumbness.
This is also such. This is what takes me back to doomerism. I was asking when I was talking to Cuban about this, like the take, and he's an optimist about it all. And so the take he was given was like that eventually.
Talk about Israel conspiracy
like
stuff. But BlackRock is literally a shadow board that owns powerful people.
Will be everywhere. Access to these kind of generic type chat
I'm not denying that at all.
Are going to be everywhere, and people will crave something
I will not
authentic and real. And
refute that in any form or fashion.
That's his take. And I guess I come back to I agree with that for like 18% of society. I think that there will be
Palantir's up there,
of people
in my
who
opinion.
are curious types, or you know, had loving parents or whatever the
Like
combination.
they've
of
pretty
things,
much
educated,
Palantir's
they
pretty much
want
cornered
that.
the surveillance
I worry
market,
about the masses.
and
Like,
pretty much
it's all
everywhere
this
except for
stuff.
China.
It's like frictionless part is easy.
You know, you think of Huxley, like it's Soma, right? It's the thing that keeps everybody.
That's
kind of
something
just
funny enough
like
that people here in South Georgia agree on.
happy
They don't
and but
like
I
BlackRock.
don't think that. I do think, like, I look at movies.
Yeah.
Two things. Television.
Hell,
remember
maybe
when it
that's
was
what
really dumb? You're too young.
maybe
Like,
that's
there
what a
was dumb
Democratic
television
candidate
going, Gilligan's Island,
in the
Love
South
Boat,
needs
all
to
this
run on.
Stupid slop.
Yeah.
Now television
Breaking
is
up
like
these
so like you can't
these
every time
corporate
turn around, there's
monopolies.
another spectacular show
You know?
and really wonderfully
But
written.
isn't that for the 18%?
The power that special
No, I
interest
think
groups
there's
have on the
tons of
government,
great
you know,
stuff
the
around.
corruption.
Like, look at like some of the, like the two movies.
Maybe
I
that's
go with
something that could
sometimes
actually
with
unite
movies,
people.
the two movies that did really well this year, speaking of
But then
2025,
the
are totally
a Republican
original
just says
movies,
one word about
Weapons
trans,
and
and then all of a sudden, the
two
voters
very
forget
original
everything that
voices,
everything else.
artists who created them.
Oh, they especially don't like the
was
buying
not
of
the
farmland by
slop
China.
that won,
Yeah,
and
that's
people
ridiculous.
responded to it. So I do think people do.
I
think across the,
don't.
The one is sort of a horror kind of movie.
I don't
so
like
that was a
when
more
U.S.
widespread
companies
movie, but so was Sinners.
feel
It's
like
not
they
big
have a
numbers,
right to
And
purchase
but it was more. It was more than that. But
resources
it was,
in other countries,
I think
like
I think
Venezuela,
originality
Iran.
does peek through. I think when you look at
You know,
an AI generated
Nigeria.
actor, they're pleasing on some level, but then you're like, ugh.
And I don't think that
I do think
we should allow
friction
other
often has a way of returning to
companies in
people
other
when they become
countries to do that
anesthetized.
here either,
And
to
this
be
is-
honest with you.
This is something that'll make you numb. That's for sure. Numb and dumb, I guess.
I hope so. You mentioned sex. I have two things under prurient stuff in
Mhm.
my notes here. The first one is, how did you find out who RFK was having an affair with? Why are you hearing about
Is
his
a major
love life
risk.
at all?
I don't know.
What,
and I wish I
restricting
hadn't, Tim. I
foreign
did an
purchases
interview with
or
Olivia.
allowing
Done with you, I think. Is what
I
said.
agree. I
like
agree. It would have been
the
interesting. But that's all right.
dysregulation of foreign purchases,
It was
allowing
very
them? Yeah.
depressing, actually. She thought it was Ryan. It was not Ryan. It just wasn't. Just was so fucking random. Someone from tech said, "Oh, I saw these texts. RFK was showing them off to some tech people," and they called me because they were like, "Can you believe this?" And they said it was a reporter from your magazine. And I was like, I don't really write for New York Magazine, but I mean, obviously Pivot's affiliated with it. And I was like, RFK? What? Like, because he's pals with those people. He hangs with those people.
It's always the bragging.
I
that's
know.
gonna do
And
it,
she had already been telling people. It was getting out. It was getting out, right?
Like, we
There was
fought
too
our
many
asses off for
people
this
who started
farmland.
to
How about
know.
let's not just give it to China? Yeah.
And so I was like, what? And then they said, no, I've seen it.
Yep.
And then read me one of those weird poems. And I was like,
Well,
whoa, really?
the problem
And
is
said
you
there was
have
pictures too.
you have like I don't. This is going to sound like victim blaming, but it's definitely not that. It's like you have, you know, small landowners. You know, I'm talking. I don't know how recently these large companies started buying up like these thousands and thousands of acres. I don't know how recently that started, but you know, you had individual farm owners, landowners, and then all of a sudden, oh, Chilling Guy Luke, what's up? Then all of a sudden you have, you know, these companies coming in, and they're like, they're doing one of two things. They're either like offering like over the market value to purchase your property, so you don't like ever have to work for the rest of your life again, or they're financially influencing local politics to make it more expensive for you to operate your farm, you know? Right now the topic is like monopolistic practices. We're just talking about how much we hate the power that these like 4 specific companies have over our industry and our politics. Yeah, and that's true. We do bounce from thing to thing. If you had been here 15 minutes ago, you would have heard me bitching about local police. All the while trying to watch a video about AI cuckboys.
So I was like, oh dear. And so then I went to work and started figuring it out. I just figured it out. That's all. And it wasn't particularly hard to figure out. I did confirm it with Ryan. I did, because that was one of the many. I had several confirmations. And I asked him to tell New York Mag, because I was like, one of you has to tell them, not me. Please don't make it me. I advised that he tell his publication, because he couldn't cover things, because ethically, how could he cover RFK when he he's sexting with his fiance. Like, I was like, you can't. It's
Although I am
such a
impressed with
bad
how much your knowledge of
situation.
the Constitution has
And
grown and your ability to go through the structure
I
of
was
it.
hoping he could convince her to do it, and she wouldn't. And
Eh.
and so I only told one person.
It doesn't feel like it.
Because I didn't even tell the CEO of Vox. I let David tell him because it was David's job. And so I said, you need to look into this. I
It's
think
like-
it's true, but you need to find out. And
Like I said,
because
like,
it's a problem.
Like,
for
I have
readers,
a lot
most of all,
of
it's a problem
knowledge
for ethics.
regarding specifically the freedom of speech.
It's every violation.
Because it was like a whole semester on nothing but the freedom of speech, right?
Sure.
So I have a very good
I
idea
understand why,
of where
like
things
folks are
stand
upset about it from the journalistic standpoint.
regarding that.
I tried to focus when we
And
were talking
then
the RFK part because I think
I
it's,
took just a constitutional law class, which was like a semester of just like general generalities.
Why? It's
I
crazy.
don't know, because I guess everyone thinks he's crazy. I think he hasn't paid one bit for his predatory. You know, if you look at
But
old
it doesn't.
stories about him and
I think
women and the predatory,
I kind of feel like I'm better at explaining
he's also he's murdered
explaining
people
myself from a
with the vaccine stuff,
constitutionality perspective.
But
But it doesn't feel like my actual knowledge has grown that much. But if you say it has, you know what? I'll take your word for it. I'll take the compliment.
who voted for him when he didn't. Cassidy's just as culpable, but so are these. So was anyone who knew about it, right? Who knew about this behavior, like. So I probably Cassidy more so, but I feel like it's crazy that people don't care that what his role is, because he's lying about it, he's denying it, which is a lie. So I don't know. I agree. I think of all the people, he's the one that should pay much more of a price, especially given his history when doing stuff like this.
Okay, I want to get to our predictions for 2026. Before I
Did
let you go,
that
but I had a
message
friend who
go
was asking
through?
what I should ask Kara, and
Uh-oh,
they had
it might have been blocked.
They had a fuck, marry, kill suggestion for you, but we're
Let me
not
check.
going to do that because I'm not going to make you
I'm not
F a
gonna
man, and we're doing no
it's
killing.
fine if you
So I've
want.
updated it. We're doing Kiss, Marry,
Oh.
Cripple,
Why did it block
'cause there are
that?
4 of them.
Kiss,
It's the all-in podcast.
What the heck?
Kiss,
Okay,
Marry,
I don't know why
Cripple,
it blocked
Tickle
that. That
before
should not
Voice
have
of
been
the All-In
blocked.
Can I
podcast.
ignore?
Yo, are you guys pro-Trump?
Can I ignore?
Absolutely
Could you
not.
Ignore? We can make ignore the third option.
Not
Kiss,
one
Marry,
bit.
Ignore and tickle. But no, then
He
we
is
need
a
something
corrupt,
meaner. We need something a little meaner. Kiss,
financially
Marry,
corrupt
Cripple,
pedophile.
but we don't.
Ignore. I don't.
And there's
I don't-
absolutely nothing anyone can say to convince me otherwise.
About themselves.
And it's a little concerning that one of them is like.
I
the
think he
AI
is
and
a
crypto
terrible
czar.
president. I think he is a terrible person.
You know, if there's no conflict, no interest is the.
Okay, just wanted to get to vibe.
Uh,
So,
it's small,
I
it's a smaller
I
podcast than
try
mine, so I don't. Good
I
luck.
try to focus more on
I'd probably tickle Jake.
conversations like
You could have a
talk,
fun time.
conversation focused on policies.
Sometimes we're on the.
I try to,
For, since I met.
but it is impossible for me to hide my disdain for him
Do the cripple for me. Okay.
Yeah.
and his
Predictions for
like
2026, couple categories.
ball
Do you have any stock
gargling
tips for me? It's
cabinet.
Scott's on. I'm always asking for stock tips.
I don't.
Like, I can't do it.
Scott's the expert
Do you
here.
have
I
any
could
small-
not
do you have any things
I
out
could
there
not
you like? Hang on to
pretend
stock tips. Any like little,
I am really
I could not
interested in
pretend to be
robotics. I think
in different
robotics and
towards
AI
him
are
and still be
really
true to
interesting.
myself.
I
I
would
couldn't
try
do
to
it.
find a company
I
that's
don't have the acting
robotics and
skills
AI seems
to
me
to
be
achieve
the
that.
real, as Scott says, peanut butter and chocolate. I think that's kind of where it moves into the real world. I really feel that's where I would focus. I'm sorry for farmers after these tariffs, but our tourism
But
industry is much
yeah,
bigger than our farming
I guess
industry, and
typically
that gets
generally the
and that's
vibe
getting killed
is like
through people not coming to this country. So I wouldn't invest in that until Trump sort of
like
gets
say whatever you want
some point,
about
in
elected
midterms
officials,
at some point.
politicians. Just like don't be a douchebag to
I
other
do
people.
think he's on a downward thing. I've
Know what I
been
mean?
saying this for a while, so we'll see.
How
He's
about,
gonna, it doesn't end with a bang. It ends with a whimper. It ends with a whimper here.
for Trump?
Yeah, like even
is there anyone that
the
whimper for
the bio
David
on my
Wilson? Or do you have
on my
any
main
predictions for him
page.
in
Like if you want a
2026?
good idea of where I
I think he
stand,
has to get this. So the
like
thing,
from a
if I were
political
him,
perspective,
is
I say that
Gary,
I'm
open the
personally
wallet,
conservative,
He's not guaranteed.
but
this
socially
is- that's
progressive,
one of the
right?
projections
So
Warren has
basically,
is this money is not guaranteed
in my
because
own
if
life,
the Saudis would pull out, it
in
would
my
be
own
normal.
family, my own home,
Saudis and the other Middle Eastern countries. So
I'm conservative.
If I were him and he could convince
Like
Daddy
I
to
could,
do it,
you could ask me
$4
about
a
any
share
major
cash,
policy,
he'll get it. Money
and
will-
I could give you
Arabs only
50%
want
of it
money,
of
and that'll
the
be a very
truth, and you would
difficult
think
thing
that
for
I'm a
Netflix
Republican,
to do.
right?
So
But I'm also socially progressive, you know.
that's
Like I don't think
that's
it's my
where he's
business
on,
to
'cause
tell
he's
other
totally
people what to do,
inexperienced to run
how
this
to live
thing.
their
They have
lives.
every single mobile I talk to has zero
So again,
respect
I could
for
give
his
you the other
ability
50% of the
He's a
answer,
nice guy.
and I would sound like I'm the most libbed up person in the U.S.
And
You know what I mean?
Sarandos is a baller, I'll tell you that.
So that should kind of give you some perspective.
Dumb money out there right now, or is David the dumb?
I know people who have met him, so that is why I'm indifferent.
You know,
which he's much different behind.
money.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of 14-year-olds that would say he's a lot different behind closed doors.
Who were in there went,
See, like right there. Okay.
Mike, give it to Mikey. Mikey will eat
okay.
anything. Okay. So
I like that.
I
thought that 150. I
from
have to disagree with you on that, Kara. It's got to be our strongest disagreement so
yes,
far.
we love it. Great.
Just from that, the fact that he was
very appropriately 150 million.
Yes, that's
he was best buds for like over 20 years
Should be 300 million. Yeah,
with
I mean,
quite possibly the most prolific
get it if he pays more, and if not,
pedophile
it'll be a long,
that we've ever had in the
what
United
Ted Sarandos
States
has done is
that we
frozen
know of.
the playing field, which is a
And
good thing to do right
best
now.
case scenario,
So they also need it.
he
too,
knew
by
it
the
and
way.
didn't say
Not as much
anything.
as Paramount, but
Worst
he has
case
to pay whoever
scenario,
wants it. But it'll be a disaster.
he was active in the activities. Okay.
Any other
Michael Jackson.
predictions about that crowd, the tech politics intersection, Elon, Andreessen, any of those guys? Any predictions?
Oh, you talking about the one photo where they?
If Trump loses the midterms, they won't have any, and they're going to.
You do know that they.
And they'll all of a sudden start to say, "Well, not us. It wasn't."
They blacked out.
Try to do the correction.
They blacked out that image to make it look like
a lot of people, I think
something that it wasn't.
I do. I think they'll be like,
But
Newsom seems interesting.
So,
like, if he seems
hold
like
on.
he's in the front, right?
Talking over shit.
Not Jade.
All right, so I want to make it clear. I want to make something very clear here. I do not believe that every single person that has ever been photographed with Jeffrey Epstein participated in his extracurricular activities. All right. Okay. Yeah. So, however, there is absolutely no way you can convince me that people who spent a significant amount of time with him, for example, people like Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, right? There is, not to mention Alan Dershowitz, right? Steve Bannon. There is nothing that anyone could ever say to me that would lead me to believe that those people did not either know what he was doing and chose not to say anything, or actively participated. And if you think about, I think Trump knew something, didn't say shit until the wind was blowing a certain way. Personally, I think he participated. Like, if you line that up with a bunch of pervy comments that he has made over the years, especially like towards his own daughter, you know, when she was younger, and the interview he had on Howard Stern where he bragged about going into the modeling competition, right? Like, if you just line the fact that he's been not charged, but, you know, accused and found liable of sexual assault, right? Just line all this stuff up. And there's just way too much circumstantial evidence to convince me that he did not participate in some form or fashion. Now, if you tie that in with, like, look at how desperate he is currently and has been recently to get people to stop caring about it, right? Think about it. He's like, oh, people are still talking about that stuff? Oh, people are still talking about that? Like, he ran on it. That was like one of the biggest things he talked about in the campaign. Now all of a sudden he doesn't care. Like, my gut is telling me that because Epstein had so many ties internationally, like, the reason he wasn't prosecuted harder is because he was actively working with various intelligence agencies, to include our own, right? Now, like, there was a photo of him with Ehud Barak, a former Israeli prime minister. So you're telling me, like, he hung out with he was prime minister at the time of Israel, but, like, it was just for giggles? So my gut is telling me that as much as he loved recording stuff, taking Epstein, as much as he loved taking pictures of shit, my gut's telling me that there was a recording or a photograph or a video of some sort of Trump doing something that would disgust every single normal person in this country, and it was given to either Putin, which is why he like is on Putin's balls all the time, or Netanyahu, which is why he basically gives Netanyahu whatever he wants. Like, oh, you want to bomb Iran? Sure, I got you, buddy. That's what my gut's telling me. Obviously, like, I don't have, like, it's just, like, again, it's just circumstantial. Like, I'm just filling the dots here, right? But at the very least, if I were a gambling person, I would bet every single dollar I had. If I could be proven, if this could be verified eventually, I would bet every single dollar I had that he participated with him. The big reveal that Trump made out with Epstein. Yeah, there is the whole Bubba thing. Who was Bubba? Who was Bubba? I like to look at a lot of history and stuff. That's my pastime. It's insane that I say this, but Trump's such a bad leader that even the Austrian painter was a better leader than him. I'll disagree with that. At least he cared about Germany for the most part. Trump only cares about himself and making all his friends richer. So, okay, gotta disagree with you there. Although Trump is trying his best, he's trying his best to catch up. Like he's trying to set like a Guinness record for how many people he can kill, you know, whether it's directly or indirectly. But something, if you're a fan of history, something you should look into is during the rise of Hitler, look at the what's it called? Look at the consolidation. Look at the manufacturing and industrial and corporate consolidation that took place in Germany at that time. There were more influences within the government, specifically economically, that were taking place besides his anti-Jewish ideology, right? So, like, I can't say I don't think he would have stayed in power without that consolidation, but I don't think it would have been as easy for him to do so. And there's a lot of parallels between the corporate consolidation that happened in Germany during the rise of Hitler that's happening within our corporate consolidation here. But no, as it stands right now, until Trump starts gassing people, I'd have to say that Hitler is worse. And I feel sad that my parents fall for his propaganda. You know what? Me too, man. Me too. I don't even know your parents, and that makes me feel sad. Do you have a way of, like, putting the parental block on Fox News and not give them the code? Do you have a way of doing that? Because honestly, I think that would solve the majority of your problems. And also, another thing you have to keep in mind, there's a psychological aspect to the things that he's done that affects people, and you see this a lot with people who are in like abusive relationships, or people that are like they're in cults, right? My family is only moderated by my views, pulling them back from going far right. Good on you. Good on you. But this psychological phenomenon is called the sunk cost fallacy, which I don't know if you've heard this before. Maybe you've heard it. I've tried to talk to my mom and brought up a bunch of problems we have in our country right now. She blamed it all on illegal immigration. Okay. Oh my god. It's so infuriating because, like, it's so easy for the right-wing propaganda to just say, and my dad said climate change is bullshit. Oh my god. Well, your parents should be old enough to remember, oh my gosh, the hole in the ozone layer in the 90s. Because I remember that. Like, basically, people's hairspray, whatever the chemical was that was in, I forget, was it CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons? Is that what it was? I don't remember, but something was basically destroying the ozone layer. And then they basically said, okay, this is bad. You can't use this anymore. And we can see now, 20-something years later, that the hole in the ozone layer is pretty much back to the way it was before the 90s. So sad because my parents are not bad people. They're very nice and kind-hearted, but I think they're just very blind to a lot of things. So anyway, I was getting back to what I was saying. There's a thing called sunk cost fallacy. You see this a lot in abusive relationships. You see this a lot in cults, where you also see this a lot with business owners, right? In that it starts out slow. They're like, okay, if I just put a little bit more time and effort into this, it'll get better, right? Whether it's the relationship or the business, or just the acceptance of my leader, or leader in the case of a cult. But what happens is you put a little bit more effort into it, and then they ask for a little bit more. Then you put a little bit more, and then they ask a little bit more. And then it eventually gets to a point you're like, oh my god, because you're like, I can't back out now because I've put so much time and effort into this, and energy, right? I've invested so much of myself into this, whatever it is. If I back out now, everything that I did before would have been a complete waste of time. And that stops people from, backing out of that abusive relationship or that failing business. It gets to the point where you have nothing left to give, but it's not enough. Yeah, exactly. And that is what the Trump right-wing MAGA propaganda has done to people. It started out very small, right? He was talking about deporting the one of the first things he started talking about was deporting the criminals, right? And even though there was a bunch of people that were like, I kind of know where this is going, I don't like it. there were enough people that were like, yeah, like why are there a bunch of, illegal immigrants here that are criminals? Like, yeah, that's, legally it's probably based on safety, we should be doing that, right? But then he just keeps pushing it a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. And now we're at a point where they will refuse. They will not condemn somebody like Nick Fuentes, who legitimately says that, like, he's a Hitler did nothing wrong kind of guy. He thinks that black people and white people should not be allowed to associate with each other, like get married. Well, he says he has a couple black friends like Kanye West. But anyway, and what happens is, because the Trump and the MAGA, they started off saying, we shouldn't have criminals who are illegal immigrants in the country. Now you get people like Nick Fuentes who are legitimate Nazis. But in the case like your parents, they've, throughout these last 10 years, they've been pushed little by little to, they justify it. And then they justify the worst a little bit worse. And they justify a little bit worse. And then it gets to the point where if they back out now, it'll just feel like they will feel embarrassed. You know what I mean? Shame. Like they will feel shame, embarrassment, and they'll feel like they've wasted all that time. It's like, it's kind of funny how racists are friends with other racists despite all them being different races. Like how they're... Yeah, so get this. Funny thing is that you have people like Ben Shapiro, right? So he is a racist for everyone except Jews, right? Like he's the kind of person that blames black people for being poor because they're lazy and they don't want to work. Okay? like completely ignoring the several centuries of systemic racism that has existed in this country. Completely ignoring the fact that up until recently, most black people did not have the capability of accumulating wealth in the same way that white people did, right? And he aligned with the right wing because of that. Well, is their fault for being poor? How dare they not enjoy the redlining? Yeah, so, but this is what's funny. Not funny, well, funny but not funny. Anyway, you have someone like Ben Shapiro who's racist for everyone except the Jews in Israel. I would actually say Israel. Like, I think, honestly, like, I think he would be willing to kill every single Jew in the U.S. if it meant Israel stayed, like, if they had gained control of, like, more of the Middle East. But anyway, because of how douchey he was, he aligned with the right wing. Well, now that they've gone so far to the right that they are accepting people like Nick Fuentes, who are not just anti-Semitic, but anti-Israel as well. Now, people like Ben Shapiro find himself, like, on the outs. And, like, I don't understand how people like him didn't realize that Nick Fuentes, people like him, is the natural result of a continual acceptance of further and further right-wing ideology, you know? So, like, when it comes to, like, your parents, like, you know, talking to, you know, people like that one-on-one, you know, I always have, like, a lot of empathy because I understand that it's, you know, everybody is susceptible to propaganda, no matter what it is, no matter how much you pay attention, how much you're looking for it, how educated you are, everybody's susceptible in some way. So I have a lot of empathy for people like your parents. You know, I'll take your word for it that they're legitimately good people. So maybe that's a way to, because, like, you can't tell them that they're wrong. Like, they have to convince themselves, you know what I mean? That's what really sucks. Like, if you just they're just going to keep fighting back if you keep telling them they're wrong. They're old and grumpy and stubborn. That's just an old people thing. But what I do not have empathy for, and I will talk shit, like, unapologetically, are the people that are in power that know what they're doing. Like the Donald Trumps, like his cabinet. You know, like the Nick Fuentes, the you know, the Alex Joneses, what's her name? The Charlie Kirks, right? I have no room in my heart for them because they know exactly what they're doing. I feel like there are 3 types of racism. I think there's ignorant racism, separationist, and hatred. Like, for example, ignorant, somebody thinking that all Asians are smart at math. Separation would be Nick Fuentes because he doesn't have... What? Oh, no. Nick Fuentes because he doesn't have a... Dude, he definitely has a hatred for other races. He just thinks we should all... No. No, I have to disagree with that. He definitely hates other races. It's like, the only way to arrive at the position that he has is because of a hatred. Now, he might not openly admit that. He might spit a bunch of, like, platitudes to convince you that it's coming from a place of logic, you know, whatever his logic may be. But the reason he's even been quoted as saying something to the effect of, like, we have to hide our power level, right? We have to hide how racist we are in order to gain power, because if we just come outright and admit how racist we are, like him and his followers, that they'll be shunned, right? So there is no question in my mind that he legitimately hates other races. Which is funny considering his last name is Fuentes. That's just kind of ironic as well. But no, dude. He definitely hates other races. He is not a separationist racist. No. Not a chance. Oh, I did not know that. Thank you for educating me. Hold on. Let me see, you know what? Let me see if I can find it. Like, let me tell you something. Piece of advice. Don't ever just immediately take the word of something you hear on a stream or on a YouTube video. Unless you have verified, like if you're listening to like a podcast or YouTube video, I do too, especially horse races. Yes, I hate gambling. But anyway, if you start listening to a YouTuber or podcaster, start verifying what they say. Like legitimately do some kind of research, like legitimate research. I'm not talking about looking on somebody else's Facebook page. I mean legitimate research, like academic research, to find out if the information they're giving you is accurate, right? Then, after you've confirmed that the information they're giving you is accurate, you know, through legitimate research, then it's justifiable that you can start trusting them at their word. But like, considering I think this is your first time in here, even though I know that what I'm saying is correct, I'm telling you that as general practice, you should never just take what I say, or you shouldn't just immediately take what I say at face value. And you should apply that to everyone. What, my constitutional research? No, you're good. I don't have that much time to read. I want to play video games, but I gotta find something. Okay, here, I'll show you. So, I can't immediately find where he said to hide your power level, but I do have another statement of his that shows that the meaning is there, right? So, we have The Independent. It's a legitimate news source. This was recently when a bunch of Republican interns or something. Where is it? There was a group chat among a bunch of like congressional interns, Republican congressional interns, where they were saying like a lot of Nazi shit, right? I don't know. Maybe you guys heard about this, maybe not, but let me maximize this. Okay. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Claims supporters known as the Groypers are now in every department. Yeah, we know that. Fuentes describes white nationalists in court documents, commented just days after it was revealed. Members of Young Republicans group across the country had been sharing explicitly racist messages on Telegram. Okay. Okay, blah, blah, blah. There's Groypers at Harvard, Ivy League schools. I talked to all of them. Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, and he's quoted as saying, but if you are in the Young Republicans, and I'm speaking to you if you're in college Republicans, if you are in the administration, if you're in a high position, you can't be putting this in writing. You can't. Right? So right there, it shows that he wants people who are following him to hide how they truly feel. Right? So the saying that his form of racism doesn't come from hatred, that is not the case at all. He's just trying to hide that it's coming from a place of hatred. You know what I mean? I hope that clears that up a little bit. That is true. I feel like that's my biggest downfall for a lot of time in my life. I usually believe a lot of what people said just because I thought, oh, they would have no reason to lie. Or I just wouldn't expect people to lie about such a big thing. I'm not like that anymore, but old habits die hard, so I'm still trying to get away from it. So look at this. Look at it this way, right? Okay. So it's all about context, okay? So imagine you get a phone call, right? And you get a phone call, and it's somebody with an Indian accent, and they're telling you that that your Microsoft warranty has expired, and you need to renew your subscription, right? Based on that context, you're going to be pretty reluctant to trust what that person is saying, right? Like, I know that you are. I know that for a fact, because we've all gotten those phone calls at some point in our lives. Or oh, you know what? Anyway, that's a perfect example. Whatever. So that's the reluctance that you need to take when you are listening to, if you're listening to a politician or a political pundit, right? That's the kind of attitude that you need to take into the things that they tell you. Because, like, someone like me, I have nothing to gain by lying to you, but that could also be said about, you know, people like Nick Fuentes. You could say, oh, he's just a streamer. He doesn't have any reason to lie to me. But if you pull back the layers a little bit, you can see that I have like 2 viewers. So there's legitimately no benefit to me lying. But he's got like hundreds of thousands, right? Millions. He's probably got millions of views on his, I don't know if he's on YouTube still, but millions of views. So he is influential. The continuation of his monetary success is dependent on him believing you. The politicians, they're covered in half-truths. Like, the best lie starts like with a foundation of truth, and that's pretty much how politicians operate. So you have to think, like, what's the purpose? What do they gain out of this? You know. To be honest, that is pretty typical of Republican youth. Wait, what's typical of Republican youth? The article that I read, that them being racist, or wait. Oh, hey, Oleon on the new phone. It's me, Resident Anarkitty. Nice. Howdy. Welcome back. Howdy do. It do a lot. Master Liberty had me talking here for like an hour and a half, so I kept having to restart this video. And I still didn't get to hear all of it because I had to stop it and keep talking. And then, got Chill Luke guy in here explaining, going over propaganda tactics and the importance of, what's the word I'm looking for? Discernment. That's right. Discernment. Contentious debate. No. Actually, no. I'm just, I'm spitting knowledge. I'm spitting some of my, elderly wisdom to you youths. Like who was it? Luke made a comment, said something about his impression of Nick Fuentes was that he was a separationist. Like, he was racist in a form of like keeping the races separate, but not from a place of hatred. And I had to inform Mr. Luke that was absolutely not true, so I had to find evidence. I pulled up an article showing that he had clearly said that, like, you have to keep that hidden from other people. So I wanted to impart the importance on information discernment and verifying the information that's presented, especially from people like YouTubers and streamers, including myself. Which is why I had to make sure I went and found the evidence to show where that information was coming from. But Luke, if you're still there, I hope that sorry, washroom. Be right back, washroom. No worries. But Luke, if you're still there, I hope that I hope the little speech there dropped a nugget in your brain for future reference. Yeah, just because Nick Fuentes says he gives the impression that he's just a separatist, like no. No. He has a financial incentive to say that. He has an incentive to hide that. And if he wants to get his way and have a segregationist society like he wants, in order for that to succeed, his followers have to hide their true intentions. Otherwise, like the majority of people are not going to be for that bullshit, you know?
And a lot of people say that JD is. They all like JD.
They do.
Anyway, back to hating on tech bros. Not even bros, tech douchebags.
To realize no amount of makeup is going to
make AI
cucks. Pretty. Like, lipstick on a pig kind of thing. And so I find him
some of these guys are bad judges of what is political
talent.
I
think he's repugnant to voters. I think he's repugnant. I just think
I agree
on
with
a
that,
basic
but
level.
I don't know. I mean, like these guys have made a lot of bad politics bets, and they got in on Trump. Like Teal.
Yeah,
to his
Teal
credit,
did.
got on Trump early.
Teal was
but all
the
these
only
other
one.
guys,
they just came along for the ride.
Right.
Here's the thing: the only thing that would work for Vance possibly is if he gets to be president for a little while before it, right? If somehow Trump decides to step down, the hand, whatever. If he gets to be president, he has a better chance, but he's so manifestly unlikable and kind of an asshole. I think regular people pick up, and Trump, for all his negatives, and he's a terrible, heinous person, but for a lot of people, he's entertaining, he was self-deprecating, and he's charismatic. And J.D. Vance, what's the opposite of charisma? He has it. Whatever it is, he has. He's like, you don't look at him and say, yeah, that's the guy I want to have a beer with. I know that's not the thing in politics anymore, but you really want to avoid a beer with him. You're like, he's going to rag on me. He's going to be mean. He's that, it was interesting, that Vanity Fair shoot.
Oh.
There was some reporting on
Remember this phrase.
The whole time he was like,
trust but verify.
You make him look uglier than me? Is this where you make me look evil? You're like, shut up, you twit. Like, he's that guy.
Yeah, he's like a charisma vampire.
No,
It
exactly.
from your butt.
It's interesting. I'll give a comparison. I was testing a Volkswagen ID Buzz van that Volkswagen has. A little too expensive for most people, but it's a delightful car. They took the VW van and they electrified it and made it adorable, even more adorable. And as we were driving, everyone waved at us. Like, everyone was like, hi, we love you. Like, and I thought, oh my God, I'm driving the anti-Cybertruck. Like, whoever that is among the Democrats, he's the Cybertruck.
Yeah.
Stuck in the he's the fucking cyber. Here's one last idea I have.
Okay.
You have kid, right? How old's your kid?
Yeah, second grade.
Therefore, K-pop Demon Hunters, correct?
Oh yeah, love K-pop.
Are you kidding? Like, it is talk about the song of the year.
Golden.
So, if I was Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris, it'll work better for Gavin. You make Golden your theme song, because up, da, da, da. We can be different, but yet we can be strong and kick ass and beat demons. But also we like each other. And you can have stripes or whatever you want. So it's a good message. It's a great, catchy song. Everybody, you feel better after listening to it. And this is the motto. It's the Golden State. They're both from the Golden State. It's a Golden State, right? Say, it's time to be golden. No more gold.
Golden, no more gold. Be interested to see if them have the balls for that. They both are a little bit reticent on.
I know,
on
but
that
golden.
stuff.
It's time. We're all golden. Golden is lovely. Gold is grass. Like make it dig at Trump. Enough of gold. Now.
No kids music on my little playlist for my child. I like reject kids music. I force her to listen to grown-up music, but I make an exception for K-pop Demon Hunters. It's great. Okay, before I lose your final topic, I've been unhappy with. We're not going to say who it is. I think it's kind of obvious who won the Power Lesbian of 2025 award, and they're not that appealing for me. And so I want to move. I'm hoping for a new Power Lesbian in 2026.
Oh, it's got to be Rachel. It's Rachel every year.
It's Rachel every year.
Every year.
But you're not recruiting. I kind of figured you'd be out there in the marketplace, be able to tell us who's like, who's on the come
Power
up.
lesbian. Who would be
A lesbian rising through the ranks.
I'm trying to think. You know who I really, this is not a lesbian, it's a trans person, Sarah McBride.
Sarah McBride, yeah.
I am so impressed with her, I have to say.
Same.
She's unbelievable. She's unbelievable. She's smart, decenters her identity, which I think is critical, right? She doesn't lose it. She decenters it just enough and says, I'm here for the people of Delaware. Let's stop talking about being trans. And she's not turning her back on the issue either. It's just, and the thing she said to me, which Scott has stolen many times, was we have to embrace imperfect allies. And all the shit she got from all those assholes in Congress about the Nancy Mace, that bullshit, she still has the dignity. She's the one. She's the power. The power LGBTQ person. That's what
I love that. I'm going to get her on the pod early next year. I love Sarah McBride.
Amazing.
And it's not surprising Scott stole material. He's a shtick thief. He's got shtick.
He steals shtick. Are you kidding? He repeated something I said to him back. He goes, what is this idea? I go, well, it was great when I said it to you. Like he does that all the time. That's okay. It's love. It's his love language. It's plagiarism. Yes.
Kara Swisher, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Hope you had a great holidays.
Love the hat.
Oh,
are you trying to star in Heated Rivalry? Is that what's going on here?
If only I don't have the muscles for Heated Rivalry.
I know.
Kara.
Is that a good show?
It is great.
I'm sure Scott is watching it right
that's
now.
Slot Plus. You know what I mean?
It's
Slot Plus.
It's Slot Plus?
Slop Plus.
Oh, it's so good.
You know?
It's like
wonderful.
Hunting Wives. Hunting Wives, season 2. Oh, stop it. It's
I don't
so
know
good.
about that.
Oh my God, it's okay. I'm gonna do you a favor right now. Hunting Wives. It is MAGA, Christian, lesbian action, and guns. Just trust me.
All things I hate. I'm a gay man. I don't like guns.
You can't not hate
Lesbians
this.
I'm not that big
so
on.
Good. It's so good. Trust me, it's the best. Macon Ackerman and Brittany Snow are starring it, and
a key part of my commitment to my listeners is radical candor, and I'm just going to let you know I'm going to pass on that. I'm not going to be
just
watching
one
that.
episode. That's all I ask of you.
Fine,
And then you're
I'll
going to
watch
write
one
me and
episode.
say I was wrong.
Deal. One episode. Kara Swisher.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Thank you.
Everybody else's feedback is good.
The Justice Department is under fire over its initial release of files related to the serial convicted child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein after it failed to publish thousands of documents by Friday's congressionally imposed deadline. The delay drew criticism from Epstein's survivors and members of Congress. Of the Epstein files turned over so far, more than 500 pages were entirely redacted, including all 119 pages of a document labeled Grand Jury NY. One notable document released Friday was a 1996 FBI complaint filed by Maria Farmer, who, along with her sister Annie, was sexually abused by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who served a
Well, Luke, if you're still there, also.
In the report,
Another
Maria
thing.
Farmer told the FBI of Epstein's interest in child
I'm not like
pornography. For more than 30
a very
years,
talkative
the
streamer,
FBI never publicly
especially
acknowledged
without the
her report, never
prompt of
investigated her
the
claims.
viewers.
On Friday, Maria's
So there's
sister
that.
Annie spoke to CNN.
That's why I play videos in the background a lot.
Sister Maria Farmer reported Epstein and his crimes in 1996. We've been saying that over and over again. And part of what was released today was an official FBI form, and I think it was an FT-71, dated September 3rd, 1996, with my sisters, some of my sisters' report. It was labeled under child pornography, and it described Epstein stealing photos of myself at the age of 16, of my younger sister who was 12 at the time. And just to see it in writing and to know that they had this document this entire time. And how many people were harmed after that date. It just, you know, we've been saying it over and over, but to see it in black and white that way has been very emotional. I'm with Maria today. I know she felt a tremendous amount of relief and redemption, but also sorrow in thinking about, you know, people like Virginia Roberts Giuffre who are not here to see this and be a part of really forcing the government to be transparent finally about this case.
That was Annie Farmer speaking to CNN. At least 16 files related to Jeffrey Epstein disappeared from the Justice Department's public webpage over the weekend before reappearing amidst public outcry. The files included images of paintings depicting nude women and one showing a photograph of Trump alongside Epstein, Melania Trump, and Epstein's longtime associate and co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. We're joined right now in studio for the first time by Democratic Congressmember Ro Khanna of California, along with Republican Congressmember Thomas Massie. Ro Khanna co-wrote the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which led to Friday's release. So the deadline, Congressmember Khanna, was December 19th. So talk about what was released and what wasn't released.
Not much new was released. Unfortunately, what they released was heavily redacted. They didn't release some of the key documents. The 60-count draft indictment that was prepared for Jeffrey Epstein. Ultimately, he was charged only on 2 counts. We had asked for that 60-count draft indictment.
This was the original one, the non-prosecution agreement.
The original indictment of what he should have been charged in Florida. And then the 82-page memorandum trying to justify that. They didn't release that. So Massie and I yesterday morning said we were going to hold Pam Bondi in contempt. Since then, for 24 hours, they've been backpedaling. They actually now have released an unredacted version of the New York grand jury testimony, the 119-page document that you referred. They're saying they're going to release more documents. They realize the public backlash. So let's see what we get this week.
So you've talked about possibly holding the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, in contempt. It's also been floated that you might want to impeach her. What does each of these mean, and what's the deadline on each of those?
So the House passed unilaterally on contempt, and this will be introduced by Thomas Massie. And what the resolution will say is that for every day that Pam Bondi does not release the documents in question, she will be subject to a personal $5,000 fine. And there will be a committee of the Congress, Republican and Democrat, that need to see the documents to determine whether that redaction qualifies as legitimate with the statute or not. We will be giving her a 30-day grace period to release the documents. But the interesting thing is that Massie has Republicans lined up as well to support this contempt. It's a privilege resolution. That means the Speaker would have to give it a vote. And we're likely to introduce it early in January. But the point is not just to pass it, just the announcement of doing so. And Pam Bondi's awareness that Republicans are upset has had them backpedaling. And all day yesterday, they've been tweeting out unredacted versions of previously redacted documents, explanations for why documents have been missing, and a commitment to be releasing more documents.
So you're talking about contempt, and you're saying only the House would have to approve that, not the Senate. And what about impeachment?
Impeachment of course, requires the Senate to convict if it without a majority in the House. It's an option on the table. I think what she's doing is impeachable. But we would want to first do the contempt, and we would want to make sure that we have the votes to be able to impeach. But what is on the table is the contempt
of what fine?
And, frankly, criminal referral.
Wait, what are you talking about?
In terms of obstruction of justice for violating the law, which would apply not just to her.
I think you're applying to a specific statement that I missed.
But
career prosecutors or Justice
Of what
Department
fine?
officials
The guy
who
talked
have,
about a fine. Oh.
not complied with the letter of the law or the spirit of the law.
So you
Who would he be
mentioned
fining?
Attorney General Todd Blanche. He appeared on Meet the Press on Sunday and was asked
Well, hold on.
by Kristen Welker.
Hold on, let me go back.
About files relating
With the statute or not.
How far was it?
We will be giving her a 30-day grace period to release the documents. But the interesting thing is that Massey has Republicans lined up as well to support this contempt. It's a privilege resolution. That means the Speaker would have to give it a vote. And we're likely to introduce it early in January. But the point is not just to pass it, just the announcement of doing so. And Pam Bondi's awareness that Republicans are upset has had them backpedaling. And all day yesterday, they've been tweeting out
Prior to the 30. Oh, okay.
versions of
All right, give me a
previously
second.
redacted documents, explanations for why documents have been.
Department's public webpage over the weekend before reappearing amidst public outcry. The files included images of paintings depicting nude women and one showing a photograph of Trump alongside Epstein, Melania Trump, and Epstein's longtime associate and co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. We're joined right now in studio for the
I have a
first
bad
time
habit
by
of
Democratic Congressmember
when I listen to videos,
California.
I tend to like follow like the main gist, like the main talking points, but I fail to
O'Connor co-wrote the Epstein Files
like
Transparency
listen to
Act,
specifics.
which led to Friday's release. So the deadline, Congressmember Khanna, was December 19th. So talk about what was released and what wasn't released.
Not much new was released. Unfortunately, what they released was heavily redacted. They didn't release some of the key documents. The 60-count draft indictment that was prepared for Jeffrey Epstein. Ultimately, he was charged only on 2 counts. We had asked for that 60-count draft indictment.
This was the original one, the non-prosecution agreement.
The original indictment of what he should have been charged for in Florida. And then the 82-page memorandum trying to justify that. They didn't release that. So Massey and I yesterday morning said we were going to hold Pam Bondi in contempt. Since then, for 24 hours, they've been backpedaling. They actually now have released an unredacted version of the New York grand jury testimony, the 119-page document that you referred. They're saying they're going to release more documents. They realize the public backlash. So let's see what we get this week.
So you've talked about possibly holding the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, in contempt. It's also been floated that you might want to impeach her. What does each of these mean, and what's the deadline on each of these?
So the House can act unilaterally on contempt, and this will be introduced by Thomas Massey. What the resolution will say is that for every day that Pam Bondi does not release the documents in question, she will be subject to a personal $5,000 fine.
There you go.
And there will be
She will be subjected to a personal fine.
Republican and Democrat that need to see the documents to determine whether that redaction qualifies as legitimate with the statute or not. We will be giving her a 30-day grace period to release the documents. But the interesting thing is that Massey has Republicans lined up as well to support this contempt. It's a privilege resolution. That means the Speaker would have to give it a vote. And we're likely to introduce it early in January. But the point is not just to pass it, just the announcement of doing so. And Pam Bondi's awareness that Republicans are upset has had them backpedaling. And all day yesterday, they've been tweeting out unredacted versions of previously redacted documents, explanations for why documents have been missing, and a commitment to be releasing more documents.
So you're talking about contempt, and you're saying only the House would have to approve that, not the Senate. And what about impeachment?
Impeachment of course, requires the Senate to convict. It would require a majority in the House. It's an option on the table. I think what she's doing is impeachable, but we would want to first do the contempt, and we would want to make sure that we have the votes to be able to impeach. But what is on the table is the contempt, impeachment, and frankly, criminal referral in terms of obstruction of justice for violating the law, which would apply not just to her or Deputy Attorney General Blanche, but career prosecutors or Justice Department officials who have not complied with the letter of the law or the spirit of the law.
So you mentioned Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. He appeared on Meet the Press on Sunday and was asked by Chris
delve more deeply into the redactions. Is any information about President Trump redacted in any of the files that have will be released?
No, not unless it's supposed to be redacted under the law, which means victim information or any sort of privilege, like attorney-client privilege. But I have no reason to believe that the lawyers that were working on this case were talking about President Trump, because he had nothing to do with the Epstein files. He had nothing to do with the horrific crimes that Mr. Epstein committed. And so I don't expect there will be anything redacted. But the short answer is we are not redacting information around President Trump, around any other individual involved with
even though on day one
Epstein.
That's the deputy.
You see the people when the first batch of files that were released, people were able to copy and paste the redactions onto a notepad to show the text because they didn't redact them properly.
If you can talk about,
and it showed plenty of times that
was on the website,
Trump was
disappeared
redacted.
from the website and then came back on, and Blanche talking about, well, they want to just protect survivors. It was a picture of Trump. Explain the significance of this.
There was a picture of a desk, and inside the open drawer there was a picture of Trump unredacted, and then as soon as a bunch of people found it, it got taken down like almost immediately. Like, oh my gosh, like,
to protect Trump, and then the outrage made them
I'm glad that they're incompetent.
The biggest issues is that in one case they released
like that is
information about a
that is like the only thing
maybe they did that accidentally,
that is giving me a sliver of hope of people being held accountable for their involvement with Epstein's stuff.
The truth is, what do the American people want to know? They want to know who are the rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's rape island. Who are the people who either abused these young girls or watched at parties as young girls, 14, 15, were paraded around naked and didn't say anything? And that information is in the FBI files. That information is in those indictments and in the prosecution memorandum. And the question people are asking is, why are you not releasing this? Because it goes beyond Trump. It goes to a group of rich and powerful people who are engaged in heinous conduct or covering it up.
So the Democrats have also been in charge of the House when they didn't release the Epstein files. Why the change?
Well, I think it was a miss for this whole country. I don't defend the idea that these survivors have been denied justice for over a decade. Now, Elijah Cummings had talked about this in 2019. I was on the committee. We had talked about having an investigation. But all of us should have acted with far greater urgency. And as I have gotten to know now personally the survivors, I have become much more emotionally invested in this case, meeting people like Annie Farmer and what happened to these young girls, because they were girls from working class families who were often immigrants or didn't have a father. They were abused and this country abandoned them. And that's a shame and an indictment on the country.
This is Amanda Roberts, the sister-in-law of the late Virginia Giuffre, who was the first survivor to come out publicly against Epstein.
I think the law being passed is exactly why we wanted it to be passed, because now we can hold them accountable, because this is a law now, and we can hold them in contempt if they do decide to, you know, redact perpetrators, if they don't release the items that we know they need to release. And so we're going to do our due diligence, you know, between us, the survivors, the lawyers. We know what should be in there, and we're going to comb through every single page, and we're going to hold them accountable. And so while we're extremely disappointed, while we're frustrated, there is also this sense of empowerment. And every single survivor that I told them today, I said, the ball is in our court.
See, that's Amanda Roberts, the sister-in-law of the late Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who was a victim of Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and, of course, Andrew. We don't say Prince Andrew anymore because after all of this, and she sued him, he's been stripped of his royal title. So many survivors have said it shouldn't be on them, though they have united, they're not giving up. They've talked about putting out a list of the men whose names they knew.
They have. They came to the Capitol twice. They relived their trauma twice. That's the only reason Massey and my bill passed the House and the Senate. And they have said that they are many men who either abused them, raped them, trafficked them, or covered it up. I mean, think about it, there are 1,200 victims. It's not conceivable mathematically that one person abused or raped 1,200 people. There were more folks. They have described them in generalities to Massie and me. They fear, obviously, defamation suits and rich and powerful people coming after them. It shouldn't be their obligation to release this. What they and their lawyers have said is if you release the FBI files, if you release the draft indictments and the prosecution memo, the American people will know who these folks are.
Susan Wild, in this famous now Vanity Fair article, in talking about this, I think she used the term, she said, Chris Whipple wrote the article, I think Wiley said, I think she completely referring to
It's time for a shave. My face is getting itchy.
That was the very targeted group that cared about this, Wild said of Bondi.
Well, she whiffed and she's continuing to whiff. I mean, I imagine the White House was livid on Friday because what Pam Bondi did on Friday was basically a extension of what she did 5 months ago, put out documents and a document dump that really didn't tell us anything new. And I think they thought that we're headed to Christmas, Congress is out of session, Massie and I would just sort of say, okay, they complied with the law and let's move on and declare a win. Instead, they were surprised that Massie and I actually care about these survivors. We don't just care about some kind of pro forma win. We want the actual documents out. And within hours, we said this is a betrayal, a gross betrayal of the spirit and letter of the law.
I have a question. Ghislaine Maxwell, in the days leading up to December 19th, the convicted associate of sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, has asked a federal court to vacate or amend her 20-year sentence for sex trafficking. Now, this isn't the same as a pardon. I was wondering if by doing this, I'm not saying she's working in cahoots with the administration, but by doing this, does this open up the possibility that they'll say, well, since she's asked the federal court to vacate or amend her sentence, they're reopening the case and this would lead to many documents not being released?
It could be one of the reasons that they don't release some of the documents, but to put in context, there are 300 gigabytes of documents. They've released 2.5 gigabytes. So when people say ongoing investigations, could it prevent some documents from being released? Maxwell, could it prevent some documents from being released? Maybe, but we're talking about 5%. Where are the other 95% of the documents? Where are the documents that 3 federal judges have ordered released without significant redaction? So the concern here is what are they hiding and who are they protecting?
So President Trump has provided over almost a monolithic Republican Party, but now there are cracks. And I think it very much started with the Epstein files, right? You have Congress members Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and others who left the Republican Party to join the Democrats. I mean, just on this vote. Now more than a tenth of the current Congress has indicated they will not return to their seats after the midterms. We're talking about something like well over 40 senators and Congress members, and the majority of them are Republican. The significance of this.
Donald Trump is finally losing his MAGA base. This is the one issue, the Epstein files, where the MAGA base disapproves overwhelmingly of Donald Trump. And it goes to the question, whose side are you on? Are you on the side of these rich and powerful men who abused young girls and have elite impunity, or are you going to stand with abandoned young girls and the working class? And what the Republicans are starting to see is that Trump has betrayed his own base, that he's become part of the swamp that he railed against. And so you now see after this discharge petition, there are suddenly tons of discharge petitions in the Congress on all sorts of topics. People are willing to defy Speaker Johnson. They're willing to defy Donald Trump. Many are thinking about a post-Trump future. If they have aspirations of a political career for the next 10 years, they're trying to position for their own careers and less about protecting Donald Trump.
Not only pulling out of the New York the New York governor's race, but now ending her congressional career, at least for the moment.
Well, I took some satisfaction because she was so over the top in the way she's gone after universities in this country. And she has been pandering to the worst elements of Trump's base. And yet, now she's seeing the writing on the wall. She was not going anywhere in the New York governor's race. And she sees that they're going to lose the House majority in 2026.
So very quickly, going through a few other issues, and many do actually see them linked to Epstein. One after another, dramatic events of the Trump administration, perhaps to pull attention away, and of course, Venezuela. One bombing after another that the Pentagon can't quickly enough release video, except when it comes to the second video of the September 2nd bombing, showing the two men who survived the first bombing. They will not release this at this point. And today, Hegseth and President Trump are expected to hold some kind of meeting announcement at Mar-a-Lago at 4:30 in the afternoon. What about the U.S. pursuing these oil tankers near Venezuela? The one that's Chinese-owned Panamanian flag vessel named Centuries was not under U.S. sanction. Is he trying to provoke a war with Venezuela?
Yes, it's a big concern to me. He is basically trying to have a regime change war on Maduro, trying to put pressure on Maduro to step aside. The risk of having an incident that leads to war has increased. We have more destroyers in the region, in the Caribbean. We are striking boats. We have Marines in Puerto Rico. We have Marines off the coast of Florida. And I, being on the Armed Services Committee, have seen in a classified setting the second video. Some of us have said, release it for the American public. But I have two concerns. First, why are we going into a regime change war when the president promised no endless wars? And second, why is the American government, in my name, in your name, killing people on these boats without a clear standard of what they have done that justifies the death?
So how does Congress stop this?
We tried to pass a war powers resolution, McGovern, me, Massey, and we lost by a single vote. And so we need to get more Republicans and 2 Democrats convinced that we have to stop another regime change war. We've got to build that to support in the Congress.
You're here in New York, Zoran Land. He is going to become mayor on January 1st, midnight of New Year's Eve. On the day he met President Trump at the White House, when President Trump said he's not a jihadist. Of course, that was actually simply an attack on Elise Stefanik, who always referred to Zoran Mamdani as a jihadist. On the day they met, Congress took a vote against socialism, with many Democrats joining with Republicans. Can you talk about the significance of this vote as vice chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus?
The problem with the vote is that there's a group of people like Zoran who call themselves democratic socialists. I call myself a progressive capitalist, but democratic socialism does not mean that you're going to seize the means of production. What they're talking about is taxing billionaires more, which I agree with, and having things like Medicare for all, free public college. And in providing resolutions that are condemning that, what they are doing is condemning a part of a coalition that wants to tackle income inequality and hold wealth more accountable.
And this affordability agenda, it's a real challenge to Republicans, to President Trump himself, but it's also a challenge to many Democrats. For example, the Democratic leader of the Senate, Chuck Schumer, who never endorsed Zoran Mamdani. What is your message
he's a
to
bitch.
Democrats across the country, as a former head of the campaign of Bernie Sanders, who very much endorses Mamdani?
Well, my message to Chuck Schumer was step down as minority leader. You're out of touch with the Democratic base. But my broader message is you cannot have a group of elites who are piling up wealth. In my district in Silicon Valley, $18 trillion of wealth. Maybe 1/3 of the entire national stock market is in my district. We need to tax billionaires. We need to tax that wealth. We need to have Medicare for all. We need to have $10 a day child care. We need to stop Wall Street from buying single-family homes. We need a living wage. We need free public college and free trade schools. We need a
Oh yeah, you were talking about BlackRock earlier. Aren't they the ones that are mostly responsible for purchasing all the single-family homes?
It's about changing an economic system that has accumulated wealth.
If you're still there, Liberty.
And abandoned working and middle-class Americans across this country. I believe that we need an FDR-like, bold, progressive economic agenda. I call it new economic patriotism. But people like Zoran, people like Bernie Sanders, others, Greg Kazar, Pramila Jayapal, many of us are working towards that for a Democratic Party that is actually going to live up to those ideals.
And finally, President Trump renaming Trump Kennedy Center for the Arts. The sign has already gone up. I thought it was the Congress who named the Kennedy Center.
It is the Congress. I mean, he is violating the congressional law, but that hasn't stopped him. But I think finally people are catching on that Donald Trump is just acting all about himself. It's about his name on things. It's about his family making money. It's about his ego, and it's not about the American people. And my belief is after Trump, we're actually going to want leaders who put the people first, who maybe aren't showmen, aren't bombastic, aren't all about themselves, but are listeners, more humility. One of the great presidents in my lifetime was Jimmy Carter. I got to intern for him at the Carter Center, and I think his model of being a servant leader, humility, morality, my hope is that the country will go back to those kind of leaders across the country.
Ro Khanna, I want to thank you for being with us. A Democratic Congress member from California, co-authored the Epstein Files Transparency Act, vice chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more...
Of course, it makes sense to wrap up the trade war right now so that we as a country can focus on the biggest thing that's weakening our great nation.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yes. DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. MAGA World's blamed this scourge for everything from the fires in California to the attack on Bourbon Street to inflation to the Baltimore Bridge collapse to why your children are confused about the race of mermaids. Because mermaids, boys and girls, are gingers. They've always been. The latest example being the plane crash in Washington. It was the DEI-ist. But don't take my word for it. Let's let MTV's Road Rules star and Fox & Friends B-teamer explain DEI.
You can't focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion when you try to hire air traffic controllers. You want the best. You want the brightest.
Then stop focusing on it, you douche nozzle.
We will have the best and brightest in every position possible.
Who's there?
It is colorblind and merit-based.
Look, there's a lot of reasons why the FAA is in a bad place. But these guys would have you believe that the main problem is that standards are somehow lowered to make sure that a black person or a gay person gets a chance to land your plane, even though the requirements to become an air traffic controller are the same. But by culture warring this tragedy, Americans spent that terrible night holding their breath that the pilot or the air traffic controller wouldn't be a woman or a black person or in a wheelchair. Because what they're trying to do is make the default setting on competence in America a white guy. That's what this is, a reset to the factory default. Because of course, these two are there purely based on merit. And smart. And it's taken for granted. It undercuts every black person of color, woman in this country. That's the job that they have. They don't deserve. It's the mantra in the Republican Party that gives you brain-turning moments like this.
In the United States of America, we get ahead and succeed by merit and merit alone.
Yes, merit. And merit alone, says RNC Chairwoman Lara, hold on, let me get my glasses. Trump. It was a blind submission, never saw a name on the application. That's the irony of this whole thing. The people standing next to Trump on that terrible night, blaming DEI and trying to reinstall white guys as the only non-suspect pool of hires are themselves DEI hires. for one particular identity that they possess is the ask.
The President's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. Mr. President, you made our jobs a lot easier. I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary said about your leadership. Thank you for your leadership and courage on that, sir. I think you make a really important point on that, Mr. President. The President is right.
I don't know.
Thank you for your leadership, Mr. President.
I don't know how they can speak with Trump's dick in their mouth so much.
DEI. Sucking ego inflation. Obviously, if you think sucking as a compliment. As you know, we've been following the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Undocumented migrant from El Salvador, married an American woman, has a kid, living the American dream. Until the Trump administration sent him to an El Salvadorian mega prison. And I'm quoting the Justice Department here, if I may. Administrative error. If only there was a convenient and timely way that the prisoner could be brought back to the United States that wouldn't really inconvenience either nation.
President Bukele at the moment flying from El Salvador to Washington, D.C.
What? Saints be praised! Bukele can just give Garcia a ride. You don't even have to give Garcia the middle seat. I'm sure Garcia would just grab the wing and Tom Cruise it over here if he had to. Sadly, Kelly arrived in the White House with just the Miami club promoter clothes on his back and a pocket full of excuses.
Can President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
How can I, as a marvelous terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
Can I honestly tell you, like, this isn't even the thing that's, like, they're enjoying this. Like, the two of them. Our president, their president, okay, I guess we'll just have to let him rot in a prison, even though he didn't deserve to be there. I don't, you guys don't care about this guy. I'm talking about these two, but somebody else cares about this person. And you just randomly, with no evidence that you'll show anybody, called him a terrorist. And one of the weirder parts about this is the only thing that seems to upset Trump about the entire situation is having to answer a perfectly reasonable question from Caitlin Collins about it.
You said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago. And they said that it must be facilitated.
Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that you're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go...
Look at you just tell me I'm really beautiful because my skin is so orange.
Nag, nag, nag. You sound just like the Supreme Court. Nag, nag. But fear not, America. For every time a lamestream media journalist gets shown, an ass-kissy one gets its wings.
Do you have a question, please?
Mr. President, thank you so much. You scored another major investment win this morning in NVIDIA, pledged to build its AI supercomputer, the first time ever, right here in the United States.
Thank you. That's a question I like. That's true.
That's not a question. I guess it's your favorite kind of question. But rest easy, Americans, if there's one thing we all know, it's that first comes for the undocumented migrants. And as long as nobody speaks out,
You mentioned that you're open to deporting individuals that aren't foreign aliens or criminals to El Salvador. Does that include potentially U.S. citizens, fully naturalized immigrants?
If it's a homegrown criminal, I have no problem. I'm talking about really bad people. Really bad people.
He's going to do that to U.S. citizens. I think the hosts of The View are about to get administratively errored. I got to tell you, I did not think he would get this authoritarian this fast. I really didn't. I'm sorry. Who could have known? Maybe if somebody out there had yelled at me on Blue Sky about this, I would have known. But no one did. Except everybody. In all caps. The real measure of Trump's first 100 days is the shrewdness in the real did start.
Fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day.
Liberation! Revolution Day. It was a devastating sneak attack launched from the Rose Garden. Fortunately, the country he snuck up on was ours.
Tariff chaos, markets in free fall.
Everybody kind of caught off guard, flat-footed on Wall Street and elsewhere.
Major retailers like Target and Walmart have warned shelves could go empty in a matter of weeks.
The bond market melting down overnight.
There's now a 60% chance of a worldwide recession.
There's chaos, there's uncertainty, no one knows what's going on.
We're plunging our nation into this dark economic abyss.
Well, in game theory, it's called strategic uncertainty. So you're not going to tell the person on the other side of the negotiation where you're going to end up.
Right. But I'm pretty sure in game theory, you are supposed to tell the person on your side. On your side, where they're going to end up, so they don't freak the out. Or maybe it's all bullshit. And Trump launched a trade war without any of the pre-planning and preparation that needs to be done. And Boston has to go along with it because he's in the service of an impulsive man baby that you have to lie to so he doesn't turn his fire hose of vindictiveness onto you. How did you not know that other countries weren't going to fight back? Did you miss that page in The Art of War? Spoiler alert, it's on page 1.
China's retaliation now includes suspending exports of rare earth minerals and magnets to the United States. Those materials are essential to a number of American industries, including car makers, aerospace manufacturers, and semiconductor producers.
China controls the refinement, the production of about 90% of the world's rare earth metals.
Elon Musk said that we're having problems with the magnet issue. The materials for the magnets for the robots come from China.
How will they end up using drawings on refrigerators? They're magnetless. And we could have stockpiled magnets and rare earth materials like Japan did in its fight with China. But why bother preparing for a war that you yourself are launching? And really, how important are magnets anyway?
Now, all I know about magnets is this. Give me a glass of water. Let me drop it on the magnets. That's the end of the magnets.
Oh my god, I completely forgot he said that.
So we have the end of the magnets, the beginning of the magnets. Does it really matter? And we're in this position because we've been sold this idea of Trump as the master, the art of the deal. Only he can bring these nations to heel. It is all bullshit.
I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up. Kissing my ass.
Trump told Time magazine that talks were underway and that Chinese President Xi Jinping had called him. China has shot back repeatedly, saying no, they are not talking.
The president said, I've made 200 deals. Time, you've made 200 deals? Trump, 100%.
100%? Bullshit. Here's how you know. 200 deals? There's only like 180 countries. Unless he's making a deal. It's true. You get unless he's making a deal with Trinidad and Tobago separately. All right, Turks, you're settled. No, Caicos, not so fast. Back in the line, Caicos. Trump is not only not the best negotiator, he is maybe the worst negotiator. And it makes sense when you're listening and talking about how he thinks about economic negotiations.
The president said this, I own the store and I set the prices. And I'll say, if you want to shop here, this is what you have to pay.
If you think of us as a big, beautiful department store before that business was destroyed by the internet.
Right! Why in God's name would you use a brick-and-mortar department store for your metaphor on our economic revitalization? I think of America as a Tower Records. I, the president, put the CDs on the rack and I priced them. If you want to listen to Bloodhound Gang, where else are you going to go? There's nowhere else to go.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Or maybe that's just how capitalism works. The American president sets the prices. and decides who's allowed to come into the store. And then other nations come back in 6 months, and the whole country is a spirit Halloween. What is he doing? But his negotiating skills aren't the real thing. That's not cool. It's his obsession with the concept of the leverage that he has.
We have all the leverage if you know what you're doing. We do have leverage because we're the pot of gold. Using my leverage, and it's a tremendous leverage, and I used it before very well.
You don't have the leverage! That's the key misunderstanding here. Trump is so arrogant. He thinks the leverage is his. It's ours. We the people. And it took us 200. It's not your leverage. Why would you even think it is? It took the people 250 years of striving to live up to a constitutional republic and rule of law. Painstaking equity that you are squandering. That is the crux of American exceptionalism. You just want to make us great. That's a downgrade. Our brand is not strategic uncertainty. And you are not the keeper of our pot of gold. You are a temporary leprechaun. And the more enamored... The more enamored, President Trump, you are with your authoritarian whims, the more that you turn our shining city on a hill into just another ordinary, despot-led, sea-level shithole. So if I could just put this in negotiating terms you can understand, all caps, Donald!
Administration is preparing to accept a super luxury Boeing jumbo jet from the royal family of Qatar.
That luxury jumbo jet, which has a value estimated at $400 million, the aircraft would be used by President Trump as a new Air Force One and then transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation shortly before he leaves office.
What? Qatar is giving us a plane that Trump gets to keep. He's like the reverse Oprah. I get a jet, and that's it. I get a jet for my library. Why does his library need a jet? Why would your presidential library need... yeah, hello, I'm calling from Europe, and I need a book about Trump by morning. And the book must travel in the comfort and style one can only get from Qatar.
It's known as the most luxurious private jet in the world, described as a flying palace. It features the biggest master bedroom in the sky, as well as some very plush living quarters and several private offices. Some of the 9 bathrooms on board have full showers and even a bidet.
I didn't even know water could go there. Okay. Holy crap! That is not a plane. That is a flying palace. I'm not going to tell Trump how to run his business, but I would steam the shit out of those cars.
Anybody still with me?
But hey, it's a jet from Qatar. We can trust them. They're not suspect like Canada or working to undermine us like all of our other democratic allies in Europe.
Qatar is considered an American ally, but it is also an ally of Iran and China and even Hamas.
Oh! Trump's going to take a $400 million jet from people he would expel from Columbia University.
I think,
you know what? This is shocking.
I think I'm going to call it a night.
This is shocking.
If you are still there,
I think I know what this news
thanks for sticking around.
To our IQ.
If not,
it raises many,
thank you, me,
eyebrows to have this sort
for
of
talking
deal
to people.
at all.
Ta-ta.